I smelled blood as soon as I walked into the room. A blast of snow-laced air accompanied me, swirling around my black coat, clinging to my hair and clothes as I shoved back the door. The space beyond was small and dirty, with rotting tables scattered about the floor and steel drums set at every corner, thick smoke pouring from the mouths to hover near the roof. An ancient ceiling fan, half its blades broken or missing, spun limply, doing little to disperse the choking air. Every eye in the room turned as I stepped through the frame, and, once settled on me, didn't glance away. Hard, dangerous, broken faces watched intently as I passed their tables, like feral dogs scenting blood. I ignored them, moving steadily across the creaky floorboards, feeling nails and chips of glass under my boots. I didn't need to take a breath to know the air reeked of sweat and alcohol and human filth. And blood. The scent of it clung to the walls and floors, soaked into the rotting tables, smeared in dark stains across the wood. It flowed through the veins of every human here, hot and heady. I heard several heartbeats quicken as I made my way to the counter, felt the eager stirrings of lust and hunger, but also the hint of fear, unease. Some of them, at least, were sober enough to guess the truth. The man behind the counter was a grizzled giant with a snarl of scar tissue across his throat. It crept up his neck and twisted the left corner of his lip into a permanent scowl. He eyed me without expression as I took a seat on one of the moldy bar stools, resting my arms on the badly dinged counter. His gaze flicked to the hilt of the sword strapped to my back, and one of his eyelids twitched. "I'm afraid I don't have the type of drink you're looking for," he said in a low voice, as his hands slid under the bar. When they came up again, I knew they wouldn't be empty. Shotgun, probably, I guessed. Or maybe a baseball bat. Not on tap, anyway. I smiled without looking up. You know what I am. Wasn't difficult. Pretty girl walking into a place like this either has a death wish or is already dead. He snorted, shooting a dark look at the patrons behind us. I could feel their hooded gazes even now. I know what you want, and I'm not about to stop you. No one here will miss these idiots. You take what you have to, but don't trash my bar, understand? Actually, I'm just looking for someone, I said, knowing I didn't have a lot of time. The dogs at my back were already stirring. Someone like me, bald, tall, face scarred all to hell. I finally looked up, meeting his impassive gaze. Anyone like that come through here? A muscle worked in his jaw. Beneath his grimy shirt, his heartbeat picked up, and a sheen of sweat appeared on his brow. For a moment, he seemed torn about whether he should pull out the gun or whatever he had beneath the counter. I kept my expression neutral, unthreatening, my hands on the bar between us. "You've seen him," I prodded carefully. He shook himself, then turned that blank stare on me. No. The reply seemed dragged from somewhere deep within. I didn't see him. But he glanced at the men behind me, as if judging how much time we had, before shaking his head. About a month ago, a stranger came through. No one saw him enter, and no one saw him leave. But we found what he left behind. Left behind? Rickson and his boys, in their home. From one end of it to the other. They said the bodies were so scattered they never found all the pieces. I bit the inside of my lip. Did anyone see who did it? Rickson's woman. She lived, at least until she blew her brains out 3 days later. But she said the killer was a tall, pale man with a face scarred like the devil himself. Anyone with him? The barkeep frowned, then shook his head. No, she said he was alone, but he carried a large black bag with him, like a body bag. That's all we could get out of her anyway. She wasn't terribly coherent, if you know what I mean. I nodded, drawing back, though the words body bag sent a chill through my stomach. I'm getting closer, though. "Thank you," I murmured, sliding off the stool. "I'll be going now." That's when I felt the arm on my shoulder. "Oh, you're not leaving yet, little girl," murmured a voice in my ear, hot and rancid. A large hand reached down and gripped my wrist, hard enough to bruise, if I could still bruise. "It's too cold outside. Come over here and keep us warm." A smile tugged at one corner of my mouth. "Finally, took you long enough." I looked at the barkeep. He met my gaze, then very deliberately turned and walked toward the back room. The man next to me didn't seem to notice. His arm slid down my back and curled around my waist, trying to drag me away. I didn't budge an inch, and he frowned, too drunk to realize what was happening. I waited until the barkeep vanished through the door, letting it swing shut behind him, before I turned to my assailant. He leered at me, the stench of alcohol coming off him in waves. "That's right, little girl. You want some of this, don't ya?" Behind us, a few more patrons were starting to get up. Either they wanted in on the fun, or they thought they could take me out together. The rest watched behind their tankards, tense and wary, smelling of fear. "Come on then, difficult person," the man beside me said, and grabbed my other arm, his face mean and eager. "Let's do this. I can go all night." I smiled. "Can you now?" I said quietly, and lunged at him with a roar, sinking my fangs into his throat. When the barkeep returned, I was already gone. He would find the bodies, the ones stupid enough to stay and fight, lying where they had fallen, a couple in pieces, but most of them still alive. I had what I'd come for. The hunger had been sated, and better here, in this outpost full of bandits and murderers, than anywhere else. Better these kinds of men than an innocent family or an old couple huddled together in the ruins of an isolated cabin trying to keep warm. I was a monster who killed and preyed on human life. I could never escape that, but at least I could choose what kind of lives I took. Outside, the snow was falling again. Thick flakes clung to my eyelashes and cheeks and stuck to my straight black hair, but I didn't feel them. The bitter chill couldn't touch someone who was already dead. I gave my katana a flick, causing a line of crimson to spatter to the ground. Sliding it into the sheath on my back, I started walking, my boots crunching over frozen mud. Around me, the wood and tin shanties were silent, dark smoke leaking from windows and chimney stacks. No one was out tonight. The humans were all inside, huddled around steel drums and bottles, keeping fire and alcohol between them and the icy cold. No one would see the lone teenage girl in the long black coat, walking down the path between shanties. Just like the town's other visitor, I'd come, taken what I needed, and vanished back into the night, leaving carnage behind me. About 100 yards away, a wall of corrugated steel and wire rose into the air, dark and bristling. It was uneven in places, with gaps and holes that had been patched and repatched and finally forgotten about. A flimsy barrier against the creatures that lurked outside the wall. If things continued here with no change, this little outpost would eventually vanish off the face of the earth. Not my problem. I leaped to the roof of a shanty leaning against the wall, then over the wall itself, landing lightly on the other side. Straightening, I gazed down the rocky slope to the road that had led me here, now invisible beneath the snow. Even my footsteps, coming in from the east, had vanished beneath the layer of white. He was here, I thought, as the wind whipped my face, tugging at my hair and coat. Barely a month ago. I'm getting closer. I'm closing the gap. Dropping from the cliff, I fell the 20 feet, coat flapping behind me, and landed at the edge of the road, grunting as my body absorbed the shock. Stepping onto the rough, uneven pavement, feeling it crumble under my boots, I walked to where the road split, weaving off in two directions. One path curved away, circling the tiny outpost before heading south. The other continued east, toward the soon-to-be rising sun. I gazed down one direction, then the other, waiting. And just like at the last crossroads I'd hit, it was there again, that faint pull telling me to continue northeast. It was more than a hunch, more than a gut instinct. Though I couldn't explain it completely, I knew which direction would lead me to my sire. Blood calls to blood. The killings I'd found on my travels, like the unfortunate family in the settlement behind me, only confirmed it. He was traveling fast, but I was catching up, slowly but surely. He couldn't hide from me forever. I'm still coming, Kanan. Dawn was a couple hours away. I could cover a lot of ground before then, so I started off once more, heading down the road toward an unknown destination, chasing a shadow, knowing we were running out of time. I walked through the night, the wind icy in my face, unable to numb my already cold skin. The road stretched on, silent and empty. Nothing moved in the darkness. I passed the tangled remains of old neighborhoods, streets vacant and overgrown, buildings crumbling under the weight of the snow and time.
Since the plague that wiped out most of humanity and the rabbit outbreak soon after, most cities had been reduced to empty husks. I'd found a few settlements scattered here and there, humans living free despite the constant threat of rabids or invasion from their own kind. But the majority of the population existed in the vampire cities, the great, walled-in territories where the Coven provided food and safety in exchange for blood and freedom. The humans in the vampire cities were nothing more than cattle, really, but that was the price of vampire protection, or that's what they wanted you to believe. Monsters existed on both sides of the wall, but at least the rabids were honest about wanting to eat you. In a vampire city, you were really just living on borrowed time, until the killers, who smiled and patted you on the head, finally showed their true colors. I should know, I was born there. The road stretched on, and I followed as it snaked through white forests grown up around sprawling towns and suburbs, until the sky turned charcoal gray and sluggishness began to drag me under. Heading off the road, I found a faded ranch house choked with weeds and brambles. They grew up through the porch and coiled around the roof, smothering the walls, but the house itself seemed fairly intact. I eased my way up the steps and kicked open the door, ducking inside. Small, furry creatures scurried into the shadows, and a cloud of snow rose from my entry, swirling across the floor. I spared a glance at the simple furniture, covered in dust and cobwebs, strangely undisturbed. On the wall closest to me sat an old yellow sofa, one side chewed by rodents, spilling dirty fluff over the floor. Memory stirred, a scene of another time, another house like this one, empty and abandoned. For just a moment, I saw him there, slumped against the cushions with his elbows on his knees, pale hair glimmering in the darkness. I remembered the warmth of his hands on my skin, those piercing blue eyes as they gazed at me, trying to figure me out, the tightness in my chest when I'd had to turn away, to leave him behind. Frowning, I collapsed to the sofa myself and ran a hand over my eyes, dissolving the memory and the last of the frost clinging to my lashes. I couldn't think of him now. He was in Eden with the others. He was safe. Kanan was not. I leaned back, resting my head on the back of the couch. Kanan, my sire, the vampire who'd turned me, who'd saved my life and taught me everything I knew. He was the one I had to focus on now. Just thinking of my maker caused a frown to crease my forehead. I owed the vampire my life, and it was a debt I was determined to repay, though I could never understand him. Kanan had been a mystery from the very start, from that fateful night in the rain when I'd been attacked by rabids outside my city's walls. I'd been dying, and a stranger had appeared out of nowhere, offering to save me, presenting me with the choice: die or become a monster. Obviously, I'd chosen to live, but even after I'd made my decision, Kanan hadn't left. He'd stayed, teaching me what it meant to be a vampire, making sure I knew exactly what I had chosen. I probably wouldn't have survived those first few weeks without him. But Kanan had secrets of his own, and one night, the darkest of them caught up to us in the form of Saren, a twisted vampire with a vendetta. Dangerous, cunning, and completely out of his mind, Saren had tracked us to the hidden lab we were using as a hideout, and we were forced to flee. In the chaos that had followed, Kanan and I were separated, and my mentor had vanished back into the unknown from where he'd come. I hadn't seen him since. But then, the dreams began. I rose, the cushions squeaking beneath me, and wandered down a musty hallway to the room at the end. It had been a bedroom at one point, and the twin bed in the corner was far enough away from the window to be out of the sun if it came creeping into the room. Just to be safe, I hung a ratty blanket over the sill, covering the pane and plunging the room into shadow. Outside, it was still snowing, tiny flakes drifting from a dark, cloudy sky, but I wasn't taking any chances should it clear up. Lying back on the bed, keeping my sword close, I stared at the ceiling and waited for sleep to claim me. Vampires don't dream. Technically, we are dead, our sleep that of a corpse, black and depthless. My dreams were of Kanan, in trouble, seeing through his eyes and feeling what he felt. Because in times of extreme duress, pain, or emotion, blood called to blood, and I could sense what my sire was feeling. Agony. Saren had found him, and was taking his revenge. My eyes narrowed as I recalled the very last one. My throat is raw from screaming. He didn't hold back last night. He was toying with me before, just showing me the edge of his deranged cruelty. But last night, the true demon came out. He wanted to talk, tried to get me to talk, but I wasn't going to oblige him, so he made me scream instead. At one point, I looked down at my body, hanging like a piece of flayed meat from the ceiling, and wondered how I was still alive. I've never wanted to die so badly as I did then. Surely hell would not be as bad as this. It was testament to Saren's skill, or perhaps insanity, that he kept me alive when I was doing my best to die. Tonight, though, he is oddly passive. I woke, as I had countless nights before, hanging by my wrists from the ceiling, mentally preparing myself for the agony that would come later. The hunger is a living thing, devouring me, a torment all in itself. Lately, I see blood everywhere, trickling from the ceiling, oozing past the door. Salvation always beyond reach. It's no use. His voice is a whisper, slithering out of the darkness. Saren stands a few feet away, watching me blankly, his pale face a web of scars. Last night, his eyes glowed feverishly bright as he screamed and railed at me, demanding I talk, answer his question. Tonight, the dead, empty look on his face chills me like nothing else. "It's no use," he whispers again, shaking his head. "You're right here, right at my fingertips, and yet I feel nothing." He slides forward, touching my neck with long, bony fingers, his gaze searching. I don't have the strength to jerk away. "Hear scream, such a glorious song. I imagined how it would sound for years. Your blood, your flesh, your bones, I imagined it all, breaking them, tasting them." He runs a finger down my throat. "You were mine to break, to peel apart, so I could see the rotted soul that lies beneath this shell of meat and blood." It was to be a magnificent requiem.
He steps back, his expression one of near despair. But I see nothing, and I feel nothing. Why? Whirling away, he stalks to the nearby table where dozens of sharp instruments glint in the darkness. "Am I doing something wrong?" he murmurs, tracing them with a fingertip. "Is he not to pay for what he has done?" I close my eyes. What he has done. Saren deserves to hate me. What I did to him, what I was responsible for, I deserve every torment he heaps on my head. But it won't make things right. It won't put an end to what I caused. As if reading my thoughts, Saren turns back, and the gleam in his eyes has returned. It burns with searing intensity, showing the madness and brilliance behind it, and for the first time, I feel a stirring fear through the numbing agony and pain. "No," he whispers slowly, in a daze, as if everything has suddenly become clear. "No, I see now. I see what I must do. It is not you that is the source of the corruption. You were merely the harbinger. This whole world is pulsing with rot and decay and filth. But we will fix it, old friend. Yes, we will fix it. Together." His hand skims the top of the table to the very end, picking up the item on the corner. It isn't bright like the others, shiny metal polished to a gleaming edge. It is long, wooden, and comes to a crude, whittled point at the end. I shiver, every instinct telling me to back away, to put distance between myself and that sharp wooden point. But I can't move, and Saren approaches slowly, the stake held before him like a cross. He is smiling again, a demonic grin that stretches his entire ravaged face and makes his fangs gleam. "I can't kill you, yet," he says, touching my chest with the very tip of the stake, right over my heart. "No, not yet. That would spoil the ending, and I have a glorious song in mind. Oh yes, it will be magnificent. And you will be the instrument on which I compose this symphony."
He steps forward and pushes the tip of the stake into my chest, slowly, twisting it as it sinks beneath my skin. I throw back my head, clenching my jaw to keep the scream contained, as Saren continues. No, old friend, death is still too good for you. We're just going to send you to sleep for a while. The stake continues to slide into my flesh, parting muscle and scraping against my breastbone, creeping closer to my heart. The wood becomes a bright strip of fire, searing me from the inside. My body convulses and starts to shut down. Darkness hovers at the edge of my vision, hibernation pulling me under, a last effort at self-preservation. Saren smiles. "Sleep now, old friend," he whispers, his scarred face fading rapidly as my vision goes dark. "But not for long. I have something special planned." He chuckles, the empty sound following me down into blackness. "You won't want to miss it." The vision had ended there, and I hadn't had any more dreams since. I shifted on the bed, bringing the sword close to my chest, thinking. I'd tracked Saren to one place he had been, a rotted-out ruin of a house in an empty suburb, a long flight of steps leading down to the basement. The scent of Kainin's blood had hit me like a hammer as soon as I'd opened the door. It had been everywhere, on the walls, on the chains that hung from the ceiling, on the instruments spread over the table. A dark stain had marred the floor right below the metal links, making my stomach turn. It didn't seem possible that Kainin had survived, that anything could have survived that macabre dungeon. But I had to believe that he was still alive, that Saren wasn't finished with him just yet. My hunch had been confirmed when, as I had explored further, I'd discovered the stiff, decaying bodies of several humans tossed casually in a closet upstairs. They had been drained of blood, their throats cut open instead of bitten, a stained pitcher sitting on a table nearby. Saren had been feeding Kainin, letting him heal between sessions. Closing the door on the pile of corpses, I felt a deep stab of sympathy and fear for my mentor. Kainin had made mistakes, but no one deserved that. I had to rescue him from Saren's sick insanity before he drove my sire completely over the edge. Gray light was beginning to filter through the holes in the blanket over the window, and I grew ever more sluggish in response. "Hang in there, Kainin," I thought. "I'll find you, I swear. I'm catching up." Although, if I was honest with myself, the thought of facing Saren again, seeing that blank, empty smile, the fevered intensity of his gaze, terrified me more than I cared to admit. I remembered his face through Kainin's eyes, and, though I hadn't noticed it in the dream, I'd later recalled the film across his left eye, pale and cloudy. He'd been blinded there, and recently. I knew because the pocket knife that had been jammed into his pupil the last time I saw him was mine. And I knew he hadn't forgotten me either. 4 months ago, I walked away from Eden, or, more accurately, I was forced out. Much like Adam and Eve getting kicked out of their infamous garden, I had reached Eden with a small group of pilgrims only to be turned away at the gates. Eden was a city under human rule, the only one of its kind, a walled-in paradise with no monsters or demons to prey on its unsuspecting citizens. And I was the monster they feared most. I had no place there. Not that I would have stayed, regardless. I had a promise to keep. I had to find someone, help him, before his time ran out. So I'd left Eden, and the company of the humans I'd protected all the way there. The group I'd left was smaller than the group I'd first joined. The journey had been hard and dangerous, and we'd lost several along the way. But I was glad for the ones who'd made it. They were safe now. They no longer had to worry about starvation or cold, being chased by raiders, or stalked by vampires. They no longer had to fear the rabbits, the vicious, mindless creatures that roamed the land after dark, killing anything they came across. No, the humans who'd made it to Eden had found their sanctuary. I was happy for them. Though there was one I regretted leaving behind. The sky was clear the following night, spotted with stars, a frozen half-moon lighting the way. The wind and the crunch of my boots in the snow were the only sounds keeping me company. As always, while walking alone through this quiet, empty landscape, my mind drifted to places I wished it wouldn't. I thought of my old life, my human one, when I was simply Allie the street rat, Allie the fringer, scraping out a meager existence with my old crew, facing starvation and exposure and a million other deaths just to declare that we were free. Until the night we'd tempted fate a bit more than usual and had paid for it with our lives. New Covington. That was the name of the vampire city where I was born, grew up, and ultimately died. In my 17 years, I hadn't known anything else. I'd known nothing of the world beyond the outer wall that kept out the rabbits, or of the inner city where the vampires lived in their dark, gleaming towers looking down on all of us. My whole existence had consisted of the fringe, the outer ring of New Covington where the human cattle were kept, herded in by fences and branded with tattoos. The rules were simple. If you were branded, registered to the masters, you were fed and somewhat taken care of. But the catch was, you were owned, property. And that meant you had to donate blood on a regular basis. If you were unregistered, you were left to fend for yourself in a city with no food and no supplies except the ones the masters allotted. But at least the vamps couldn't take your blood unless they caught you themselves. Of course, you still had to worry about starving to death. Back when I was human, I'd struggled with hunger every day. My life had revolved around finding food and little else. There had been 4 of us in my small gang: me, Lucas, Rat, and Stick.
We had all been unregistered, street rats, beggars, and thieves, living together in an abandoned school and barely scraping by, until one stormy night when we'd ventured beyond the outer wall to find food and became the hunted ourselves. It had been stupid to step outside the protection of New Covington, but I'd insisted, and my stubbornness had cost us everything. Lucas and Rat had been killed, and I'd been pulled down and torn apart by a pack of rabbits. My life should have ended that night in the rain. In a way, I guess it had. I died that night in Canaan's arms. And now that I was a monster, I could never go back to the life I'd known. I'd tried, once, to contact a friend from my old life, the boy named Stick, whom I'd looked after for years. But Stick, seeing what I'd become, had screamed and fled from me in terror, confirming what Canaan had always told me. There was no going back. Not to New Covington, not to my old life, not to anything that was human. Canaan had been right all along. He was always right. I thought of him often, of the nights we'd spent in the secret lab beneath the vampire city where I was born. His lessons, teaching me what it meant to be a vampire, how to hunt and fight and kill. The humans I'd preyed on, their screams, the warm blood in my mouth, intoxicating and terrible. And Canaan himself, who taught me, in no uncertain terms, what I was, a vampire and a demon, but also that my path was my own, that I had a choice. You are a monster. His voice was always so clear in my head, as if he was standing right next to me, his dark eyes boring into my skull. You will always be a monster. There is no turning back from it. But what kind of monster you become is entirely up to you. That was the lesson I clung to most, the one I swore I'd never forget. But Canaan had another rule as well, one I hadn't remembered so clearly as the first, the one about humans and becoming attached. And just like that, my traitor mind shifted to a lean figure with jagged blonde hair and solemn blue eyes. I remembered his smile. That lopsided grin meant only for me. I remembered his touch, the heat that radiated from him when we were close, his fingers sliding over my skin, the warmth of his lips on mine. I shook my head. Ezekiel Cross was human. I was a vampire. No matter what I felt, no matter how strong my feelings, I could never separate the urge to kiss Zeke from the desire to sink my fangs into his throat.
That was another reason I'd left Eden without saying goodbye, without letting anyone know where I was going. I couldn't be near Zeke without putting his life in danger. Eventually, I would kill him. It was better to be alone. Vampires were predators. The hunger was always with us, the craving for human blood that could take over at any time. Lose yourself to the hunger, and the people around you died. It had been a hard lesson for me to learn, and one that I did not ever want to repeat. It was always there, that fear that I would slip, that the hunger would take over again, and when I came back to myself, I would have killed someone I knew. Even the men I preyed on, bandits, raiders, marauders, murderers, they were all still human. They were living beings, and I killed them to feed myself, to keep myself from attacking others. I could choose what kind of people I preyed on, but in the end, I had to prey on someone. The lesser of the two evils was still evil. Zeke was too good to be dragged down by that darkness. Deliberately, I forced my thoughts away from Zeke before they grew too painful. To keep myself distracted, I concentrated on the pull, the strange tug that I still didn't understand, even now. Awake, I barely felt it. Only in sleep could I sense Kanan's thoughts, see through his eyes. Or, at least, I could before that last vision, when Saren had driven a wooden stake into Kanan's chest, sending him into hibernation. I couldn't feel Kanan's experiences anymore, but when I concentrated, I did know which direction would lead me to my sire. I did that now, emptying my mind of all other thoughts, and searched for Kanan. The pull was still there, a faint pulse to the east, but something was wrong. Not dangerous or threatening, but there was an odd sensation in my gut, that nagging feeling you get when you know you've forgotten something and you just can't remember what. Dawn was still hours away. I wasn't in danger of being caught outside in the light. There was nothing I could have left behind except my sword, and that was strapped firmly across my back. Why then did I feel so uneasy? A few minutes later, it hit me. The pull I was following, that strange but unerring sense of knowing, was slowly splitting off, moving in different directions. I stopped in the middle of the road, wondering if I was mistaken. I wasn't. There was still a strong pull to the east, but also a fainter one, now to the north. I frowned. 2 directions. What could it mean? And where was I supposed to go now? The feeling to the east was stronger. I just barely felt the compulsion to the north, but it was definitely there. Impossible as it seemed, I had come to a crossroad, and I had no idea where to go. Did Kanan free himself somehow? Is he fleeing north, and I'm tracking Saren down alone? It doesn't seem likely that Saren would be the one to run. Upon reflection, my frown deepened, the sense of worry and unease growing stronger. Is it Saren? Would I even feel anything from him? We're not bloodkin, we're not related in any way that I know of. What's going on here? Utterly bewildered, I stood in the center of the road trying to decide what to do, which direction to follow. I was still new to this vampire blood tie thing and had no idea why there would be 2 poles instead of 1. Had Saren fed from Kanan, perhaps? Was it possible that Saren was related to me and my sire in some distant past, centuries ago? It was a mystery, and one I had no way to solve. In the end, I continued east. Indecision and doubt still nagged at me, as the other sense of knowing continued to pull away. But I couldn't be in 2 places at once. I had to pick a direction and keep going. So I chose the stronger of the 2 urges. And if it led me right to a pissed-off, psychotic vampire eager to peel the skin from my bones, then I would just have to deal with that bump when I got there. When I woke the next evening, the second pull had shifted completely to the west. I ignored it and my doubts and continued eastward. For 2 more nights, I walked through unending forest and rotted towns, my only company the road and the occasional flash of wildlife in the darkness. Deer were abundant out here, as were raccoons, opossums, and the odd mountain lion stalking its prey through the trees and broken houses. They didn't bother me, except to give me the evil eye, and I left them alone as well. I wasn't hungry, and animal blood, as I'd learned the hard way, did nothing to satisfy the monster within. The snow and heavy woodlands continued. The road I traveled strangled on either side with vegetation that split the pavement and pushed its way up through the cracks. Eventually, though, the road widened, and dead cars began to appear, rusty hulks of metal beneath the snow growing more numerous as I traveled. I was approaching a city, and my instincts prickled a warning. Most empty towns and suburbs were just that, broken and deserted, with crumbling houses lining silent, overgrown streets. But the cities, once a place of thousands of humans living side by side, were overrun with a different species now. The road widened even more, became a highway, stubbornly pushing back the choking forest. More vehicles appeared, turning the road into a maze of rusted metal and glass, though only on the side of the highway leaving the city. I kept to the other empty lane, passing the endless stream of dead, smashed cars, trying not to look inside, though sometimes it was impossible not to see.
A skeleton lay against the steering wheel of a crumpled car, half buried in the snow that drifted through the broken windshield. Another dangled beneath a charred, overturned truck. Thousands of people trying to leave the city all at once. Had they been fleeing the plague or the madness that came soon after? The road wound through the sprawling city streets, piled high with snow and coated with a thick layer of ice. I left the car-choked main road and entered the empty side streets, finding it easier to navigate the smaller paths. After crossing a windy bridge over a sullen gray river, I stumbled upon a huge marble building, relatively clear of vegetation and strangely undisturbed. Curious, and because it was in the same direction of the pull I'd been following, I headed toward it, then made my way along the outer wall. Half the roof had fallen in, and a couple of the enormous pillars surrounding it were crushed and broken. An entire corner had crumbled away, and rubble was strewn across the floor. I ducked inside, gazing around cautiously. The room, for its enormous size, was quite empty. Nothing lived here, it seemed, except the single owl that swooped out from the high vaulted ceiling when I came in. Marble pillars lined the room, and I could make out words carved into the walls on both sides, though they were too cracked and eroded to read. Against the back wall, looming up to an impossible height, was a statue. An enormous statue of a man sitting on a marble chair, his wrists resting against the arms. One of his hands was missing, and there were many small cracks in his stony features, but he was surprisingly undamaged. The marble chair had been streaked with paint, scrawled with ugly words that continued up the wall, and one corner of the statue was blackened, as if burned. But the man in the chair was still noble-looking despite the damage. His great, craggy face peered down, looking right at me, and it was eerie, standing there beneath the stone gaze of a giant. As I backed toward the exit, the hollow eyes appeared to follow me out. Still, I thought it was a kind face, one that didn't belong in this time. I wondered who he had been to be immortalized in such a way. There were so many things about the time before that I didn't know. Huge statues and marble buildings that seemed to serve no purpose. All very strange. Outside, I paused to get my bearings. Straight ahead, a rectangle of cracked cement stretched away from the bottom of the steps. Leaves and branches were frozen beneath a layer of ice filling the shallow pool, and the rusty hulk of a car lay on its side at the edge. And then I saw the strangest sight yet. Beyond the steps, directly in front of me, a huge white tower rose into the night. It was ridiculously thin and pointed, a pale needle scraping the clouds, looking as if a strong breeze could blow it over. And that faint pull was drawing me right toward it. I hurried down the steps and skirted the edges of the pool, my boots squelching in mud, weeds, and slush. Past the cement, the land dissolved into swampy marshland filled with brush, reeds, and puddles of icy water. As I drew closer and the tower loomed overhead, I realized that the tug, the pull I'd been tracking for months, was stronger than it had ever been, though it wasn't coming from the tower itself, rather from another large white building, barely visible over a canopy of trays beyond. Resolved that my prey was so close, I stalked forward, pushing through weeds and brush, and stopped.
Several hundred yards from the tower, past a crumbling street lined with rusty cars, and across another swampy lawn, a bristling fence rose out of the ground to scar the horizon. About 12 feet tall, made of black iron bars topped with coils of barbed wire. It was a familiar sight. I'd seen many walls in my travels across the country, concrete and wood, steel and stone. They were everywhere, surrounding every settlement, from tiny farms to entire cities. They all had one purpose, and that purpose was right in front of me, preventing any further advances tonight. A huge swarm of spindly, emaciated creatures crowded the fence line, hissing and snarling, bearing jagged fangs. They moved with a jerky, spastic gait, sometimes on all fours, hunched over and unnatural. Their clothes, the few that had them anyway, were in tatters, their hair tangled and matted. Chalky skin was stretched tightly over bones, and the eyes in the gaunt, bony faces reflected the soullessness behind them, a blank, dead wall of white. Rabbits. I growled softly and eased back into the shadow of a tree. They hadn't seen me yet. As I huddled behind the trunk, watching the shambling horde, I noticed a weird thing. The rabbits didn't rush the fence or try to scramble over it, though they could have easily clawed their way to the top if they tried. Instead, they skulked around the edge, always a few feet away, never touching the iron bars. Even more curious now, I peered past the rabbit horde through the fence and clenched my fists so hard the nails dug into my palms. Looming above the gates, beyond the iron barrier, a squat, white building crouched in the weeds. The entrance to the place was circular, lined with columns, and I could make out flickering lights through the windows. And I knew, he's in there. If I had a heartbeat, it would be thudding loudly now. I was so close. But who would it be? Who would I run into once I finally caught up? Would I meet my sire, and would he be surprised to see me? Would he be angry that I'd tracked him down? Or would I run into a dangerous, terrifyingly insane vampire all too eager to torture me to death? Guess I'll find out soon enough. The breeze shifted, and the awful, dead stench of the rabbits hit me full force, making me wrinkle my nose. They weren't going to let me saunter up and knock on what was probably the local vampire prince's door, and I couldn't fight the whole huge swarm. A few of the savage creatures I could deal with, but taking on this many ventured very close to suicide. Once was enough, thanks. I dealt with a massive horde like this one outside the gates of Eden and survived only because there had been a large lake nearby, and rabbits were afraid of deep water. Vampire or not, even I could be dragged under and torn apart by sheer numbers. Frowning, I pondered my plan of attack. I needed to get past the rabbits without being seen. The fence was only 12 feet tall. Maybe I could vault over it? One of the rabbits snarled and shoved another that had jostled it, sending it stumbling toward the fence. Hissing, the other rabbit put out a hand to catch itself, grabbing onto the iron bars. There was a blinding flash and an explosion of sparks, and the rabbit shrieked, convulsing on the metal. Its body jerked and spasmed, sending the other rabbit skittering back. Finally, the smoke pouring off its blackened skin erupted into flame and consumed the monster from the inside. Okay, definitely not touching the fence, I growled. Dawn wasn't far, and soon I would have to fall back to find shelter from the sun, which meant abandoning any plans to get past the gate until tomorrow night. I was so close. It irked me that I was mere yards from my target, and the only thing keeping me from my goal was a rabid horde and a length of electrified metal. Wait, dawn was approaching, which meant that the rabbits would have to sleep soon. They couldn't face the light any better than a vampire. They would have to burrow into the ground to escape the burning rays of the sun. Under normal circumstances, I would as well. But these weren't normal circumstances, and I wasn't your average vampire. Kanan had taught me better than that. To keep up the appearance of being human, I'd trained myself to stay awake when the sun rose. Even though it was very, very difficult and something that went against all my vampire instincts, I could remain awake and active if I had to, for a little while at least.
But the rabbits were slaves to instinct and wouldn't even try to resist. They would vanish into the earth, and with the threat of rabbits gone, the power that ran through the fence would probably be shut off.
There'd be no need to keep it running in the daytime, especially with fuel or whatever powered the fence in short supply. If I could stay awake long enough, the rabbits would disappear and the fence would be shut off, and I'd have a clear shot to the house and whoever was inside it. I just had to deal with the sun. It might not be wise continuing my quest in the daylight. I would be slow, my reactions muted. But if Saren was in that house, he would be slow too. He might even be asleep, not expecting Kaneen's vengeful daughter to come looking for him here. I could get the jump on him, if I could stay awake. I scanned the grounds, marking where the shadows were thickest, where the trees grew close together. Smartly, the area surrounding the fence was clear of brush and trees. Indirect sunlight wouldn't harm us, but it was still unpleasant, even in the shade, knowing that if the light shifted or a gust of wind tossed the branches, you'd be in a great deal of pain. As the sky lightened and the sun grew close to breaking the horizon, the horde began to disappear. Breaking away from the fence, they skulked off to bury themselves in the soft mud, their pale bodies vanishing beneath water and earth. The grounds surrounding the fence emptied swiftly until there wasn't a rabbit to be seen. I leaned against the trunk of a thick oak, fighting the urge to follow the vicious creatures beneath the earth. It was still madly difficult to remain conscious as the sun rose into the sky. My thoughts felt sluggish, my body heavy and tired. But my training to remain above ground, even when our greatest enemy poked its head above the trees, paid off, and I was still standing when the last stubborn rabbit disappeared beneath the earth. Still, I waited until the sun had nearly risen above the trees to allow time for the fence to be shut off. It would be hilariously tragic if I avoided the rabbits, avoided the sun, only to be fried to a crisp on a very electric fence because I was too impatient. About 20 or so minutes after the horde disappeared, the faint hum coming from the metal barrier finally clicked off. The fence was down. Now came the most dangerous part. I pulled my coat over my head and tugged down the sleeves so they covered my hands. Direct sunlight on my skin would cause it to blacken, rupture, and eventually burst into flame, but I could buy myself time if it was covered. Still, I was not looking forward to this. All my vampire instincts were screaming at me to stop when I stepped out from under the branches, feeling the weak rays of dawn beating down on me. Not daring to look up, I hurried across the grounds, moving from tree to tree and darting into shade whenever I could. The stretch closest to the fence was the most dangerous, with no trees, no cover, nothing but short grass and the sun heating the back of my coat. I clenched my teeth, hunched my shoulders, and kept moving. As I approached the black iron barrier, I scooped up a scrap of metal and hurled it out in front of me. It arced through the air and struck the bars with a faint clatter before dropping to the ground. No sparks, no flash of light, no smoke. I didn't know much about electric fences, but I took that as a good sign. Let's hope that fence really is off. I leaped toward the top, feeling a brief stab of fear as my fingers curled around the bars. Thankfully, they remained cold and dead beneath my hands, and I scrambled over the fence in half a second and landed on the other side in a crouch. In the brief moment it took me to leap over the iron barrier, my coat slipped off my head. My relief at being inside the fence without cooking myself was short-lived as blinding pain seared my face and hands. I gasped, frantically tugging my coat back up while scrambling under the nearest tree. Crouching down, I examined my hands and winced. They were red and aching from just a few seconds in the sunlight. I've got to get inside. Keeping close to the ground, I hurried across the tangled, snowy lawn, feeling horribly exposed as I drew closer to the building. If someone pushed aside those heavy curtains in front of the huge windows, they would most definitely spot me. But the windows and grounds remained dark and empty as I reached the curving wall and darted beneath an archway, relieved to be out of the light. Okay, now what? The faint tug, that subtle hint of knowing, was stronger than ever as I crept up the stairs and peeked through a curtained window. The strange circular room beyond was surprisingly intact. A table stood in the center with several chairs around it, all thankfully deserted. Beyond that room was an empty hallway, and even more rooms beyond that. I stifled a groan. Finding one comatose vampire in such a huge house was going to be a challenge. But I couldn't give up. The glass on the windows was shockingly unbroken, and the window itself was unlocked. I slid through the frame and dropped silently onto the hardwood floor, glancing warily about. Humans lived here, I realized, a lot of them. I could smell them on the air, the lingering scent of warm bodies and blood. I wondered why the scent didn't knock me down the second I came into the room. If Saren was here, he'd likely paint the walls in their blood. But I didn't run into any humans, alive or dead, as I made my way through the gigantic house, and that worried me, especially since it was obvious this place was well taken care of. Nothing appeared broken. The walls and floor were clean and uncluttered. The furniture, though old, was sturdy and carefully arranged. The prince who lived here either had a lot of servants to keep this place up and running, or he was incredibly dedicated to cleaning. I continued to scan the shadows and the dozens of empty rooms, wary and alert, searching for movement. But the house remained dark and lifeless as I crept up a long flight of steps, down an equally long corridor, and stopped outside the thick wooden door at the end. This is it. Carefully, I grasped my sword and eased it out, being sure the metal didn't scrape against the sheath. Getting here had been way too easy. Whoever was on the other side of that door knew I was coming. If Saren was expecting me, I'd be ready too. If Kanine was in there, I wasn't leaving until I got him out safe. Firmly grasping the door handle, I wrenched it to the side and flung the door open. A figure stood at the back wall, waiting, as I'd feared. He wore a black leather duster, and his arms, crossed lazily over his chest, were empty of weapons. Thick, dark hair tumbled to his shoulders, and a pale, handsome face met mine over the room, lips curled into an evil smile. "Hello, sister," Jackal greeted, his gold eyes shining in the dim light. "It's about time you showed up." "Jackal," I whispered, as the tall, lean vampire sauntered toward me. I remembered when I'd seen him last, the self-declared prince of a flooded raider city, its residents as dangerous and ruthless as himself. He had gone through a lot of trouble to capture the humans I'd traveled with, 3 years of searching the roads, of having his men comb the countryside. And once Jackal had found them, he hadn't been above sacrificing them, one by one, to get what he wanted. Zeke and I had managed to rescue our group from Jackal's demented clutches, but several had died in the process, and the pain of that failure to save them still haunted me. Why was Jackal here now? The last I'd seen of him, he had been shoved out of a 30-story window. After, I remembered quite clearly, he jammed a wooden stake into my stomach. I didn't have fond memories of the Raider King, and I knew Jackal wasn't terribly happy with me either. Then the implication hit me like a brick in the chest, and I stared at him in horror.
Kanan was our sire, having turned the both of us. The Raider King was my blood brother, and blood called to blood. No wonder there had been 2 poles. If Jackal was here, then he was the presence I'd been following. Not Kanan, not Saren. I'd chosen to track the wrong lead. I gripped my sword so hard the hilt bit into my palm, and I would have snarled in frustration had Jackal not been 20 feet away. Who knew how far Saren had extended his lead now? Months of searching, of trying to close the gap and find my sire, all for nothing. The psychotic vampire still had him and could be on the other side of the world for all I knew. And here I was, trapped in this house with my brother, who probably wanted to kill me. "I've been waiting for you, sister." Jackal smiled as he approached, fangs gleaming. His duster billowed behind him, and I caught a glint of metal beneath. "You took your sweet time, didn't you? And after the Prince of Old DC told all the guards and house staff to hide in the basement to let you through, just in case you were hungry, you still had to skulk through the house like a common burglar? Didn't it seem a bit odd not running into anyone?" Now I did snarl at him, baring my fangs. "What are you doing here, Jackal?" "Visiting the prince," Jackal said mildly, and shrugged. "Waiting for you." He continued to grin at me, smug and dangerous. "Oh, what's the matter, sister? Did you not expect me? Were you hoping to run into someone else?" "I was, actually," I shot back and took a step forward, raising my sword. "But I'll take care of you before I go looking for him again. Let's get on with it." "Let's not," said a low voice, and a new presence entered the room, closing the door behind her.
A tall, statuesque woman gazed down at me with large black eyes. Full red lips stood out sharply against her dusky skin, and her hair floated around her face like a dark cloud. "If you and Jackal are going to fight," she said in a throaty voice, "then wait until tonight and do it outside. I'd rather not have you throwing each other around and breaking furniture." "Azora?" Jackal smiled, waving a hand at me. "This is my lovely little sister." "I gathered that," the vampiress said, not returning the smile. "To me," she said, "please put your weapon away. If you are going to remain in my house, you will do so on civil terms. I would hate to have you thrown out to face the sun." I felt trapped, staring them down. Two vampires, one of whom was still a prince and probably a master. I was all too happy to fight Jackal again, but I doubted I could take them both. The female had that same calm, cool air of another vampire I knew, another master, and I could feel the power in that deceitfully slender form. I sheathed my blade cautiously, still keeping a wary eye on Jackal, who looked far too pleased with this whole situation. "What's going on?" "Azora is an old acquaintance of mine," Jackal said, shooting the vampire woman a sultry look. Other than a raised eyebrow, she did not respond. I thought, since I was passing through, I would pay a visit. Of course, once I sensed you coming, I thought I'd stick around and wait for you. If you're looking for a fight, I'll be glad to give you one. Trust me, sister, nothing would make me happier." Jackal bared his fangs in an evil grin, and I tensed, ready to draw my sword again. "I would love to tear the head from your neck and stick it on the wall outside, but I promised Azora I would behave." He jerked his head at the vampire woman, who continued to watch us both with detached amusement. "Besides," Jackal continued, "I thought you might be interested to know what I discovered about Kanan and Saren." That threw me. I narrowed my eyes, staring him down. "How do you know about that?" "Oh, come on." Jackal crossed his arms. "You're not the only one looking for our dear sire. Kanan and I need to have a little talk, but that freak Saren is making it difficult. Did you actually come here looking for them?" He shook his head, either in admiration or disgust. "What would you have done if it had been Saren you stumbled onto, and not me? You think you're a match for him, little sister? He would have turned you inside out." "So what are you doing?" I challenged. "Hiding out here, hoping Saren gets bored or tired of tormenting Kanan? Don't want to take on Saren yourself?" "Very straight," Jackal returned with a flash of fangs. "I'm not going after that psycho unless I have to. You think I'm bad?" He snorted and shook his head. "You haven't seen anything until you've met crazy Saren, and you sure as gosh won't be able to take him on alone. Not even Kanan wanted to cross paths with him. He'll completely destroy you." I blinked, startled at the underlying fear in Jackal's voice. It sounded like he had run into Saren before as well. Or maybe Kanan had simply warned him about Psychovamp and his eternal vendetta. Whatever the reason, hearing Jackal's warning made me even more reluctant to face Saren and more desperate to get Kanan away from him. "Listen to your brother," Azora broke in, startling me. "He is correct. We all have heard of Saren and his cruelty, his ruthlessness, his brilliance even through his madness. When I heard that he was in the city, I ordered my humans to not leave the house even during the day and ran the fence continuously until I was certain he was gone. Very. Even the master vampire, the prince of this city, was scared of Saren. How strong was he really? Or was he just an unpredictable nutjob that no one wanted around, spouting creepy poetry and making everyone nervous? Somehow, I doubted it. Saren was cunning and dangerous enough to capture Kanan, the strongest vampire I knew. True, Psychovamp had been after him for a very, very long time, and it was partially my fault that he had found us. But still, if Kanan had succumbed to Saren's cruel insanity, what would he do to me? "So why are you still here?" I demanded, glaring at Jackal. "You said you were waiting for me. Here I am. What do you want?" "I have a proposition for you." Instantly suspicious, I stiffened, and Jackal sighed. "Oh, don't give me that look, sister. I'm a reasonable guy." He smiled dangerously. "You invaded my city, set it on fire, killed my men, and destroyed over 10 years of careful planning, But that doesn't mean we can't reach an agreement. I have nothing to say to you, I growled. There's nothing you can offer that will keep me here. I'm leaving. If you want to fight, try me again when the sun goes down. Well, that's a shame, Jackal replied, seeming unconcerned as I turned away, because I know what Saren was looking for. I paused a few feet from the hall. I could feel Jackal's smug, knowing grin at my back, and, hating myself, turned slowly back around. What are you talking about? Like I said, Saren came to Old DC looking for something, showed up a few days before I did, then took off again with Kanan. I didn't follow because I'm not stupid enough to take him on myself, and because I could feel you coming, so I thought I'd wait for you. You still haven't answered my question, or given me any reason to stick around. I narrowed my eyes. In fact, you have about 5 seconds to make your case before I walk out that door. Oh, trust me, you'll want to hear this. The former Raider King crossed his arms, unconcerned. You know how the Rabbids were created, don't you? He asked. That it was our dear sire, the noble Kanan himself, who sacrificed our own kind to seek a cure to the plague, only to have the humans screw everything up when they changed those vampires into Rabbids. He told me. Good. Saves me the time of explaining everything. Jackal leaned against a bookcase. Well, they didn't have just the one lab. The government had a few of them, scattered about the country, all frantically working to end the plague. And one of them is somewhere in this city. He grinned at my startled expression. Yeah, Kanan once mentioned there was a hidden lab in the old capital, and when Saren came sniffing around, I figured that's what he was looking for.
Where is this lab? No idea, Jackal. Shrugged. Figured I'd talk to Azora, see if she knew anything about it. She thinks that it's underneath the city somewhere, down in the old tunnel systems that run below ground. Problem is, those tunnels are crawling with Rabbids, making it difficult to search for it. That's when I got the brilliant idea to wait until you showed up. I figured we'd cover more ground if we looked for it together. It was my turn to snort, and I'm going to agree to help you. Why? Because...
If you help me find the lab, Jackal returned, I'll help you save Kanine.
I don't need your help.
Yes, you do.
He pushed himself off the bookcase, giving me an intense look. You don't know Saren. You don't know what he's capable of. You think you're going to storm his lair, take him out, and rescue Kanine, but you're wrong. Saren's a crazy jerk, and he's older and smarter than either of us. You want to stop him, you're going to need my help. We can always kill each other later, when we catch up to our sire, but if you want to see Kanine again, you're going to have to trust me.
Because you have such a great track record in that department?
Oh, come on, Jackal said, smiling encouragingly. Just because I staked you and tossed you out a window, surely we can get past that little misunderstanding. No, I growled, feeling my fangs slip through my gums. It's not what you did to me. You kidnapped and murdered my friends. You fed one of them to a rabbit. You tortured a man to get what you wanted, and you are responsible for his death. I remembered the blood-stained arena, the cage in the center, and the rabbit pulling its victim down with chilling screams. My lip curled back from my fangs. I should kill you now for what you did to them.
Is that so?
Jackal regarded me intently. Then tell me, my dear sister, how many have you killed? How many of my men died when you fled the city with your little friends, huh? How many throats have you torn out? How many humans have you ripped apart because you couldn't control the hunger? Or maybe I'm wrong. He tilted his head with a fake, quizzical expression. Maybe you're the first of our kind who doesn't need human blood to survive. If that's the case, then please, tell me now so I can apologize and be on my way. He looked at me expectantly with his eyebrows raised. I clenched my fists and glared back, and he nodded. Who are you trying to fool? People are food. You know it as well as I do. So don't expect me to feel terribly guilty about killing your humans, not when you reek of blood and death. You're not any less of a monster than I am, I growled, half tempted to lunge and cut that smirking head from his body. Zeke's father, Jebediah Cross, deserved that much justice. So did Darren and Ruth and all the others we'd lost because of the Raider King. But Azora took a single step forward, placing herself closer to me and Jackal, and I could feel her readiness to jump in if needed. Work with me here, sister, Jackal went on, his voice low and cajoling. I'm not asking for much.
I just want you to help me find the lab. Then we can go rescue the old man, but I need to find the lab first. That could take time, I argued. Time I don't have. Time Kanine doesn't have. We have to get to him before Kanine is already dead, Jackal snapped, or as near to it as he can be. Saren forced him into hibernation, and it's rare for us to come out of that. He isn't going to wake up anytime soon, and if Saren wanted him truly destroyed, he would have done it by now. Why are you so eager to find this place? Jackal gave me a look of incredulous contempt. You really have to ask me that? He sighed and shook his head. What have I been after this whole time? What was so important that I searched the country for 3 years to find that old preacher and his little congregation? What would bring me here to ask for your help when I had a whole army of raiders and minions ready to do my bidding? Think hard, sister. It's not that difficult. I didn't have to think about it. The cure, I whispered. Jackal smirked and nodded. Yeah, the cure. The end of rabbitism. That's a little more important than finding Kanine right now. He held up a hand as I glared. I still want to find the old man, he told me. Like I said, we need to have a talk, and I'm going to need your help to get him away from Saren. So you help me, and I'll do the same. He bared his fangs in a savage grin. And then, after all that is out of the way, you can try to kill me, and I'll stick another stake in your gut and leave you for the rabbits. What do you say? Jackal, Azora said, sounding faintly exasperated. If you wish this girl's cooperation, I suggest you stop taunting her. She is not one of your simple human thugs whom you can cower with a threat. If I am forced to kill her because of your uncharitable attitude, I will be very annoyed with you. Now, she turned that dark, intense stare on me. The sun is up, and I am very tired. If you two wish to continue your verbal sparring, I ask that you wait until evening. For now, I offer my home for as long as you have need of it. I hesitated, not sure what to make of this generosity, if I should trust it, or her. But she was right. The sun was up, and unless I wanted to venture outside, I would have to take my chances. Thank you. Azora blinked slowly. I would offer you the guest suite across from Jackal's, but I fear I might return to a war zone. So, I will have William show you to one of the lower suites. We will continue this conversation tonight. And, girl, her dark gaze narrowed, turning ominous and threatening. I can smell the blood on you. Do not eat my staff, or I will forget my hospitality long enough to remove the head from your neck. Is that understood? I bit down a smirk. Diplomacy was necessary when dealing with master vampires, and princes especially. They did not deal well with sarcasm, I discovered. Yes, I replied simply. I understand. Apparently satisfied, Azora turned to the door and raised a hand. 1 second later, a human in a black and white uniform stepped through the frame and bowed to me. I will show you to your room, he said in a formal voice. Please follow me. I shot Jackal one last glare and followed the human, trailing him down several long hallways and flights of stairs, my mind reeling. I had fully expected to find Saren or my sire tonight. That it was Jackal threw a wrench in all my plans. I wasn't sure what to do next. The human made his way unerringly through the massive house until we came to a long hallway of doors. After pointing out the one to my room, the man bowed hurriedly and left, leaving me alone in the corridor. Still wary, I opened the door, revealing a small but lavishly furnished room. The bed, dresser, nightstand, and table were old but meticulously cared for, polished to a dark shine and smelling faintly of chemicals. A pitcher and glass sat on the nightstand beside the bed, and the scent of warm blood roused my hunger with a vengeance. I didn't trust Jackal at all, but it wouldn't hurt to take advantage of the prince's hospitality, especially since it came in a cup and not the veins of a human. I drained the pitcher, feeling the blood settle in my empty stomach and the sharp ache vanish for now. As my hunger subsided, sleep took its place, dragging at my mind, weighing me down. After locking my door, I dragged the bulky dresser from its place against the wall and shoved it up against the wall. Maybe I was being paranoid, but I was not going to sleep in a strange house with 2 vampires, one of whom was Jackal, without some kind of precaution. Satisfied that I'd at least have warning if someone came bursting through my door, I crawled atop the cool red sheets, not bothering to take off my coat or boots, and pondered what Jackal had said for as long as I could before succumbing to the darkness. I woke the next evening with my sword in hand, having unsheathed and readied it as sleep finally dragged me under.
Unfamiliar walls and furniture stared back at me as I rose, pausing a moment to remember where I was. A glance at the door revealed that it was still locked and barricaded, untouched. The pitcher sat empty on the end table, so no one had disturbed me while I slept. No servant, anyway. As I sheathed my weapon, the previous night's conversation came back to me, making me frown. Jackal was here, my ruthless, murdering blood brother. I should leave. Better yet, I should kill him. We had a clear night sky and an empty lawn perfect for it. He'd kicked my ass the last time we'd fought, nearly killed me, but I was stronger now. If it came down to blows, this time I'd give him a hell of a fight. But if he was telling the truth, if the cure to rabbitism lay somewhere beneath our feet, no cost would be too high to find it. Much as I hated to admit it, Jackal was right. Charging in blind after Kanan wouldn't help him. I needed a plan if I was going to face Saren. The help of another strong vampire was too great an opportunity to pass up. Still, the thought of working with Jackal made my blood boil. I hadn't forgotten what he'd done to our group. He was cruel and vicious, and saw humans only as food or the means to an end. He killed without a second thought. He'd killed people I knew, people I considered friends. Zeke would never consider letting him live. I was still trying to decide what to do when a servant knocked timidly on the door, informing me that Master Azora and Master Jackal were waiting for me in the living room and to follow him, please. After returning the dresser to its proper place, I followed the well-dressed human down the many hallways and up a flight of stairs before he paused outside a doorway and motioned me inside. Azora and Jackal were there, of course. Azora sitting on a sofa with her long legs crossed, a wineglass of blood dangling between her fingers. Jackal slouched against the fireplace mantel, despite the flames flickering in the hearth, and the light cast his features in an eerie red glow. How he could stand being so close to the flames was baffling. I would never consider tempting fate like that. But then Jackal shot me a grin, smug and challenging, and I realized he was playing me. He knew the effect it would have on a vampire, and was making sure I knew that he was not afraid. Oh hey, the queen finally makes her appearance. Jackal raised his glass in a mocking salute before tossing the whole thing back in one swig. Azora gave him a disdainful look and sipped her drink. So, little sister, are you ready to get this project underway? I still haven't agreed to help you, I said, making Jackal sigh with impatience. Why is that so surprising? As if I would agree to work with the guy who slaughtered my friends, who will probably stick a knife in my back as soon as I turn around. Don't think of it as helping me, Jackal said in a reasonable voice. He didn't, I noticed, deny either accusation. Think of it as helping Kanan. I at least will take any advantage I can get if I'm going to be facing Saren. I turned to Azora. What do you think of all this? Me? Azora raised a thin eyebrow. I don't care one way or the other. I'm just here to make sure you two don't turn my house inside out. Come on, sister, Jackal implored. Let's not have a repeat of last night. You know this is the best way to help Kanan. And, admit it, you're just as curious as I am. I glared at him. Let's say I do agree to this, for now. His smirk grew wider, and I ignored it. You said Saren was searching for the lab as well. Where do you think it could be? Azora uncrossed her legs and leaned forward, setting her glass on the low table in front of the couch. I had my people track down some old maps of the city and its subway systems, she said, smoothing a large sheet of paper over the wood. They don't tell us exactly where to find a super-secret government lab, but I have a few good guesses. Jackal remained where he was, but I crossed the room to the other side of the table, looking down at the paper on the surface. I'd never seen a map before and had no idea how to read one. It was a tangle of lines and scribbles that merged together into a chaotic mess. But Azora placed one dark red fingernail on a random line, tracing it across the page. The rabbits, she began in her throaty voice, keep to the subway tunnels in the daytime. At night, they emerge to hunt and stalk for prey, but usually return to the underground stations at dawn. Except for those few that can't seem to leave my fence alone, at least. No one in this city ventures down into the tunnels, for any reason, at any time. It is not known exactly how many rabbits are down there, but there are likely thousands of them.
And this, she added, circling a place on the map with her finger, is where we think the main nest is located. Withdrawing her hand, she glanced up at me. That's where you're going to want to look for the lab. Why is that? If this laboratory unleashed the rabid virus, it would have spread quickly. Hundreds, perhaps thousands of people would have been infected around that area. There would be a very high rabid population starting from that point and spreading outward. Wait a second, I frowned, thinking back to what Kanan had told me. I thought the laboratory in New Covington was responsible for creating the rabids. They escaped, and that's how the rabid plague started. Is that what Kanan said? Jackal snorted. That's part of the story, but not the whole of it. He pushed himself off the wall and sauntered to an end table, grabbing a pitcher half full of red and refilling his glass. Sitting comfortably in one of the armchairs, he took a large swallow from the glass and smiled at me. Have a seat, sister. Let me tell you exactly what happened, so you can fully appreciate the role our sire had in this whole really messed up situation. Jackal took another long, leisurely sip, waiting for me to sit down. I perched cautiously on the opposite chair. You know that Kanan captured vampires and handed them over to the scientists to experiment on, Jackal began, pleased now that he had an audience. It reminded me of his speech in the arena, standing in front of his army, the raiders cheering his name, right before he threw Darren into the arena with a rabbit for their entertainment. I could still hear Darren's screams as the rabbit tore him apart. Rage flared, and I swallowed the growl rising to my throat, trying to concentrate on what the Raider King was saying now. It was all in the interest of curing Redlung, Jackal continued, oblivious to my sudden anger. Or that's what Kanan probably told himself while he was selling out his own kind. He would track down a likely target, stake them to send them into hibernation, then deliver them to the laboratories, where the scientists would do all the happy things scientists do to their hapless subjects. I shifted uncomfortably in my seat, disturbed to think of Kanan that way, even though I already knew about it. Or had thought I did anyway. The thing was, Jackal continued, putting his boots up on the low, polished table, ignoring the glare from Azora, New Covington wasn't the only lab searching for a cure. True, they were the one with the vampire patients, but they also shared their research with the other labs. And something happened here in DC to cause a massive rabid outbreak. Hundreds of people turned within a matter of hours. We know the New Covington lab burned down, and all the research was either taken or destroyed. But we don't know anything about the lab below this city. Is it still standing? Does it have the research from decades ago? What's been left behind, I wonder? The cure? Hopefully. But what about the other things? The research on the plague and the virus and how rabbidism came to be? Jackal's gold gaze narrowed, and something in that intense look made my skin crawl.
If any of that research is left behind, who is the very last person we'd want to stumble upon it? Saren is brilliant and crazy and more than a little unstable. Think of all the nasty things he could do if he got his hands on that kind of information. I shivered and felt the last of my protests dissolve. If Saren was planning something, he had to be stopped. And if there was a cure to rabbidism, we had to find it. For better or worse, it appeared I would be working with my blood brother. For now, at least. I desperately hoped I was making the right choice and that Kanan would be able to hang on until we could get to him. I thought you would see it that way. Jackal smiled and rose, his duster falling behind him. So, now that we're all finally on the same page, shall we get this party started? The rabbits were back, milling around the perimeter, but Azura showed us a tunnel that led from the house to an empty building beyond the fence. She wasn't sad to see us go, but provided us with maps, thermoses of blood, and the reluctant offer that we could return if we absolutely had to. The subway is several blocks in that direction, Azura told Jackal, pointing to a spot on the half-open map. It's the quickest way to get to the nest, but remember, once the sun rises, the tunnels will be crawling with rabbits when they return underground to sleep. I suggest that you hurry, and try to stay off the streets. Use the rooftop. The rabbits rarely think to venture off the ground. Thanks, darlin', Jackal said, giving her a suggestive smile. Maybe I'll drop by again someday, and we can reacquaint ourselves when we have a little more time, eh? Yes, just let me know when you're coming. Azura gave a tight smile.
I'll try to remember to turn the fence off for you, minx. Jackal grinned, and Azura closed the door, shutting us out. The city that lay beyond the fence was dark and eerie, overgrown with trees and bramble, as if a forest had grown up and smothered everything beneath. It was easy enough for two vampires to climb to the top of the nearest building and pick our way over loose shingles and gaping holes. Sometimes, where the space between buildings was too far to jump, we had to drop to ground level, but only until we could get to the next building and scale the walls. On the rooftops, the path was fairly clear, the moon lighting our way as we traveled above the streets, following Azura's map. Below us was a different story. Rabbids roamed the tangled streets, skulking between cars, climbing out of windows, loping along crumbling sidewalks. They snarled and hissed at each other, blind in their rage and driven mad by the hunger. There didn't seem to be any humans beyond the fence. I wondered if the ones in Azura's fortified house were the only humans left. An unfortunate cat tried scurrying across the road and was instantly pounced on by a rabbit, who shoved the feline's head between his jaws and ripped it in two. The smell of blood drew several more rabbits to the area, and a vicious fight erupted, with the rabbits screaming and tearing at each other for the remains of the animal. "You're not very talkative," I ignored him, keeping my gaze straight ahead. Jackal strode easily next to me, sometimes glancing at the map as we traversed the rooftops. "Nothing to say?" Jackal went on. "That's a surprise. You were so verbose the first time we met. I must admit, I've killed a few siblings, but you're the first one I actually thought I could get along with." He sighed. "But then, of course, you killed my men and ran off with those humans I worked so hard to acquire. You and that boy." His voice took on a slight edge. "What was that kid's name again? The old preacher's son, the one the humans kept crying over, thinking he was dead? Something biblical, wasn't it? Jeremiah? Zechariah? Ezekiel," I thought, as my stomach went cold. "And there's no way I'm ever telling you about Zeke. I shouldn't be here, helping you. I should take my sword and shove it through your sneering face." "So, whatever happened to your humans?" Jackal inquired after several more minutes of tense silence. "Did they leave? Run away? After you went through so much trouble to get them out of my city?" He grinned. "Or did you wind up eating them all?" "Shut up," I finally snapped, not looking at him. "They're safe. That's all you need to know." "Oh." I could feel his sneer, sense the gleeful smugness as we continued over the broken rooftops. "Got them to Eden, then? How very charitable of you." He grinned at my sharp glance. "What? Shocked that I know about Eden? Don't be. I always knew it was out there. A city with no vampires, just a bunch of fat little humans scurrying around pretending to be in charge. I knew that old man was looking for it too, and that, eventually, he would slip up and land right in my lap. He and his little band couldn't run from me forever. I just had to be patient. And it paid off. We finally got them. Everything was going to plan." His eyes narrowed. "Or it was, until you showed up." "Yeah, sorry to ruin your plans to take over the world." "That is not true," Jackal said, sounding affronted. "I was trying to find a cure for rabbidism." I snorted. Any living thing bitten by a rabbit would turn rabbit itself, but that wasn't the only way to create one. Vampires, through the result of the mutated red lung virus, were all carriers of rabbidism as well. Just biting or feeding from a human wouldn't turn them, but for most of our kind, attempting to create a new vampire through the exchange of blood would birth not a vampire, but a rabbit. Only the few masters, the princes of the cities, could spawn new offspring anymore, and even then, they were just as likely to spawn a rabbit. Kanan, our sire, was a master himself, but I was still very lucky to have made the transition to vampire instead of rising again as a monstrous, mindless horror. "That old human, the key," Jackal went on, glaring at me now. "He had all the information we needed, the results the scientists had on the plague, the tests they ran, how the rabbids were created, everything. I was trying to save our race, sister. I came so close, and you ruined it all." "You were trying to cure rabbidism so you could turn your raider pets into a vampire army and take over everything," I shot back. "Don't even try to sell me the saint act. You're nothing but a scheming, bloodthirsty killer who's out for power." And by the way, where is that raider army of yours? Did they finally turn on you once you couldn't promise them immortality anymore? Oh, don't worry, they're still there. Jackal's smile was not friendly. It's fairly easy to govern a city that has no rules. The minions do what they please, and I don't stop them. But with that old human dead, I had to come up with a new plan. That's when I thought you and I needed to have a little talk, and I certainly couldn't do that with a raider gang following me about the country. He shrugged. They'll be there when I get back, with the cure. You haven't stopped anything, sister. You've just delayed things a bit. If there is a cure. We don't know if this lab created one or not, even a partial one. I would have shared it with you, Jackal said, sounding angry and hurt at the same time. You and me, sister, we could have had it all. We could have had everything. I didn't want everything, I glared at him. I didn't want your city, your minions, your schemes for power, any of it. I just wanted to get my friends to safety. Uh-huh, Jackal raised an eyebrow. And how did that turn out? I don't see any of your friends here now. Where are they? Back in their Eden, I suppose? Why didn't you hang around if you're such great pals? He snickered and went on before I could answer. Here's what I think happened. You got the little blood bags to Eden, like you said you would, but oh, they couldn't let a vampire into the city, now could they? That would just cause a panic, having a wolf walking among the sheep. So they either turned you away or drove you off.
And your little friends, the humans that you rescued from the big bad Raider King, the people you stuck your neck out for, they didn't do anything. Because they knew the others were right. Because you're a monster who kills humans to live. And no matter how much you tell yourself otherwise, that's all you'll ever be. Tell me again why I'm helping you? Jackal laughed. You know I'm right, sister. You can deny it until the sky falls down, but you're only fooling yourself. You don't know me. He snickered again, and I whirled on him. And another thing, stop calling me sister. We're not related just because Canaan sired us both. I have a name, Allison. Start using it. Sure thing, Allison. Jackal bared his fangs in a sneer. But we both know the truth. Vampire blood is stronger than human ties. Our blood links us together in a way they can't even imagine. Why do you think you could sense where I was, where Canaan is? Because you're getting stronger. And the stronger the vamp, the easier it becomes to know where the members of your particular family are at any time. That's why most covens are all members of the prince's family, the ones he sired himself. He can sense where they are, and sometimes even what they're thinking. Makes it hard for them to turn on him. But the tie goes both ways. That's why we've been able to sense Canaan. Yep, Jackal looked off to the west as we started walking again, and each other, to a lesser extent. But the strongest pull is toward our sire, or at least it was until he went into hibernation. It doesn't work as well if the vampire is close to death, but it's still there. Why? Because in some small subconscious way, Canaan is calling for us. A couple hours later, we were no closer to finding the subway entrance than when we first started. Jackal stopped at the edge of a roof, the open map in both hands, turning it this way and that. Well, very. There's supposed to be an entrance to the subway somewhere on this street, but how the gosh are you supposed to read a map if there are no gosh signs? I let him fiddle with the map in silence and watched the pale forms of the rabbits slipping through the shadows below. Why would Sauron be looking for this laboratory? I mused, softly so my voice didn't alert the monsters under our feet. What do you think he wants? Jackal gave a distracted grunt. Don't ask me. I'm not a psychotic maniac. He paused. Well, not as much of a psychotic maniac. Okay, there's the Foggy Bottom Metro entrance. Where the gosh is the tunnel? He glanced down at the street and sighed. Maybe he's searching for the cure to rabbitism too. He tossed over his shoulder. Oh, but wait, you don't care about that, do you? A large group of rabbits slid from between two buildings, directly below Jackal. He ignored both them and me as he studied the map. For a moment, I had the murderous thought of shoving him over the edge, letting him fall into the group of rabbits, seeing if he could survive. The monster within approved of this plan, urging me to step forward, to attack when he wasn't looking. Yes, it whispered. Do it. Jackal would, and he will someday.
As soon as he doesn't need you anymore, he'll hit you from behind without a second thought. But that would make me just like him, wouldn't it? The opportunity passed before I had a chance to decide. The rabid pack moved away, and the moment was lost. I watched them skulk across the street, hissing and snarling, and then vanish beneath a rubble pile. I blanked. "Hey," I said, and Jackal lowered the map, watching as I walked to the edge of the roof and crouched down. "I think I found it." We dropped carefully into the street, glancing around for rabbits lurking behind cars or around buildings. Warily, we crossed the road and examined the spot where the pack had disappeared. The building next door had partially fallen, and the ground was strewn with broken glass, steel, and cement. But beneath the collapsed overhang, a tiny, nearly invisible hole snaked down into the darkness. Jackal grinned at me, hard and challenging. "Ladies first." I bristled. The tunnel entrance sat quietly, like the open gullet of something huge and evil, waiting to swallow me whole. I crouched down and peered inside. Darkness greeted me, thick and eternal, difficult to pierce even with my vampiric night vision. Cold, dry air wafted from the crack, smelling of dust and rot and decay. "What's the matter?" Jackal's smug voice echoed behind me. "Scared? Need your big vampire brother to go down first? Shut up." Scowling, I reached back and drew my sword, sending a faint metallic rasp into the darkness. If something came leaping at me out of the black, I wanted to be prepared. Holding the hilt backward so that the flat of the blade pressed against my arm, I crouched down, rabbit style, and slid into the hole. My fingers touched rock and cold metal, and when I straightened, I found myself at the top of a long flight of stairs leading down into the unknown. The stairs, partially buried under earth and stone, were metallic, uneven, and had a strange rippling effect to them, as if they hadn't been firmly grounded. If you looked at them a certain way, you could almost imagine they had once moved. Jackal slid in behind me, feet first, dropping to the stairs with a grunt. "All right," he muttered as he straightened. Unlike me, he had to bend over slightly to avoid scraping his head on the ceiling. Being small did have its advantages sometimes. Shaking out the map, he squinted at it in the dark. "So, according to this, we have to take the red line north to get to the nest, which will be somewhere around this area." He tapped the paper with a knuckle, looking thoughtful. "Where, exactly?" "Doesn't say. So, we're going in blind, searching for a lab that may or may not be there, in the middle of a nest of rabbits who will trap us underground if we can't find a way out. Exciting, isn't it?" Jackal grinned and folded the map again. "It's moments like this that really make you appreciate immortal life. Don't you love it, sister? Doesn't it make you feel alive?" "I'll pass, thanks." Sheathing my sword, I started down the stairs. Right now, I'll settle for finding the lab and getting out of here in one piece. The staircase descended deeper underground, opening into an enormous tunnel. The familiar rails lined either side of the platform, once having shuttled metal cars back and forth between stations, now quite empty. The ceiling of the huge domed tunnel was strange, a motif of concrete squares, some fallen in large chunks to the platform, stretching all the way down the corridor. Jackal walked to the edge of the platform and dropped to the tracks, peering down the tunnel. "No sign of rabbits," he muttered, "at least not yet." He glanced at me over his shoulder. "You coming or not?" I leapt onto the tracks behind him. "What's the matter, Jackal?" I sneered, wanting to repay him for that last quip. "Need me to hold your hand every time we go down a dark hole?" He laughed, the sound bouncing off the domed roof of the ceiling, surprising me. "See, this is why I like you, sister. You and me, we're exactly the same." I'm nothing like you, I thought, but his words continued to haunt me long after we entered the tunnel. Man, these things go on forever, don't they? I winced as his voice echoed loudly in the looming silence, a wave of noise traveling down the endless corridor. "Mind keeping it down," I growled, listening for the shuffle of feet or the skitter of claws over rock, rabbits alerted to our presence. We'd encountered a few of the monsters already, and I had no desire to cut my way through another wave. The dark subway tunnels reeked of them, their foul stench clinging to the walls. Nothing else moved here, not even rats. Sometimes we encountered bodies of rabbits, ravaged corpses torn apart by their own kind. Once we came across what we thought was another dead body, only to have it leap at us with a shriek, swiping at us with its one remaining arm. Jackal seemed to enjoy these encounters, swinging the steel fire axe hidden beneath his duster with vicious force, crushing skulls and snapping bones with a savage grin on his face. I was far less enthused. I didn't want to be in this underground labyrinth of death with this vampire I didn't like and certainly didn't trust. Because watching him fling himself at the rabbits, grinning demonically as he tore them limb from limb, reminded me too much of myself. That thing that I kept locked away, the beast that goaded me into raw animal rage and bloodlust, the part that made us dangerous to every human we encountered, the part that kept me from ever being with Zeke. My blood brother grinned at me, swinging his bloody fire axe to his shoulder. "Ah, sister, don't tell me you're scared of a few rabbits." A few rabbits is one thing, a massive horde in a narrow tunnel is another, and dawn is just a couple hours away. I glared down the crumbling cement tube in frustration. Old DC's underground was a never-ending maze of tunnels and pipes and corridors that snaked and twisted and stretched away into the darkness. The night was waning, and the tunnels just went on, forever it seemed. We'd even stumbled into what looked like an underground mall, with ancient stores crumbling to rubble, strange items rotting on near-empty shelves. I'd once thought the sewers beneath New Covington were confusing. They were nothing compared to this. "Where is this stupid lab?" I muttered. "It feels like we've been walking in circles all night." Jackal started to reply, but suddenly paused, a slight frown crossing his face. "Do you hear that?" he asked me. "No, what is it?" He motioned me to be quiet, then crept forward again. The cement tube that we were walking down narrowed, and then I did hear something that raised the hair on my neck. If the low growls and hisses didn't rouse my suspicions, the dead, rotting stench that slithered down the tunnel confirmed it. Weapons out, we eased forward, silent as death. Ahead of us, the tunnel abruptly ended in open air, and a rusty, narrow catwalk stretched out over nothing. Gripping my weapon, I followed Jackal to the edge of the catwalk and peered down, into the darkness. "Gosh," Jackal murmured, sounding faintly odd. We stood at the edge of a massive round chamber, the walls soaring up a good 15 feet above us. The narrow metal bridge, stretching to another tunnel on the opposite side, had to be at least 200 feet across. The railings had rusted away completely, and the mesh floor had disintegrated in spots, but that wasn't what worried me the most. Below us, about 20 feet down, the cement floor was a shifting, roiling carpet of pale bodies and jagged fangs. Rabbits filled the chamber, growling, hissing, moving about the room like a swarm of ants. There were hundreds of them, maybe thousands, coming in from various tunnels and pipes near the ground. I hissed as their scent wafted up from the pit, blood and rot and decay and wrongness, and took a step back from the edge. "Well," Jackal mused softly, watching the rabid swarm with vague amusement, "I think it's safe to say that we've found the nest." He shook the catwalk experimentally. It creaked, rust and metallic flakes drifting down to the horde below. Thankfully, they didn't notice. Doesn't seem very sturdy, does it? This is going to be interesting. "You can't be serious. Do you see any other way across?" Jackal crossed his arms, shooting me a challenging smirk. "I thought you were so anxious to find the lab." I smirked back. "Fine, after you then." He shrugged. Stepping onto the narrow bridge, he carefully eased out over the sheer drop, testing for weakness. The catwalk groaned but held, and he grinned at me. "Afraid of heights, sister? Need me to carry you across?" "Yeah, why don't you save the smart comments until you're on the other side?" He rolled his eyes, turned, and began walking across the gap, moving with unnatural grace. Despite that, the catwalk creaked and groaned horribly under his weight. It shuddered and swayed, and I bit my lip, certain it would snap at any second and Jackal would plummet to his death. Beneath us, the rabbits had noticed the vampire trying to cross the bridge, and their shrieks and snarls rose from the pit as they surged forward, gazing up hungrily. Some of them began leaping for the catwalk, swiping at it with their claws, and though they couldn't quite make it, some of those leaps came frighteningly close. After several long, tense moments, Jackal finally reached the other side. The hisses and screams from the rabbits were deafening now, echoing through the chamber, as Jackal turned and beckoned me across with a grin. Oh gosh. Swallowing hard, I stepped to the edge and peered down again. The rabbits saw me immediately and began flinging themselves at my end of the catwalk, slashing at the air. Trying to ignore them, I stepped onto the rickety metal walkway, feeling it shake and shudder under my feet. The end of the bridge seemed an impossible distance away. One step at a time, Allie. Keeping my gaze straight ahead, I started across the catwalk, putting one foot in front of the other as lightly as I could. There were no railings to grab hold of. I had to make my way across on balance alone. The bridge swayed and groaned as I neared the center, carefully stepping over the gaping holes in the mesh floor. Through the gaps, the rabbits churned below me, glaring up with dead white eyes and gashing their fangs. As I was nearing the end, trying to move faster but still keep my steps light, a rabbit leaped up from the floor, lashed out, and struck the bottom of the catwalk with a metallic screech that lanced up my spine. The walkway jerked to the side, nearly spilling me off, then let out a deafening groan as one side of the bridge shuddered and twisted like paper. Fear shot through me. I gave a frantic leap for the edge of the tunnel, just as the catwalk snapped and plummeted into the hordes below. I hit the wall a few inches from the edge and clawed desperately for a handhold, my finger scrabbling against the smooth wall as I slid toward the wailing sea of death below. Something clamped around my wrist, jerking me to a stop. Wide-eyed, I looked up to see Jackal on his stomach, one hand around my arm, his jaw clenched. His face was tight with concentration as he started to pull me up. A reeking skeletal body landed on my back, sinking claws into my shoulders, screaming in my ear. I snarled in pain, ducking my head as the rabbit tore at my collar, trying to bite my neck. I couldn't do anything, but Jackal reached down with his other hand, drew the katana from its sheath on my back, and plunged it into the rabbit. The weight clinging to me dropped away as the rabbit screeched and fell back into the mob below, and Jackal yanked me into the tunnel. I collapsed against the wall, staring at him as he glared down at the rabbits. He had just saved my life. Stunned, I watched him approach and hold the katana hilt out to me. So, his gold eyes shone as he gazed into mine. I think I'm entitled to a smart comment or two now, don't you think? I took the sword numbly. Yeah, I muttered, as his smug look faded into something that wasn't completely obnoxious. Thanks. No problem, little sister. The leer returned, making him look normal again. Comment number 1, how much do you weigh to snap the bridge like that? I thought you Asians were supposed to be petite and dainty. Okay, moment over. I sheathed my blade and glared at him. And here I almost thought you weren't a complete jerk. Well, that's your mistake, not mine. Jackal dusted his hands and gave the edge of the tunnel a rueful look. Shall we continue, before our friends start climbing each other to get to us? If that's the nest, the lab should be around here somewhere. A clang from the pit below drew my attention. Walking to the edge, I peered out, just as a rabbit landed on the tunnel rim with a snarl.
As I snarled back and kicked the thing in the chest, sending it toppling back into the hole, I saw that the catwalk had fallen against the wall of the pit, and that rabbits were scrambling up to leap into the tunnel. I drew my katana, slashing another out of the air as it flew at me, howling, but Jackal grabbed the back of my coat, yanking me away. No time for that. The whole nest will be up here in a second. Come on. The wails and shrieks intensified as more rabbits entered the tunnel, snarling and baring their fangs. I spun, shrugging free of Jackal's grip, and we bolted down the passage, the screams of the monsters close behind. A few miles from the nest, we didn't seem to be any closer to the hidden lab. You're just guessing now, aren't you? I snapped at Jackal, who shot me an annoyed look over his shoulder as we ran. Sorry, I didn't see the big X with the words Top Secret Government Laboratory on the map, did you? A rabbit dropped down from a breach overhead, hissing as it landing in front of us. Jackal whirled his axe, striking it under the jaw and smashing it aside, and we continued without slowing down. I could still hear the horde in pursuit, their screams echoing all around us, reverberating from everywhere. We had definitely poked a stick into a wasp nest, stirring them into a frenzy. We were in their world now, and they were closing in. I snarled at the vampires retreating back.
Yeah, well, maybe you'd like to get that map out so we know where we're going. We ducked through a doorframe into yet another narrow cement corridor, rusted beams and pipes lining the walls and ceiling, dripping water on us from above. Jackal yanked the map from his coat and shook it open with a rustle of paper, scowling as the shrieks of the rabbits echoed behind us. All right, where are we? He muttered, squinting at the map in the darkness, eyes narrowed in concentration. I glanced nervously at the hall we'd just come through, hearing the rabbits draw closer, their claws skittering over the cement. Jackal began walking down the corridor, weaving around fallen beams and pipes, and I followed. You know they're right on our tail. First, you want me to look at the map, now you're rushing me along. Make up your mind, sister. He walked by a tall square pillar that jutted out of the wall. Two sliding doors stood half open in the front, and a cold breeze wafted out of the crack. Okay, there's the subway tunnels, Jackal muttered, walking a little faster now, holding the map close to see it in the dark. And there's the entrance we came in. Wait a second. He stopped and half turned in the corridor, looking back the way we'd come. I followed his gaze, but saw nothing except empty hallway and rusty pipes, though I could still hear the rabbits, getting closer. Where are you going? I asked as Jackal began walking again, back toward the approaching horde. Hey, wrong direction. In case you didn't know, we usually want to move away from certain death. Jackal stopped at the long, square pillar jutting from the wall. Yeah, I thought so, I heard him mutter. This isn't on the map, and there shouldn't be anything down there. Get over here and look at this. Against my better judgment, I jogged over to where Jackal stood, staring at the doors. Cold, dry air billowed out of a gap that ran down the center, and Jackal gave a snort. He's been here. What? Saren? No, the boogeyman. Look. Jackal pointed to the sliding doors. The metal was crumpled along the edges, as if something had slipped iron-like fingers into the seam and pried them open. I peered through the gap, following the narrow shaft as it plunged into the dark. It was a long, long way down. A howl rang out behind us, and rabbits spilled into the corridor, a pale, hissing flood. They screamed as they spotted us and charged, hurtling themselves over beams and around pipes, their claws sparking against the metal. Move, sister. Jackal's voice boomed through the shaft, making my ears pound, and something shoved me through the opening. I leaped forward, grabbing thick cables as I dropped into the tube, catching myself with a grimace. Jackal squeezed through the doors and, instead of grabbing for the metal ropes, swung himself onto a rusty ladder on one side of the wall. He glanced over his shoulder and grinned at me. I'll meet you down there. You're lucky I can't reach you right now. Jackal only laughed, but at that moment, a rabbit slammed into the doorframe, hissing and gnashing its fangs across the gap separating us. With a shriek, it sprang forward, soaring through the air, grabbing the cables next to mine. Claws slashed at me, and I yelled, kicking at it as we hung there, the metal ropes shaking wildly. Curved talons sparked off the cables, and I swung myself around the ropes, out of its reach. The rabbit shimmied through the cables like a grotesque monkey, lunging at my face with fangs bared. With a snarl, I threw up my arm, letting jagged teeth sink into my coat and skin, and then yanked it to the side, ripping the monster off the cables into empty air. It snatched desperately for another rope, missed, and plummeted down the shaft, screaming. It was a long time before I heard the faint thud at the bottom. More rabbits crowded the doorframe, their empty, dead eyes locked on me, but these seemed reluctant to take that leap. I looked around and saw Jackal already several yards below me, descending the ladder at shocking speed. Muttering dark promises under my breath, I began climbing down into the darkness. The shaft went down at least a couple 100 feet, a pitch-black, claustrophobic tube that seemed to descend into the center of the earth. Even with my vampire sight, which turned complete darkness into shades of gray, I couldn't see the bottom or the top. It made me feel like I was dangling over a bottomless pit. I was relieved when I finally heard Jackal hit the bottom, sending a metallic thump up the shaft. I slid down the remaining length of rope, landing on a square metal platform that swayed slightly under my weight. Gazing around, I discovered the platform wasn't attached to the walls of the tube. It appeared to be a large metal box at the bottom of the cables. A pale, broken body lay in the crack between the wall and the box, its skull smashed open on the corner. Jackal stepped up, smirking, and I fought the urge to kick him in the shin. "Looks like we're on the right trail," he stated, pointing to a hatch in the center of the box that had already been pulled open. "After you." Pulling my sword, I dropped through the hatch, landing inside the rectangular box, finding these doors shoved open as well. Beyond the opening, a long hallway ended at two thick metal doors. Jackal hit the floor beside me, his duster settling around him, and straightened, giving the entrance a shrewd look. "All right, you jerk," he muttered, walking forward. "What were you looking for down here?" We went through the doors together, pushing them back, and stepped into a dark, chilling room. At first, it reminded me of the old hospital where Kanan and I had stayed in New Covington. Beds on wheels sat against the wall, sectioned off by rotted curtains, or lay tipped over on the ground. Shelves of strange instruments were scattered about, and bulky machines sprawled in the middle of the floor or in corners, knocked down and broken. Glass clinked under our feet as we maneuvered the maze of rubble and sharp objects. I looked closer and saw that most of the beds had leather straps dangling from the sides, thick cuffs to restrain wrists and ankles. Pushing aside a moldy curtain, I jumped as a skeleton grinned at me from a bed, rotten leather restraints hanging on bony wrists. My stomach turned as I stared at the naked bones. What had happened here? Jackal had already moved on, searching the hidden corners of the room, so I continued along a wall until I found another door. Unlike the others, this one didn't swing open at my touch.
Why was it locked when none of the other doors had been? I braced myself and then lashed out with a kick, aiming for just beside the doorknob. There was a sharp, splintering crack, and the door crashed open. It was an office, at least it looked like one from the shelves and metal cabinets and large wooden desk in the corner. Unlike the rest of the lab, this one looked fairly clean and intact. Nothing looked broken, and the furniture, though old and covered in dust, was still standing. Except there was a suspicious-looking dark spatter on the wall behind the desk, and when I walked around, I discovered a skeleton slumped in the corner, the threads of a long, once-white coat still clinging to him. One bony hand clutched a pistol. Wrinkling my nose, I turned around and noticed a single book lying in the middle of the desk. Curious, I walked over and picked it up, examining the cover. It didn't have a title, and when I flipped it open, messy, handwritten pages sprang to light, instead of neat rows of typing. Day 36 of the Human Vampire Experiment, the top line read. All power is being redirected to keeping the lab up and running, so I am writing down my findings here in case we lose it all. Then, if something happens to me, perhaps the project can continue from the notes I will leave behind. We continue to lose patients at an alarming rate. Early tests with the samples from the New Covington lab have been disastrous, with our human subjects dying outright. We have not had a single patient survive the infusion of vampire blood. I hope the team in New Covington can send us samples we can actually work with. Dr. Robertson, head scientist of the DC Vampire Project. I shuddered. So, it sounded like the scientists here had been working with the New Covington lab, only they'd been experimenting on humans instead of vampires. That couldn't be good. I flipped a couple more pages and read on. Day 52 of the Human Vampire Experiment. The power grid in the city has gone down. We are running on the emergency backup generators, but we might have had our first breakthrough today. One of the patients that we injected with the experimental cure did not immediately die. She became increasingly agitated and restless minutes after receiving the injection and appeared to gain the heightened strength of the vampire subjects. Interestingly, she became increasingly aggressive to the point where her mental capacities appeared to shut down and she resembled a mad or rabid animal. Sadly, she died a few hours later, but I am still hopeful that a cure can be found from this. However, some of the younger assistants are beginning to mutter. That last experiment rattled them pretty badly, and I don't blame them for wanting to quit. But we cannot let fear hinder us now. The virus must be stopped, no matter what the cost, no matter what the sacrifice. Mankind's survival depends on us. We're close. I can feel it. A chill crawled down my spine. I turned the page and kept reading. Day 60 of the Human Vampire Experiment. I received a rather frantic message today from the lead scientist at the New Covington lab. Abort the project, he told me. Do not use any more of the samples on human patients.
shut down the lab, and get out. It was shocking, to say the least, that the brilliant Malachi Cross was telling me to abandon the project. I'm sorry, my friend, but I cannot do that. We are close to something, so very close to a breakthrough. I cannot abandon months of research, even for you. The samples that came in yesterday are the key. They will work, I am sure of it. We will beat this thing, even if I have to inject my own assistance with the new serum. It will work. It must. We are running out of time. I swallowed hard, then turned to the very last entry. This one was blotched and messy, as if the author had written it in a great hurry. The lab is lost. Everyone is dead or will be dead soon. Don't know what happened. Those monsters suddenly everywhere. Malachi was right. Shouldn't have insisted we go through with the last experiment. This is all on me. I've locked myself in my office. Can't go out, not with those things running around. I only hope they don't find a way back to the surface. If they do, heaven help us all. If anyone finds this, the remaining samples of the retrovirus have been placed in freezer number 2 in cryogenic storage. And if you do find them, I pray that you will have better success than I, that you will use them to find a cure for red lung and for this new monstrosity we have unleashed. Hey, Jackal appeared in the doorway before I could finish the entry. He jerked his head into the hall, serious for once. I found something, and I think you'd better see this. Taking the journal, I followed him, already suspecting what I would find. We swept through another pair of metal doors into a small, bare room with tiled floors and walls. It was colder in here. If I were a human, my breath would be billowing out in front of me, and bumps would be raised along my skin. Looking across the room, I saw why. 4 large white boxes stood along the back wall. They looked like bigger versions of normal refrigerators, except I'd never seen a working one before. One of the doors was open, and a pale mist rised out of the gap, creeping along the ground. Silently, I walked up to the door and pulled it back, releasing a blast of cold. Inside, rows of white shelves greeted me. The shelves were plastic and narrowly spaced, and tiny glass vials winked at me from where they stood in tiered holders. Jackal stepped behind me. "Notice anything missing?" he asked softly. I scanned the shelves and saw what he meant. Near the top, one of the layers was gone, as if it had been pulled out and never returned. Jackal followed my gaze, his eyes darkening. "Somebody took something from this freezer," he growled. "None of the others are touched, and that someone was here recently too. Now, who do you think that could be?" I shivered and stepped back, knowing exactly who it had been. As I shut the door, my gaze went to the simple, hand-drawn sign taped to the front, just to confirm what I already knew. Freezer 2, it read, in faded letters. Sarin, I thought, feeling an icy chill spread through my veins. What the hell are you planning? "Well," Jackal muttered, crossing his arms, "I will say I am officially more disturbed than I was when we first started. I don't know what was in that freezer, but I can hazard a pretty good guess, which just seems all kinds of bad news." His voice was flippant, but his eyes gleamed dangerously. "There's no cure here, that's for certain. So, I guess the million-dollar question is, what would a brilliantly insane psychotic vampire want with a live virus, and where is he taking it now?" Sarin had the red lung virus. The thought was chilling. What did he want with it? Where was he going? And how did Kanan figure into everything? At a loss, I looked down at the forgotten journal, at the unfinished entry on the last page. I pray that this can be stopped. I pray that the team in New Covington is already working on a way to counter this. The lab there was designed to go into stasis if anything happened. It may be our only salvation now. May God forgive us. And I knew. The journal dropped from my hands, hitting the floor with a thump. I felt Jackal's eyes on me, but I ignored him, dazed from the realization. If Sarin wanted to use that virus, there was only one other place he could go. The place I'd sworn I would never return to. New Covington, I whispered, as the path loomed unerringly before me, pointing back to where it all began. I have to go home. Captive. There were no spotlights up on the wall. In New Covington, the outer wall was the city's shield, lifeline, and best defense, and everyone knew it. The 30-foot monstrosity of steel, iron, and concrete was always lit up at night, with spotlights sliding over the raised round in front of it and guards marching back and forth up top. It circled the entire city, protecting New Covington from the mindless horrors that lurked just outside, the only barrier between the humans and the ever-hungry rabbits. It was the one thing that kept the prince in power. This was his city. If you wanted to live behind his wall, under his protection, you had to consent to his rules. In my 17 years of living in New Covington, the wall had never once been abandoned. "Something is wrong," I muttered, as Jackal and I stood on the outskirts of the kill zone, the flat, barren strip of ground that surrounded the wall. Pits, mines, and coils of barbed wire covered that rocky field, making it deadly to venture into. Spotlights, blinding beams of light that were rumored to have ultraviolet bulbs in them to further discourage rabbits from coming close, usually scanned the ground every 50 feet. They were dark now. Nothing moved out in the kill zone, not even leaves blowing across the barren landscape. The wall is never unmanned, not even during lockdowns. They always keep the lights on and the guards patrolling, no matter what. Yeah? Jackal scanned the wall and kill zone skeptically. Well, either the prince is getting lazy, or Sauron is wreaking his personal brand of havoc inside. I'm guessing the latter, unless this prince is a spineless tool. He glanced at me from where he was leaning against a tree trunk. "Who rules New Covington anyway? I forgot." "Salazar," I muttered. "Oh, yeah," Jackal snorted. "Little gypsy bastard, from what Kanan told me. One of the older bloodlines, prided himself on being royal, for all the good it did him here." He pushed himself off the tree and raised an eyebrow. "Well, this was your city once upon a time, sister. Should we walk up to the front gate and ring the doorbell, or did you have another way in? We can't just walk across the kill zone." I backed away from the edge, heading into the ruins surrounding the wall, the rows of dilapidated houses and crumbling streets. There were still mines and booby traps and other nasty things, even if the wall wasn't being patrolled. But I knew this city. I'd been able to get in and out of it pretty consistently, back when I was human. The sewers below New Covington ran for miles and weren't filled with rabbits like the old DC tunnels. "The sewers," I told Jackal. "We can get into the city by going beneath the wall." The sewers, huh? Why does this not surprise me? Jackal followed me up the bank, and we wove our way through the tall weeds and rusted hulks of cars at the edge of the kill zone, back into the ruins. "You couldn't have mentioned this on the way." I ignored him, both relieved and apprehensive to be back. It had taken us the better part of a month, walking from old DC across the ravaged countryside, through plains and forest and countless dead towns to reach the walls of my old home. In fact, it would have taken us even longer had we not stumbled upon a working vehicle one night. The Jeep, as Jackal called it, had cut down our travel time immensely, but I still feared we'd taken too long. I hadn't had any dreams to assure me that Kanan was still alive, though if I concentrated, I could still feel that faint tug, urging me on. Back to New Covington, the place where it all began, where I'd died and become a monster. "So, you were born here, were you?" Jackal mused, gazing over the blasted field as we skirted the perimeter. "How positively nostalgic. How does it feel, coming back to this place as a vampire instead of a blood cow?" "Shut up, Jackal." I paused, glancing at a broken fountain in front of an apartment complex. The limbless cement lady in its center gazed sightlessly back, and I felt a twinge of familiarity, knowing exactly where I was. The last time I'd seen New Covington, Kanan and I had been trying to get past the ruins into the forest before Salazar's men blew us to pieces. "I thought I was done with this place," I muttered, continuing past the statue. "I never thought I'd come back." "Ah," Jackal mocked. "No old friends to see then? No places you're just dying to revisit?" His mouth twisted into a smirk as I glared at him. "I would think you'd have lots of people you'd want to contact, since you're so fond of these walking blood bags. After all, you're practically one of them." I stifled a growl, clenching my fists. "No," I rasped, as memories surged up despite my attempts to block it out. My old gang, Lucas and Rat and Stick, the crumbling, dilapidated school we'd used as our hideout, that fateful night in the rain, There's no one here, I continued, shutting those memories back into the dark corner they'd come from. All my friends are dead. Oh well, that's humans for you, always so disgustingly mortal. Jackal shrugged, and I wanted to punch his smirking mouth. All through our journey from old DC, he'd been an entertaining, if not pleasant, travel companion. I'd heard more stories, pointed questions, and crude jokes than I'd ever wanted to know about, and I'd gotten used to his sharp, often cruel sense of humor. Once I'd realized his remarks were purposefully barbed to get a rise out of me, it was easier to ignore them. We did almost come to blows one night when he'd wanted to share an older couple living in an isolated farmhouse, and I'd refused to let him attack them. We'd gone so far as to draw weapons on each other, when he'd rolled his eyes and stalked away into the night, returning later as if nothing had happened. The next evening, 3 men in a black Jeep had pulled alongside us, pointed guns in our direction, and told us to get in the vehicle. It had not gone well for them, but we did end up with that nice Jeep. And with our hunger temporarily sated, the tension between Jackal and me had been diffused a bit. Of course, I still wanted to kick him in his smart mouth sometimes, but he'd never brought up New Covington or my years as a human until now. So very fragile, these blood bags, he continued, shaking his head. You blink, and another one has up and died. Probably better in the long run anyway. I'm sure you got the whole "you must leave your past behind" lecture from Kanan. Jackal, I sighed, just drop it. To my surprise, he did, not saying another word until we reached the drainage pipe that led into the sewers. It was an odd feeling, sliding through the pipe, emerging into the familiar darkness of the tunnels. The last time I'd done this, I'd been human. Ugh, Jackal grunted, straightening behind me, wringing dirty water from his sleeves. Well, it's not the nastiest place I've ever crawled through, but it's definitely up there. At least they're not in use anymore. From what Kanan told me, all the human crap in the city used to flow through these kinds of tunnels. He grinned as I gave him a sideways look. Disgusting thought, ain't it? Kinda makes you glad you're not human anymore. Without replying, I started down the tunnels, tracing invisible steps back toward the city. We walked in silence for a while, the only sounds our soft footsteps and the trickle of water flowing sluggishly by our feet. For once, I was glad that I was a vampire and didn't have to breathe. So, Jackal's low, quiet voice broke the stillness. How did you meet Kanan? It was here, right? You never told me much about you and him. Why'd he do it? Do what? Turn you? Jackal's eyes glowed yellow in the darkness of the tunnel, practically burning the side of my face. He swore that he would never create another spawn after me. You must have done something to catch his attention, to make him break his promise. Jackal smiled, showing the very tips of his fangs. What made you so special, I wonder? I was dying. My voice came out flat, echoing down the tunnel. I got caught outside the wall one night and was attacked by rabbits. Kanan killed them all, but it was too late to save me. I shrugged, remembering the terror, the phantom pain of claws in my skin, ripping my body apart. I guess he felt sorry for me. No, Jackal shook his head. Kanan never turned humans just because he pitied them. Jackal smiled, showing the very tips of his fangs. What made you so special, I wonder? I was dying. My voice came out flat, echoing down the tunnel. I got caught outside the wall one night and was attacked by rabbits. Kanan killed them all, but it was too late to save me. I shrugged, remembering the terror, the phantom pain of claws in my skin, ripping my body apart. I guess he felt sorry for me. No, Jackal shook his head. Kanan never turned humans just because he pitied them.
How many humans do you think we've watched die in horrible and painful ways? If he offered to make you immortal, he must have seen something in you that he liked, made him think you could make it as a vampire. He doesn't bestow his curse on just anyone. I don't know, then, I snapped, because I didn't want to talk about it anymore. What does it matter? I'm a vampire now. I can't go back and change his mind. Jackal raised an eyebrow. Would you want to? His question caught me off guard. I thought of my life as a vampire, an immortal. How long had it been since I'd seen the sun, let it warm my face? How long since I had done anything truly human? I realized I didn't remember what real food tasted like anymore. The hunger had completely infused my memories, so the only thing I ever craved was blood. And the most ironic thing?
If Kanin hadn't turned me, I would never have met Zeke. But being a vampire meant I could never be with him either. I don't know, I said evasively, and heard Jackal's disbelieving snort. Of course it was easy for him. He reveled in his strength and immortality, caring nothing for those he slaughtered along the way. A few months ago, I'd been so certain, but now, if it came back to that night, lying in the rain as my life slowly drained away, and a vampire asked me, once more, what I wanted, would my choice be the same? What about you? I challenged, to get him off the subject. Why did Kanan turn you? Certainly not for your charming personality. He snorted a laugh. So how did you meet Kanan? You two don't seem like you'd get along very well. We didn't, Jackal said easily. Especially at the end, right before we parted ways. I guess you can say I was his biggest disappointment as a vampire. Why? He smiled evilly. Oh no, you're not getting my story that easily, sister. You want me to open up? He grinned wider and pressed close, making me uncomfortable. His voice dropped to a low murmur. You're going to have to prove that I can trust you. You can trust me? I pulled back to glare at him, feeling my fangs press against my gums. You're joking, right? I'm not the egotistical, murdering jerk. I don't toss unarmed humans into cages with rabbits and let them rip them apart for sport. I'm not the one who put a stake in my gut and threw me out a window. You keep harping on that, Jackal said with exaggerated patience. And yet, you are a vicious, murdering vampire, sister. It's in your blood. When are you going to realize that you and I are exactly the same? We're not, I wanted to snarl at him, but a noise in the tunnels ahead made me pause. Halting, I put up a hand and looked at Jackal, who had stopped as well. He'd heard it too. We eased forward, quietly but not too concerned with what we might find. Rabbids rarely came down here. The prince had sealed off all entrances into the sewers, except a few, for the sole purpose of keeping them out of the city. Occasionally, a rabbid would wander down here, but never for long, and never in the huge swarms we'd seen in Old DC. As we rounded a corner, there was a shout, and a flashlight beam shone painfully into my eyes, making me hiss and look away. Raising my arm, I peered back to see 3 pale, skinny figures standing at the mouth of the tunnel, gaping at us. I relaxed. Mole men, as they were called, had been nothing but urban legends to me when I was a fringer, just creepy stories we told each other about the cannibals living under the streets, until I'd run into a group of them one night in the tunnels. They were not, as some stories claimed, giant hairless rat people. They were just emaciated, but otherwise normal humans, whose skin had turned pale and diseased from a lifetime of living in dark sewers. However, the stories about mole men preying on and eating fellow humans weren't entirely false either. That seemed a lifetime ago. This time, I was the thing they feared, the monster. Who are you? One of them, a skinny human with scabs crusting his arms and face, demanded. More topsiders coming down to crowd our turf? He stepped forward and waved his flashlight menacingly. Get out, go back to your precious streets and stop trying to invade our space. This is our territory. Jackal gave him an evil, indulgent smile. Why don't you make us, little man? He purred. Knock it off. I moved forward, blocking his view of the humans before he could kill them. What do you mean? I demanded, as the 3 mole men crowded together, glaring at us. Are people from the fringe coming down here? Why? Vampire, whispered one of them, his eyes going wild and terrified, and the others cringed. They started edging away, back into the shadows. I swallowed a growl, stepped forward, and the scabby human hurled the flashlight at my face before they all scattered in different directions. I ducked, the flashlight striking the wall behind me, and Jackal lunged forward with a roar. By the time I'd straightened and whirled around, he had already grabbed a skinny mole man, lifted him off his feet, and threw him into the wall. The human slumped to the ground, dazed, and Jackal heaved him up by the throat, slamming him into the cement. That wasn't very nice of you, he said, baring his fangs as the human clawed weakly at his arm. My sister was only asking a simple question. His grip on the human's throat tightened, and the man gagged for air. So, how about you answer her before I have to snap your skinny neck like a twig? I stalked up to him. Oh, that's a good idea. Choke him into unconsciousness. We're sure to get answers that way. He ignored me, though his fingers loosened a bit, and the human gasped painfully. "Start talking, bloodbag," the Raider King said. "Why are topsiders coming down here?" "I don't know," the mole man rasped, and Jackal shook his head in mock sorrow before tightening his grip again. The human choked, writhing limply in his grip, his face turning blue. "Wait," it croaked, just as I was about to step in. "Last topsider we saw, he was trying to get out of the city, said the vampires had locked it down. Some kind of emergency. No one goes in or out." "Why?" I asked, frowning. The human shook his head. "What about this topsider then? He probably knows. Where is he now?" The mole man gagged. "You can't talk to him now, vampire. His bones, rotting in a sewer drain." Horror and disgust curled my stomach. "You ate him?" "Oh, well, that's disgusting," Jackal said conversationally, and gave his hand a sharp jerk. There was a sickening crack, and the human slumped down the wall, collapsing face first into the mud at our feet. Horror and rage flared, and I spun on Jackal. "You killed him. Why did you do that? He wasn't even able to defend himself. There was no point in killing him." "He annoyed me." Jackal shoved the limp arm with a boot. "And there was no way I was going to feed on him. Why do you care, sister? He was a bloodthirsty cannibal who probably killed dozens himself. I did the city a favor by getting rid of him." I snarled, baring my fangs. "The next human you kill in front of me, you'd better be ready for a fight, because I will come after you with everything I have." "You're so boring." Jackal rolled his eyes, then faced me with a dangerous smile of his own. "And I'm getting a little tired of your holier-than-thou act, sister. You're not a saint. You're a demon. Own up to it." "You want my help?" I didn't look away. "You want your head to stay on your neck the next time you turn your back on me?" His eyebrows rose, and I stepped forward, my face inches from his. "Stop killing indiscriminately, or I swear I will bury you in pieces." "Yes, that worked out so well for you last time, didn't it? And it seems we keep having this conversation. Let me make something perfectly clear." Jackal, his eyes glowing a dangerous yellow, leaned closer, crowding me. I stood my ground. "If you think I'm afraid of you," he said softly, "or that I won't put another stick in your heart and cut off your head this time, you're only fooling yourself. I've been around a lot longer than you."
I've seen my share of cocky vampires who think they're invincible, until I rip their heads off. "Anytime, Jackal." I reached back and touched the hilt of my sword. "You want that fight? Just say the word." Jackal stared at me a moment longer, then smiled. "Not today," he murmured. "Definitely soon, but not today." He stepped back, raising his hands. "Fine, sister, you win. I won't kill any more of your precious blood bags, unless I have cause, of course." He looked down at the dead mole man and curled a lip. "But if they come at me with knives or stakes or guns, all bets are off." "Now, are we going to head into the city, or were you planning to hold hands with these cannibals and have a sing-along?" I glanced once more at the broken corpse, wondering if his people would come for him and what they would do with his body if they did. Shying away from those thoughts, I stalked past Jackal and continued down the tunnel. The rusty ladder that led up to the surface was exactly where I remembered it, and I felt another weird flicker of déjà vu as I pushed back the heavy round cover and emerged topside. Nothing had changed. The buildings were still there, dark and skeletal, falling to dust beneath vines and weeds. The rusted hulks of cars, their innards gutted and stripped away, sat decaying along sidewalks and half buried in ditches. The vampire towers glimmered in the distant inner city, as they had every night before this. Familiar and unchanged, though I didn't know what I'd expected. Maybe I'd thought things would be different, because I was so different. "Huh," Jackal commented as he emerged from underground, gazing around at the crumbling buildings, the roots and weeds that grew over everything and pushed up through the pavement. "This place is a right mess, isn't it? Where is everyone?" "Nobody stays out after dark," I muttered as we walked through the weed-tangled ditch, hopped the embankment, and strode into the street. Even though the vamps force the registered humans to give blood every 2 weeks and have plenty of blood slaves in the inner city,
They still go hunting sometimes. Of course they do, Jackal said, as if that was obvious. What fun is feeding from blood bags you don't catch yourself? It's like having a stocked lake and never fishing from it. I ignored that comment, nodding to the very center of the city, where the 3 vampire towers were lit up against the night sky. That's where the prince lives, him and his coven. They never come down to the fringe. At least, I never saw them when I lived here. Jackal grunted, following my gaze. According to vampire law, as visitors to the city, we're supposed to check in with the prince, he muttered. Tell him where we're from, what our business is here, how long we're staying. He snorted and curled a lip. I don't really feel like playing by the little prince's rules, and normally I would say the hell with it, but that's going to be a problem now, isn't it? Yeah, I agreed. I could feel the pull that drew me toward my sire. It was faint now, flickering erratically, as if Kanine was barely hanging on to life, but it still pulled at me, right toward the 3 towers in the center of New Covington. He's in the inner city, I sighed. Yep, and we'll probably run into Salazar's men while we're there. Could make searching for Kanine challenging if they decide we don't belong. Jackal grimaced, as if speaking from experience. Princes tend to be irrationally paranoid about strange vamps in their cities. Well, we'll just have to take that chance. I gazed at the vampire towers and narrowed my eyes. Salazar tried to kill Kanine and me both after he found us in the city. Jackal snickered, and I scowled at him. He won't be too fond of you either, because you're Kanine's blood. He hates Kanine with a vengeance. Everyone hates Kanine, Jackal said with a shrug. All the old masters know what he did, what he helped create. If we say we're looking for him, Salazar will probably assume we want to kill him. He doesn't have to know the truth. And what if he decides he wants to come with us and do the honors himself? Salazar is a master. Jackal smiled evilly. It would be helpful to have a master around when we run into Sarent. They can tear each other to pieces, and we can sneak out with Kanine. If we're lucky, they'll kill each other. If not, he shrugged. Then we'll just finish off the survivor when he's distracted. I don't like it. Why does that not surprise me? Jackal's voice was flat. What exactly is tripping you up here, sister? Having the prince help us? Letting him fight our psychotically murderous vampire friend? Or is it the whole kick him when he's down thing that's tweaking your conscience? He shook his head. Don't be so bloody naive. Salazar is a vampire, one who's lived a very long time and has become a prince the old-fashioned way, by killing all his competition. He'll do exactly the same to us if he has the chance. He bared his fangs. And you are going to have to start thinking like a vampire, my dear little sister, or you're never going to survive this world. His words had an eerily familiar ring to them. I'd told Zeke Cross the same thing once, that the world was harsh and unmerciful, and he wasn't going to survive if he didn't see it for what it was. All right, I snarled. Fine, let's go see the prince, but I'm not spending any more time with him than we have to. We're here for Kanine, nothing else. Finally, Jackal rolled his eyes. The shrew can see reason after all. Bristling, I was about to tell him what he could do with his reason when a noise stopped me. A soft noise. One that, for whatever reason, raised the hair on the back of my neck. We both turned to see a lone figure staggering down the street toward us. The human moved like it was drunk, shuffling, swaying from side to side, nearly tripping over its own feet. It would hit a car or the side of a building and lurch back, staggering and confused. I gave a soft growl, resisting the urge to pull away. Maybe because it reminded me of the animals bitten by rabbits, stumbling around one moment, trying to eat your face off the next. Or maybe because there was just something off about it. Humans, even drunk humans, never ventured out this late at night. Save for a few of the more vicious gangs, and one very stubborn street rat, who incidentally was no longer alive, all residents of New Covington fled inside when the sun went down. They had nothing to fear from rabbits, of course, but wander the streets after dark, and you were just begging to be noticed by a vampire out hunting for live prey. As the human drew closer, pawing blindly at its face, it tripped over a curb and fell, striking its head on the pavement. I saw its skull bounce on the asphalt and the body collapse, twitching and gasping in the gutter. At first, I thought it was dead, or at least dying. Then I realized it was laughing. Nice. Bloodbag's either too drunk to live or has gone right off the deep end, Jackal said, in what would have been a conversational tone if his fangs hadn't been showing through his gums. I don't know whether to laugh or put it out of its misery. At his voice, the human raised its head, regarding us with eyes that were as blank and glassy as a mirror. It was a woman, though it had been difficult to tell at first. Her hair had either been cut or torn out, as the top of her head was sticky with blood. Long gashes ran down both sides of her face, bleeding freely over her skin, but she didn't seem to notice the open wounds. I resisted the urge to take several steps back. "Are you all right?" I asked, ignoring Jackal, who snorted. "You're hurt. What happened?" The woman stared at me a second before her face contorted in a gaping, laughing scream. Baring blood-stained teeth, she lurched to her feet and charged me, swinging her arms. I leaped aside, and she ran headfirst into a cement wall, hitting the bricks with a muffled thump and reeling back. Shaking her head, she turned, spotting me through the curtain of blood running down her face, and shrieked with laughter.
As she lurched forward again, I drew my sword. At the sight of the weapon, she paused, still giggling, and suddenly clawed at her face, tearing open the already bleeding scars. More dark blood oozed down her cheeks. It's someone new?" she rasped, making my skin crawl. "Someone new to make the burning stop? What the hell?" Jackal began, just as she lunged again, howling. Again, I dodged, but she followed me this time, swinging and flailing in complete abandon. "Back off," I snarled at her, baring my teeth. But the sight of fangs seemed to incense the human further. With a screech, she leaped, swiping at my face. I ducked her wild slashing and drove my sword hilt between her eyes, knocking her off her feet. The human fell backward, her skull giving a faint crack as it hit the pavement again. She twitched, moaning, but didn't get up. Stepping past her body, I shot Jackal an evil look. "Thanks for the help," I growled, and he smirked back. "Hey, I am forbidden to kill any more bloodbags." Jackal crossed his arms and peered down at me, enjoying himself. "You were the one who told me to stop indiscriminately. I'm just following orders here." I bristled. "You can be such a—" The woman screamed, and this time I reacted on instinct, spinning around. As the human lunged for me, my blade sliced through ribs and out the other side, nearly cutting her in two. The body struck the curb with a wet splat, and though it thrashed and spasmed for a while as we watched it warily, it did not rise again. Jackal and I exchanged a look as the body finally stopped moving. The night seemed deathly quiet and still. "Okay." My blood brother nudged the corpse's leg with the toe of his boot. It flopped limply. "That's something completely new. Any guesses as to what that was all about?" I peered down at the body, though I certainly wasn't going to touch it. "Maybe a rabbit got in somehow," I mused. "Maybe that's why they shut down the city." Jackal shook his head. "This wasn't a rabbit. Look at it." He nudged the body, harder this time, flipping it over. He was right, and I had known it wasn't a rabbit from the beginning. The rabbits were pale, emaciated things with blank white eyes, hooked fingernails, and a mouthful of jagged fangs. This wasn't a rabbit corpse. It looked perfectly human, except for the deep gouges down its cheek and the wild, bulging stare. "Smells human, too," Jackal added, taking a slow breath before wrinkling his nose. "Or at least, she doesn't smell dead. Not like they do. Though she must have been pumping herself full of something good, the way she put a hole through those bricks." He nodded at the cement wall, where the cracked indentation of a human skull sat in the middle of a bloody smear. "What did the crazy say to you? Something about making the burning stop?" "Jackal," I growled, lifting my sword again. My blood brother looked up, following my gaze, and his eyes narrowed. Across the street, two more humans shambled from a skeletal building, heads and faces torn, bright, mad gazes searching the road. They muttered in low, harsh voices, garbled nonsense with only a few recognizable words.
One of them held a lead pipe, which he banged on a line of dead cars as he crossed the street. Glass shattered and metal crumpled with hollow booms ringing into the silence. And then another human emerged from an alleyway, followed by a friend. And another, and another. More torn, bloody faces. More glassy eyes and mad, wild laughter, echoing all around us. The mob of humans hadn't seen us yet, but they were steadily drawing closer, and there were a lot of them. Their raspy voices slithered off the stones and rose into the air, making the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Vampire or no, I did not want to fight my way through that. I snuck a glance at Jackal and saw that, for once, he was thinking the same. He jerked his head toward a building, and we quickly slipped away, ducking through a shattered window into the gutted remains of an old store. Dust and cobwebs clung to everything, and the floor was littered with rubble and glass, though the shelves were bare. Anything useful had been ripped out and taken long ago. Outside the windows, the mob shambled about aimlessly. Sometimes they yelled at each other or no one, waving crude weapons at things that weren't there. Sometimes they shrieked and laughed and clawed at themselves, leaving deep bloody furrows across their skin. Once, a man fell to his knees and beat his head against the pavement until he collapsed, mooning to the curb. "Well," Jackal said, with a brief flash of fangs, "this whole city has gone right to hell, hasn't it?" He shot me a dangerous look as we pressed farther into the building, speaking in harsh whispers. "I don't suppose the population was like this when you were here last, were they?" I shivered and shook my head. "No." "Nice. Well, if we're going to pay a visit to old Salazar, we need to hurry," Jackal said, glancing at the sky through the windows. "Sun's coming up, and I don't particularly want to be stuck here with a mob of batgosh crazy bloodbags." For once, I agreed wholeheartedly. Silently, we made our way through the fringe, ducking into shadows and behind walls, leaping onto roofs or through windows, trying to avoid the crowds of moaning, laughing, crazy humans wandering the streets. "This way," I hissed, and darted through a hole into an apartment building. The narrow corridors of the apartments were filled with rock and broken beams, but were still fairly easy to navigate. Being inside brought back memories. When I'd lived here, I'd often taken this shortcut to the district square. A moan drifted out of a hallway, stopping us. Sliding up against the wall, Jackal peered around a corner, then quickly drew back, motioning for me to do the same. We both melted into the shadows, becoming vampire still, and waited. A human staggered by, clutching a length of wood in one hand. He passed uncomfortably close, and I saw that he had clawed at his face until his eye had come out. Pausing, he glanced our way, but either it was too dark or his face was too ravaged for him to see clearly, for he turned his head and continued walking. Suddenly, the one-eyed human staggered, dropping his club. Gagging, he fell to his hands and knees, heaving and gasping as if he couldn't catch his breath. Red foam bubbled from his mouth and nose, dripping to the ground beneath him. Finally, with a desperate choking sound, the human collapsed, twitched weakly for a moment, and then stopped moving. Jackal straightened, muttering a low, savage curse. "Oh, very," he growled, more serious than I'd ever heard him sound. "That's why the city is locked down." "What?" I asked, tearing my gaze away from the dead human. "What's going on? What is this?" Jackal stared at the human, then turned to face me. "Red lung," he said, making my blood freeze. "What you saw right there? Those are the final symptoms of the red lung virus. Without the crazy muttering and tearing the eyes out, anyway." He shook his head violently, as if remembering. "I've never seen it, but Conan told me how it worked. The infected humans would bleed internally, and eventually they would drown in their own blood, trying to throw up their organs. Nasty way to go, even for the blood bags." Dread gripped me. I glanced back at the body lying motionless in the hall, in the weeds poking through the floor, and felt cold. I remembered what Conan had told me once, in the hidden lab when I first became a vampire. I'd asked him about the virus, why there was no red lung in the world anymore, if the scientists had found a cure. He'd given a bitter smile. "No," Conan said, "red lung was never cured. The red lung virus mutated when the rabbits were born. That's how rabbitism spread so quickly. It was an airborne pathogen, just like red lung, only instead of getting sick and dying, people turned into rabbits." He shook his head, looking grave.
Some people survived, obviously, and passed on their immunities, which is why the world isn't full of rabbits and nothing else. But there was no cure for red lung. The rabbits destroyed that hope when they were created and escaped. And now red lung had emerged again in New Covington, or a version of it had anyway. Jackal and I exchanged a grave look, no doubt both thinking the same thing. This was what Saren wanted, why he'd taken the virus samples. Somehow, he'd created another strain of the plague that had destroyed most of the world, and he'd unleashed it on New Covington. The thought was terrifying. Voices drifted out from the shadows, and we went still. The corpse in the hall had attracted another pair of humans from a nearby room. They poked it half-heartedly, asking crazy, nonsensical questions. When it didn't move, they quickly lost interest and shuffled back to the room, leaving it to rot at the mouth of the corridor. We made our way through the apartments, slipping past the room with the crazy humans and out to the street. I looked back and shuddered. Why would he do this? I whispered. Saren doesn't need a reason for what he does. Jackal curled a lip in disgust. He and his sanity parted ways a while back, and he's only gotten more deranged since. But this? He gazed around the city and shook his head. You really insane jerk, he muttered. Why are you screwing with the food supply? We might not survive another epidemic. Overhead, the sky was an uncomfortable navy blue, and most of the stars had faded. We didn't have a lot of time to reach the inner city. This way, I hissed at Jackal, slipping through the gap in the wooden fence surrounding the apartment. It's still a good distance to the Sector 4 gate. We didn't quite make it. I got us there as quickly as I could, of course. This was still my old neighborhood, my district. I had spent 17 years of my life in this filthy, dilapidated ruin of a town, scavenging for food, dodging patrols, doing whatever it took to survive. This was my territory. I knew its quirks, its shortcuts, and where to go if I wanted to get somewhere quickly. That wasn't the problem. The problem was, back when I was human, everyone else had been human too. The sane, rational, not trying to kill you kind of human. Now, the streets, the buildings, the side alleys and parking lots were filled with infected madmen. Madmen who didn't fear vampires or pain or anything, and who would come at us screaming if they so much as saw our shadows move. Jackal and I cut several of these humans down as they flung themselves at us with a wild abandon, almost like the rabid's single-minded viciousness. Other times, we would escape into the shadows, over walls, or onto the roofs where the infected couldn't follow. I'd never seen so many humans wandering the streets at night, and wondered where all the sane, non-infected people were, if there were any left at all. A pink glow was threatening the eastern horizon when we finally reached the wall of the inner city, fighting our way through another group of shrieking madmen to the big iron gates that led to the prince's territory. Normally, the thick metal doors were heavily guarded, with soldiers stationed up top and 2 well-armed humans standing in front. Now, the gates were sealed tight, and no guards patrolled the inner wall. Nor did anyone respond to our shouts and banging on the doors. It seemed the prince had drawn all his people farther into the city, leaving the fringe to fend for itself. Jackal swore and gave the gate a resounding kick. The blow made a hollow, booming sound that echoed down the wall, but the doors were thick, sturdy, and designed to hold up to vampire attacks. They didn't even shake. What now? He snarled, looking at the top of the inner wall, a good 20 feet straight up. Like the gates, the wall protecting the inner city was built with vampires in mind. There were no handholds, no ledges to cling to, no buildings close enough to launch off. We wouldn't be getting into the city this way. And Don was dangerously close. Come on, I told Jackal, who glared at the wall as if he might take an axe to it when he came back. We can't stay out here, and we're not getting in this way. I know a place where we can sleep. It's secure enough, we won't have to worry about crazy humans. A woman staggered around a corner, her entire face an open, bleeding wound, and lunged at us with a howl. I dodged, letting her smack into the wall, then bolted into the fringe again, Jackal following and snarling curses at my back. Several streets and close calls later, with the sun moments away from breaking over the jagged horizon, I squeezed through a familiar chain-link fence at the edge of a cracked, overgrown parking lot. A squat, 3-story building sat at the end of the lot, making a lump rise to my throat. Home. This had been home, once.
Then a searing light spilled over the buildings, turning the tops a blinding orange, and we ran. Miraculously, no crazy humans waited in the parking lot to ambush us. After ducking through the doors into the shade of the hallway, I collapsed against the wall in relief. "Nice place," Jackal remarked, slouched against the opposite wall where a row of lockers rusted against the plaster. He gazed down the dark corridor where rooms lined each wall and curled a lip. "Let me guess, hospital or asylum?" "It's a school," I said, rolling my eyes. "Or it was, back before the plague." I pushed myself off the wall, feeling sluggish and tired now that the sun was out. "This way." "There's a basement we used to hole up in when the vamps were out." "We?" Jackal raised an eyebrow as we picked our way down the hall. I winced, realizing my slip, and didn't reply. "So," Jackal continued, gazing around with more interest, "this was where you lived as a blood bag. You really like that term, don't you?" "What?" Jackal looked confused. "Blood bag. That's all humans are to you." I turned down another hallway, one even more cluttered with rubble and fallen plaster. "You keep forgetting that you were one once." Now it was his turn to roll his eyes. "Look, sister, I've been a vampire for a long time now. Maybe not as long as Kaneen, but definitely longer than you. Live a few decades, and yes, they all start to look the same. Like cows. Intelligent, talking pieces of meat." He ducked under a beam lying across the corridor, barely clearing it. "Granted, I didn't always see them that way, but time has a way of breaking down your convictions." Surprised, I stopped and turned to blink up at him. "Really? You? Does that shock you?" Jackal grinned, enjoying himself. "Yeah, sister, I was like you once. So worried about not hurting the poor, defenseless humans, only taking what I needed, so scared about losing control." He shook his head. "And then, one night, Kaneen and I met a group of men who wanted to kill us. And we slaughtered them all, as easily as killing spiders." He grinned then, showing fangs. Right then, I realized we were always meant to rule over humans. We could do whatever we wanted, and they couldn't stop us. Why deny your base nature? It's what we are. "So, yes," he finished, still smirking at me, "I call humans blood bags. I don't need to know their names, or if they have a family, or what their favorite color is. Because I'm either going to outlive them, or I'm going to tear their throats open and suck them dry." And life got a lot simpler once I realized that. "You gave up," I accused. "It just got too hard to fight it anymore." "Did you ever think there was a reason for that?" "Because we're not supposed to. Why would I want to keep fighting my instincts? You don't have to be a murdering jerk to be a vampire." Jackal snorted. "You don't believe that," he mocked. "Not even Kaneen believed that, and he was the biggest soft-hearted jerk I ever came across. Before you, anyway." He sneered at my dark look. "But go ahead, keep telling yourself your pretty little lies. I just hope I'm there when it all comes crashing down around you." We'd reached the end of the hall, and I pulled open the rusty metal door that led to the basement. Memories continued to haunt me as I made my way down the stairs, into the cement-walled rooms of the school's lowest floor. This was where the gang and I had retreated whenever there was trouble. A rival gang, a vampire in the area, an unexpected patrol. The door could be barred from the inside, and the thick walls and floor made it hard for anything to get at us. Of course, now that I was a vampire, it was chilling to realize how easily I could have blown through that flimsy barrier, locked or not. And with no other way out of the basement, whoever came down here would be trapped. Shutting the door, I let the bar clang into place. Hopefully, the crazies outside were not as strong as a vampire, because sleep was clawing at the edges of my mind. Jackal, gripping the railing like he too was in danger of falling over, looked around the dark, cold room. "Where exactly do you expect us to sleep?" "I don't care," I slurred, moving carefully down the steps. "Pick a corner. Just leave me alone." I found the spot behind several low-hanging pipes where I'd kept a ratty quilt for myself, and found it was still there. Drawing it over my shoulders, I sat down with my back to the corner and unsheathed my sword beneath the quilt. When we were traveling, we'd separated at dawn to bury ourselves in the frozen earth, hidden and safe from each other. Having him in the same room with me as I lay exposed and helpless made me nervous. Jackal was still wandering around, looking for a place to lie down. I stayed awake as long as I could, listening to his footsteps, waiting for him to find a spot. I forced myself to keep my eyes open, fighting the sluggish pull threatening to draw me under. until the noises ceased. Finally, leaning my head against the wall, I let my eyes slip shut and had just started to relax when his dark chuckle echoed out of the darkness. "I know you're still awake. Good for you. Shut up and go to sleep." Another snicker. "What you have to ask yourself," he continued, "is whether I'm the type who would stay awake long enough to kill you after you fall asleep, or if I'm an early riser who would kill you before you wake up. If you want your head to stay on your neck, you'd better be neither," I growled, though his words sent a cold spear of dread through my stomach. My hands tightened on my sword hilt, and Jackal laughed somewhere in the darkness, unseen. "I'm just kidding, sis," he said. "Or am I? Something to think about before you fall asleep. Nighty-night then. Sleep tight." I struggled to stay awake a while longer, knowing I was playing right into Jackal's twisted sense of humor, yet unable to stop myself. I couldn't see Jackal, couldn't hear him, so I didn't know if he had already fallen asleep, if he was lying awake snickering to himself, or if he was waiting for me to drift off so he could creep over and quietly rip off my head. "I really, really hate him," was my last thought before I finally succumbed to the inevitable blackness. Hunger. Nothing exists but hunger. There is no food here. No food, just stone and steel and darkness. Bars around me, chains on my wrists, pulling me to the wall. Can't move, can't stay here. Need to hunt, need food, prey, blood. No, calm yourself, Kanan. Think. You felt them when you woke up. They're here, both of them, the girl and the lost one. What are their names? Can't remember. So hungry. Welcome back, old friend. Movement beyond the bars. He is here. I can feel his cold black eyes on me, sense his smile. I growl, the noise vibrating around us, low and threatening. I hear his hissing chuckle. Can you hear it? His face floats between the bars, eyes closed, as if listening to music somewhere above us. Can you hear the screams? Smell the fear, the taint of despair? This is only the beginning, you know, only the first test, and we are in the perfect place to watch everything unravel. He opens his eyes, smiling at me. "Oh, but I can feel the hunger in you, old friend. It's eating you alive, isn't it? Sadly, your fate is no longer in my hands." I lean forward, trying to reach him, to pull him through the bars and tear him in half. The shackles bite into my wrists, holding me back. He chuckles again, then draws away, pale face melting into the shadows beyond the cell. "Goodbye, Kanan. I've enjoyed the times we had, but now I have a greater purpose. I know you will not think of me much beyond this, but I will remember you. I will remember you most fondly. Farewell, old friend." I opened my eyes, then jerked back, bashing my head against the concrete. Jackal was crouched in front of me, a faint smirk on his face, his eyes narrowed and contemplative. I brandished my sword in a flash of steel and fangs, but he leapt back, the blade missing him by centimeters. "Very, Jackal." I surged upright, keeping my weapon between me and the sadistic Raider King. "What are you trying to pull? Do that again and I'll cut that stupid grin of yours in half." "Too easy, sister." Jackal's smirk widened, showing fangs. "You're far too trusting. I could have twisted your little head right off your neck, and you wouldn't have felt a thing." He demonstrated with his hands, then shook his head in mock disappointment. "You've got a lot to learn, I'm afraid." "Well, you won't be the one teaching me." I sheathed my sword and turned away, still bristling from having him that close. Sadistic, obnoxious vampire. He got under my skin sometimes, but that was probably what he wanted, to keep me off balance, on edge. A sick game he liked to play. "Or maybe," Jackal added, "you're just feeling sluggish because you didn't sleep well. Bad dreams?" When I looked at him sharply, he nodded, serious for once. "You saw him too, didn't you? The old bastard is still hanging on." "Yeah." I let myself feel that tiny sliver of hope, of relief. He's still alive. Yup, looks like Saren brought him out of hibernation after all. Tough old geezers. Some of us never come out of it. Any idea where he could be? It looked like he was underground somewhere, maybe I trailed off, frowning. Jackal started to reply, but I held up my hand, stopping him. Soft shuffling noises drifted to me across the room, coming from outside the barred door. I jerked my head at the entrance just as the handle turned and the door shook as if something was trying to force its way inside. Silently, I readied my sword, and Jackal picked up a rusty lead pipe from the floor, not bothering to return to wherever he had slept for his axe. At my nod, he glided up the steps and put his hand under the bar, looking back at me. I inched up, raising my sword, and nodded for him to open it. Jackal wrenched off the bar and threw open the door. I lunged forward, sweeping my blade down, expecting to see a bloody-faced lunatic on the other side. Something yelped and threw itself backward, and I pulled my blow up short, barely stopping in time. The body landed in an ungainly sprawl on the floor, a ragged human with shaggy brown hair and huge dark eyes. I felt a brief, faint stab of recognition, like I should know him from somewhere, but I couldn't place it. He gaped at us, fear and horror spreading across his face, before he scrambled away like a thin, ragged spider, arms and legs pumping frantically. Jackal lunged past me, grabbed the kid by his ragged shirt, and hauled him off his feet. "Where do you think you're going, little rat?" He yanked him back into the room. The kid howled, flailing wildly, and Jackal shook him once, hard enough that his head jerked back on his neck. "Hey now, none of that god-awful screeching. You'll attract the crazies wandering around out there. Wouldn't want to have to rip your tongue out through your teeth, would we?" "Jackal," I snapped, closing the door and stalking back into the room. "Let him go." He gave me a bored look, then dropped the gasping human unceremoniously on the floor.
The kid, probably no more than 13 if I had to guess, scuttled backward until he hit a wall, then continued to gape at us with huge, terrified eyes. "Take it easy," I said, stepping toward him slowly, ignoring the sudden flare of hunger. The demon within growled impatiently, urging me to pounce on this boy and feed, but I forced it back. I recognized the skinny frame, the rags, the way his eyes darted everywhere, looking for a way out. He was an unregistered, just like I had been. "Relax," I told him again, trying to sound calm and reasonable. "We're not going to hurt you, or eat you. Just calm down." "Oh gosh," he panted, pressing himself to the corner, his gaze riveted on me. "It's true then. That kid wasn't lying. You're her. You really did become a vampire." I stared at him. "How did you?" It hit me then, where I knew this boy from. He wasn't just a random street rat, he was part of Kyle's gang, a group of rival unregistereds who had lived within our sector and scavenged the same territories. I'd seen him in passing a few times when I'd been human. The unregistered gangs of the fringe did not mingle and usually left each other alone. We weren't enemies exactly. We'd warn other unregistereds of sweeps and patrols, and if another group was scavenging a particular territory, we'd avoid that section for a day or two. But in our section of the fringe, Kyle's gang had been our biggest competition for food and resources, and the truce between us had been tense in those final few days. Of course, they must have been thrilled when they heard we were all killed by rabbits, myself included. Even if I didn't truly die, I could no longer be a part of that world. Their competition was gone. None of us had made it back to the city alive, except for one. "Stick," I whispered, and stepped forward, advancing on the human. He cringed, looking terrified, but I didn't care anymore. "That kid you're talking about," I demanded, "was his name Stick? What happened to him? Is he still around? Is he still alive? That little, difficult person?" The boy curled his lip, pure disgust filtering through the terror for a moment. "Nah, he's not around here anymore. He's gone. No one's seen him since the night you attacked our hideout." "I wasn't attacking your hideout," I wanted to say. "I was just looking for Stick." But I knew the human wouldn't believe me. And besides, it didn't matter now. Stick was gone. The boy I'd looked after nearly half my life, the person I'd thought was my friend when I was human, had sold me out to the prince when he discovered what I was. Kanan had cautioned me not to go after him, not to see him again, but I'd ignored his warnings and tried to contact my sole remaining crew member one last time. I really should have known better. Stick had taken one look at what I was, screamed in terror, and run away. Straight to the prince and his followers, apparently.
As if all our years of friendship, all those times I'd risked my neck for him, kept him safe, kept him fed and alive at my own expense, meant nothing. I thought I'd buried that pain when I fled the city, but it ached, a dull, nagging throb somewhere deep inside. Still, I couldn't focus on the past. If this kid was uninfected and sane, maybe there were other humans who had escaped the chaos too. Are there more of you? Jackal broke in, thinking the same thing apparently. The kid hesitated, and he added in a perfectly civil tone, "You realize your potential to be useful is the only thing keeping you alive right now, yes?" "Yeah," the human spat the word, glaring at us with a mix of fear and hatred. "Yeah, there are more of us. Down in the tunnels beneath the city. We moved there when all the craziness started. The bleeders stay topside, for the most part." So that was what the mole man was talking about, I mused. Topsiders coming down into their turf. I looked at the kid again. Don't you have trouble with them? They're not happy about you pushing into their territory. He shrugged. We can take our chances with the crazies or the cannibals. The molemen clans leave us alone if we're in a group. And the boss knows the tunnels pretty well, at least the ones that are clan territory. The tunnels. I suddenly remembered that, when I had been here with Kanan, some of the underground passages had led into the inner city. I'd never seen them, of course, never went looking for them back when I was human, but rumors existed of places where you could creep into the vampires' territory, as dangerous and suicidal as that was. Back when I became a vampire, Kanan had shown me a way beneath the inner wall, through a network of old sewers and subway tunnels, right into the heart of the inner city. But the underground was a maze, stretching for miles beneath the city streets, thousands of tunnels that all looked the same. Even if we could reach the old hospital, I didn't think I could retrace the steps Kanan had used to get past the wall. But that path did exist, somewhere. We couldn't get into the inner city through the gates, and traveling the underground seemed a hell of a lot safer than staying topside with the bleeders. "Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" Jackal muttered behind me. I nodded. "You said there is someone who knows the way through the tunnels," I told the kid, who winced, as if he knew what I was going to say next. "Take us to him." "Show up with 2 bloodsuckers?" He went even paler, shaking his head frantically. "No, I can't. Everyone will freak out, and then they'll kill me for bringing you there." I could feel Jackal's fanged smile without even seeing it. "Die then, or now, bloodbag. Your choice." Gosh, the kid dragged a hand across his face. "All right, fine. I'll take you there if you promise not to kill me after. There are plenty of other humans down there if you get hungry suck on one of them, okay? I'll even point out the stupid, gullible ones. Just don't eat me." Though I didn't let it show, I felt a flicker of disgust, hypocritical as it was. His answer shouldn't have surprised me. I'd grown up on the streets with the same attitude, the same survival instincts. In the fringe, it was everyone for himself. No matter what, you did whatever it took to survive. I knew that. I'd lived that. But then I'd met Zeke and his small group, and everything changed. They'd accepted me, a virtual stranger, as one of their own. No strings, no expectations. With the exception of their hardened leader, they'd looked out for each other, taken care of one another. And the boy whom I'd first thought naive and blind and idealistic must have rubbed off on me. Because when faced with the choice to leave or risk my life for the group, my survival instincts had gone out the window. And I'd found I actually cared very much about them all. It had been a shock to learn there were other ways of living. It had been even more of a shock to know that I could still care, that I was willing to jeopardize my own existence for others. Now we were back in the fringe, and the philosophy everyone for himself still held true. But, at least in my old gang, we hadn't sold other humans out to the vampires. Until Stick, anyway. It seemed Kyle's group had no such convictions. Jackal grinned at me. "Ah, human loyalty. It's such an inspiring thing, isn't it, sister? Makes you wonder how we ever came out on top." He glanced at the unregistered, who blinked, unaware that he'd just been insulted, and his smile grew wider. "Better hurry, little bloodbag, and lead us to your friends. I'm feeling kinda hungry now." The parking lot had a couple bleeders shambling about, muttering to themselves, but we were able to sneak around them without too much trouble. The scent of fresh blood, streaming from their faces and arms, hung on the breeze like invisible ribbons, rousing the demon within. I didn't realize I was staring at the back of our guide's neck until I felt my fangs poking my bottom lip and forced the hunger down. When did this start? I asked the kid once we were clear of the school.
Partly because I was curious, and partly to keep myself occupied, to focus on something other than my bloodlust. The sickness, the craziness. How long has this been going on? Not long. He glanced over his shoulder, as if surprised I was talking to him like a normal person. Maybe 2 weeks, give or take a couple days? I don't know exactly. It's hard to tell underground. Why hasn't the prince done anything? He has, the kid snorted. He's pulled all his pets and guards back into the inner city and shut the doors on the rest of us. You try to get past the gates, they shoot you on sight. Food trucks have stopped coming too. He shrugged, a hopeless, angry gesture. Guess he's just waiting for everyone to die out here. A human stumbled down the road, dragging a blanket behind him and reeking of blood, and my hunger stirred restlessly. We waited in the shadows until the human shambled by. "You could get sick up here too," I said to our guide after the bleeder lurched around a corner. "You're not worried about that?" He shrugged again and continued leading us through the streets. Not much choice. Like I said, we can take our chances up here with the bleeders, or starve in the tunnels. What would you do if there was no food anywhere? He spared me another glance and shook his head. Guess you don't understand anymore. Vampires don't have that problem, do they? Oh, I understand more than you think. We slipped through an overgrown street where weeds, brush, and large trees had cracked pavement and grown up through the ancient husks of cars. The vegetation covering the sidewalk and surrounding buildings was so thick it was like hacking through a forest. The unregistered kid wove through the tangled undergrowth with an innate familiarity. He'd done this before, and often. Ducking around the skeletal remains of a van, he stopped and cast a wary look around the shadows before dropping to a crouch in the bushes. Shoving a tire away, he brushed back a clump of weeds, revealing a small, perfectly round hole in the middle of the road, another entrance to the maze of tunnels that ran beneath New Covington. I wondered how, or rather how Allie, the Fringer Street rat, had missed this one. The unregistered kid dug in his grimy pockets and pulled out a tiny flashlight, the beam barely visible as he poked it down the hole and peered around. "Looks like it's clear," he muttered, pulling it back out and inching close to the hole, preparing to drop inside. "Wait here a second. I'll make sure it's safe, then give you the heads up when it's clear." Not so fast. I reached out and snagged the kid by the shirt, dragging him back. "Don't think I'm stupid. I was one of you once, remember?" He started to protest, but I shoved him toward Jackal, who grabbed him by the collar. "I'll head down first, and the two of you can follow." The kid looked back at Jackal and paled. "You're leaving me alone with him? He won't try anything." I narrowed my eyes at the other vampire. "Right? Me?" Jackal smiled, showing fangs. "I am the epitome of self-control and restraint, sister. Your bleeding heart must be rubbing off on me." I rolled my eyes, drew my weapon, and dropped into the hole. My vampire sight adjusted almost instantly to the pitch blackness, showing me an endless concrete tunnel, dripping walls, and crumbling bricks. Something small and furry skittered up a pipe and vanished into a crack, but other than that, the sewers were empty and still. "Clear," I called back, sheathing my katana. The kid dropped quite suddenly from the opening, as if he'd been shoved, and sprawled out on the concrete with a yelp of pain. I scowled and glared at Jackal as he dropped through a moment later, landing lightly and brushing off his sleeves. "All righty," he announced, ignoring my glare. "Here we are in the sewers again, my favorite New Covington vacation spot. So thrilled to be here." He fixed the unregistered with a dangerous smile. "Well, don't just stand there, tunnel rat. Give us the tour." Yeah?" the kid said, rising warily to his feet. His eyes darted about, constantly alert in a way that was far too familiar. "Follow me." We walked in silence for a bit. I stayed close to the human, watching him carefully, ready to grab him if he got the idea to bolt. Though he'd promised to lead us to the other unregistereds, I had no doubt he would dart into the nearest drain or crack or dark hole if he got the chance. Unregistereds were opportunists, and the ones who survived did so any way they could.
stealing, lying, making promises they never intended to keep just to stay alive. I would have done the same thing if I was still human, still a street rat like this kid. Kid? Street rat? I realized I didn't even know his name. Not that I particularly cared. I doubted he would have asked my name if the roles were reversed. But thinking of him as just a human, just a nameless street rat, that was something that the vampires did. "You never told me your name," I said, surprising the kid, who looked back cautiously. "You know me. It seems all the unregistereds know my name and what happened to me. What do they call you?" "Roach," muttered the kid after a moment. "They call me Roach." Jackal laughed. "Well, isn't that fitting?" "Are Kyle and Travis still around?" I asked, ignoring Jackal. They'd known me before I'd become a vampire. Not well, but they would still recognize me when they saw me. But Roach shook his head. "Nah, they're both dead." I wasn't shocked at his bluntness, or his casual shrug, but it was sobering to hear yet 2 more people I knew were gone. What happened? "Sickness took them." "This way." Roach ducked down a narrow, half-circular tunnel, low and claustrophobic, sludgy water oozing across the floor. His voice echoed in the small space around us. Travis died first, but Kyle turned into a bleeder and went crazy on us. That's when we knew we had to get off the streets. The new guy moved us all into the tunnels to avoid the crazies. He's probably going to be pissed I went off alone again. Hang on a second, we're here. A rusty grate covered the other end of the tunnel, and flickering yellow light filtered through the slats. I could see a form silhouetted against the grate, ragged and thin, probably on guard duty. He spun as our footsteps echoed down the tunnel, shining a flashlight through the grate. Roach flinched, throwing up an arm as the beam hit him in the face. "Just me, stupid. Open the door." The light flickered to me and Jackal. I peered through the haze and saw an older boy, lean and black, his dark eyes narrowed suspiciously. "Who are they?" "What the heck does it look like?" Roach continued without missing a beat. "Fringers I met topside, people who aren't ripping their faces off. I figured the boss would want me to bring them down here." "He's pissed at you, Roach." The beam slid back, and the guard lifted a heavy iron bar that had been placed across the grate cover. "You know we're not supposed to go up there alone, especially now." Yeah, tell me something I don't know." With an ear-splitting screech, the grate opened. Roach passed the guard, who eyed me and Jackal warily, but didn't say anything, and led us to a rusty staircase beyond the tunnel. They're pretty shaky," Roach said, glancing hopefully back at us. "Probably best we go one at a time. Don't want 'em collapsing underneath us, right?" Jackal chuckled. "Devious little blood bag, isn't he?" I don't know whether to be amused or insulted. "Nice try," I said, and gestured him forward. "Keep going." Roach shrugged and continued up the stairs. The steps were pretty shaky, creaking and groaning under our weight, but they held. We came out of the hole into a large room with cement floors and walls. Crumbling posts held up a low ceiling, and massive cylindrical machines, completely encased in rust, created a narrow corridor down one wall. "What is this place?" I mused. "Sub-basement," Jackal echoed behind me.
Or an old boiler room. We're probably below a factory or something. He took a long, deep breath and smiled, showing his fangs. The stench of human misery. Can you smell it, sister? I didn't know what a boiler room was, and I wasn't going to ask, having bigger worries right now. Jackal was right. The scent of warm-blooded humans was everywhere, even overpowering the smells of rust and mold and greasy smoke. The hot smell of blood, wrapped around the scent of fear and hopelessness and despair, roused the hunger from its restless hibernation. It made me want to melt into the darkness, to slide between the aisles and wait for an unsuspecting human to walk by, then yank it back into the shadows, never to be seen again. "Keep it together," I growled, as much to myself as to the vampire next to me. His eyes shone a luminous yellow in a way I didn't like at all, and I glared at him. We're here for their help, not a snack. Perish the thought. Jackal waved a hand in a vague gesture. I was simply making an observation. What were you thinking of? Ignoring him, I trailed Roach down an aisle, the squat, rusty machines lining either side like rotund guardians. Flickering orange light danced over the floor between them. the low crackle of a fire echoing off the barrels. Leaving the maze of machinery, we entered a large open space where a scattering of blankets, boxes, and rag piles surrounded a dying fire. Half-starved humans milled through the shadows cast by the flames, or huddled close to the fire, shivering. The cold had stopped affecting me long ago, and I didn't think about it anymore, but I realized it must be freezing for them down here. The fringer that I had been, however, approved. Well hidden, underground, a lot of places to hide. Yeah, Allie the street rat would have liked this place. Whoever had chosen this secure little haven knew what they were doing. Of course, that didn't account for vampires being allowed past the gates. "Okay," Roach whispered, glancing at me over his shoulder. "I got you here. You'll let me go now, right?" I scanned the shivering crowd of humans and frowned. Who's in charge? Roach gazed around the camp too. "There," he said, pointing to one side, "our fearless leader." I followed his hand to where a pair of humans stood at the edge of the light, talking in low voices with their backs to us. One of them was unremarkable, thin and ragged and dirty, like all the others. The second human, however, wore sturdier clothes, boots, and a black combat vest like I'd seen on some of the prince's guards. A heavy pistol was holstered to his belt, and across his back was a strange weapon I'd never seen before. It looked like someone had taken a bow and arrows, something I'd only read about before, and attached it to the end of a gun. A long wooden spike lay nestled in the strange weapon, and it sent a chill through my stomach. "Son of a gun," Jackal mired behind me. "The difficult person has a crossbow. Well, someone is prepared to run into vampires, aren't they?" Something clicked in my head, and the world seemed to stop. "No," I thought, dazed. "It can't be. He can't be here now. It's not possible." But it was, and I knew who it was, even before he turned around. Blonde, blue-eyed, lean and tall, like he'd stepped right out of my memory, out of my dreams, and into existence. "Zeke," I whispered, as his piercing, familiar gaze met mine across the room. "What in the world are you doing here?" Ezekiel Cross, the adopted son of Jebediah Cross, the fanatical preacher who'd led a group of pilgrims across the country on a search for the mythical city of Eden. Zeke, the human who'd fought so hard to get his people to safety, whom I had left behind at the gates of Eden. The boy I thought I'd never see again, and certainly not here, hundreds of miles from that island, in the territory of a vampire prince. Zeke, the boy I couldn't get out of my head, who'd haunted my thoughts even though I knew I'd done the right thing, leaving him behind. Who had kissed me, knowing what I was. Who had offered his own blood to save my life when I lay close to death. Who was supposed to be safe in Eden now. He looked older somehow, more mature, though it had been less than a year since I'd seen him last. His pale hair was shorter, not quite so shaggy, and though he was still lean and muscular, he'd lost the gaunt, wasted look of someone barely eating enough to live. He looked healthy and confident and strong, and achingly familiar. "Allie." Zeke's voice was a breath, a whisper. I barely caught it, even with my vampire hearing. It brought a storm of memories. Our first meeting in the dead town, our first kiss, his hot, sweet blood spreading over my tongue. Everything about him came flooding back, and I stood there, reeling in the tide of emotion. Zeke was here, not in Eden with the others. He was right in front of me. For a moment, Zeke stared back, blue eyes wide with shock, hope, relief, and something else. But then they flickered to the vampire standing beside me, and changed. Recognition, followed by disbelief and rage. Those blue orbs turned icy cold, and a blank mask slammed down across his features. In one smooth movement, he stepped away and yanked the weapon from his back. I heard the hiss as he drew the string and leveled that deadly wooden point at Jackal's chest. "Zeke, wait!" I lunged in front of him as Jackal snarled, the animalistic sound booming through the chamber. Humans shrieked in terror, scattering like birds as they realized what had snuck into their safe little haven. Roach darted away, vanishing into the shadows as pandemonium erupted around us. "Everyone, freeze!" Zeke's sharp, commanding voice rose over the chaos, stilling the panic.
The frantic movement around us slowed as Zeke continued to hold the weapon on me and Jackal. "Stay where you are," Zeke went on, casting a split-second glance around the chamber. His voice rang with authority, composed yet firm. "Be calm, all of you. Do not move unless I give the word." Smart move. Zeke knew vampires, some of it from me. He knew that we were predators, and that fear, panic, and frantic movements could set us off, goad us into giving chase. I felt my own demon rise up, sensing prey, eager to hunt and kill. I forced it down, trying to stay calm, focused. But it was hard, caught between a wooden stake and a volatile, murderous vampire, with the smell of blood and fear thick in the air. I felt balanced on a razor's edge and needed only a tiny push for everything around me to explode in violence. Behind me, Jackal chuckled, soft and menacing. "Well, isn't this fun?" he crooned, making me want to kick him in the groin. "Tell me, human, how many of these little blood bags do you think I can kill before you get that shot off?" I glared back at him, hoping Zeke would not rise to that challenge. "Shut up, you are not helping." He shrugged. "Sorry, kind of hard to think when you have a crossbow pointed in your direction. Makes me a little twitchy." "If you hadn't noticed," I growled, trying to keep my voice calm, "that crossbow is pointed at me. Because I was stupid enough to jump in front of you. Don't make me regret it even more." "Allison." Zeke's voice was hard. My heart sank, and I turned to face those cold blue eyes. They glittered with anger, with shock, and betrayal, as he shook his head. "Please tell me you have a valid reason for being here with him." He spat the word like a curse. I didn't blame him. Jackal had kidnapped Zeke's family. He'd murdered Zeke's friend, Darren, to set an example. He was responsible for the death of Zeke's father, Jebediah Cross. He was a ruthless, brutal, cold-blooded killer, and Zeke had every reason to hate him. So why am I standing here, protecting him? "Zeke, please, Zeke," Jackal growled behind me, as if just figuring something out. "Ezekiel Cross, son of a difficult person. You're the kid the old bastard was talking about. You're the old man's son. Gosh." I spun, but Jackal hit me hard, shoving me aside.
I struck the cement floor just as the snap of the crossbow string rang out in the brief moment of silence. Jackal ducked, moving with the inhuman speed of our kind, and the deadly spike zipped by him, missing his face by centimeters. As I cursed and shot to my feet, he roared, baring his fangs, and went for Zeke. I shot after him, praying to make it there in time. As Jackal closed the distance, Zeke dropped the crossbow and yanked a long wooden spike from a slot in his armored vest. Jackal snarled, but Zeke stood his ground, raising the stake in his fist as the vampire lunged forward. Drawing my katana, I threw myself between them. "Stop this!" I turned on Jackal with the sword, barring his path and at the same time grabbing the wrist that held the stake. Jackal halted inches from the blade, eyes gleaming, and Zeke stiffened in my grip but didn't try to yank free. "We are not doing this now," I hissed at both of them. Jackal growled, and Zeke tensed, ready to lunge, and I shoved them back. We have bigger problems to worry about, like the city tearing itself apart around us. If you haven't noticed, we're sort of in a bad way here, and I'm not going to stand by and watch you two tear each other's throats out." They both glared at me. I glared back and didn't relent. "I don't care about your personal vendettas. Kill each other later. Right now, there are other things to deal with, so you boys are just going to have to suck it up and get over it." A brittle silence stretched between us. I could feel the violence pulsing on either side. I could feel Jackal's vicious intent and Zeke's pure, unfiltered rage straining against the barrier that held them back. I swallowed hard and waited, hoping they would not continue this fight, because then I would be forced to take a side, and I didn't know what side I was going to choose. Surprisingly, it was Jackal who finally smiled and stepped back, raising his hands. "Okay, bloodbag," he said, looking past me to Zeke. "Fine, I can be civil, for now. Observe." He made a great show of looking around the chamber. "Nice place you got here. Love what you've done with it. If I'd known, I would have brought a housewarming gift. A shag rug to go with the lovely piles of garbage."
I felt some of the tension diffuse and relaxed a bit, turning to Zeke. He yanked his wrist back, and I let him this time, dropping my hand. Zeke, the look he gave me was withering. Anger, betrayal, and a cold, appraising stare, as if he was seeing me again for the first time, and I wasn't the person he'd known before. Zeke shoved the stake through his vest, where a number of wooden spikes hung, I noticed, and grabbed the crossbow off the floor. "What are you doing here, Allison?" His voice was clipped, hard, and he wasn't looking at me. My heart sank, hurt and anger and frustration spreading through my insides. I watched him swing the weapon to his back and took stock of the rest of them. It was an impressive armory, different than the one he'd carried when we first met. Crossbow, stakes, heavy pistol, armored vest. He was ready for vampires this time. The only thing that was familiar was the machete still strapped across his back beneath the vest and crossbow, and the small silver cross around his neck. He didn't look like a lost wanderer anymore. He looked like a soldier, more than he ever had with Jeb. He looked like someone who killed vampires for a living. But why was he here at all? Why wasn't he back in Eden where I'd left him? "We're looking for someone," I said, searching his face for any hint of the boy I knew. His expression remained cold, closed off, but I kept going. "He's in the inner city, and the gates up top are sealed. We need to find a way inside through the tunnels." Zeke shot a glare full of loathing at Jackal, as if wishing he could pull a stake from one of the many on his vest and bury it in the vampire's heart. Jackal watched him calmly, the hint of a smirk on his face. I pushed back my despair. Keeping these two from killing each other was going to be difficult, but I had to try. I knew Zeke was angry. Maybe he despised me now. But we still needed his help, and I couldn't let this stop me. Cannon's life depended on it. "Well, that's going to be difficult." Zeke finally turned to face me, though his face and voice remained cold, businesslike. "I don't know a way to the inner city through the tunnels. If I did, do you think we'd still be here in the fringe? I'd take everyone into the inner city if I could, but even if I knew the way, we'd have to get past the mole men." "Are they threatening you?" He nodded, once. "We've had several issues with them, and things are getting nasty. One of my scouts told me they're amassing in huge numbers, something they haven't done in the past. They want us gone." "Great. Bleeders up top, testy mole man below, and Zeke, who, though he seemed completely at home here, in his element, as the one in charge, did not know the way into the inner city, as I hoped. Finding Cannon was proving harder than I'd thought possible, and we still had Saren to deal with." Zeke continued to watch us, his gaze blank and mirror-like. "Zeke," I gave him a pleading look, hoping that our past friendship, the times we'd saved each other, fought side by side against rabbits and raiders and vampires, still meant something to him. "We have to get into the inner city. Please, is there something you can do? Anything you can think of. It's important." He stared at me with hooded eyes. I could see the wheels turning in his brain, thinking things through, putting the pieces together. "Are you going to see the prince?" he asked finally. I blinked. That wasn't what I'd expected from him. "Yes," I replied. "Or, we're going to get as close to him as we can. We discovered something about the plague. We think we know who started it, and we're hoping Salazar can help us. It's his city. He has to be concerned that his food source is dying out." Zeke's expression hardened, and I wanted to kick myself for bringing up that last little fact. Gosh, I think Jackal is rubbing off on me. "If we can get to the prince, then he can help us find the one responsible, who might know how to stop it, and hopefully rescue Cannon too." Zeke was quiet a moment longer, struggling with himself, before he sighed. "I don't know the way into the inner city," he repeated. "I can't help you there. But there is a group that knows these tunnels better than anyone." "Who?" I wanted to ask, but behind me, Jackal made a noise of disgust. "Ugh, gosh, you're talking about the filthy cannibals, aren't you?" "The mole men have a lair not far from here," Zeke continued, ignoring Jackal. "I can take you there, but you'll have to convince them to lead you past the inner wall. They won't listen to me." "A couple vampires, though." He shrugged. "But if you do convince them to lead you to the inner city, I'm coming with you." That threw me. Zeke hated vampires, and the inner city was crawling with them. Why? He gestured back at the group. "Because nothing is happening to make this better. The food trucks have stopped coming, there are no resources down here, and no one can go topside without running into bleeders. If this continues, people will starve. I want to see what the vampires are doing to stop this, if they are doing something to stop this, or if they're just planning to let everyone die out here. Zeke, I shook my head sadly. You haven't changed, still looking out for everyone, regardless of who they are, even if they're a group of unregistereds who would sell you out as soon as your back is turned. Behind me, Jackal chuckled. You sure you want to do this, Bloodbag? He asked, smirking. Go up past the wall where all the scary vampires live? Maybe you want to pour some honey or barbecue sauce over yourself too. I turned on Jackal before Zeke had a chance to retaliate. Will you for once stop being such a jerk? I snarled at him. Stop antagonizing our only guide. Do you want to get to Salazar or not? It's all right, Zeke said in a surprisingly calm voice.
He doesn't scare me. None of them do. Not anymore. He gave us both a hard look, then backed away. Wait here. I have to tell everyone what's going on. Make sure they know not to venture topside unless it's an emergency. His eyes lingered on Jackal, narrowing. Can I trust you not to eat anyone while I'm gone? Hey. Jackal raised both hands in a placating gesture. Don't worry about me, meat sack. I'm being a good vampire tonight. I get the feeling the other murdering bloodsucker in the room wouldn't be too happy if I went and tore your pretty head off. Zeke's dark expression didn't change. Without another word, he spun on a heel and left, calling to the rest of the group, gathering them along the far wall. I watched him go, my stomach in knots, wishing I could talk to him alone. I had so many questions. Why was he here? Why did he leave Eden? Where was the rest of our original group? Were they still alive? Were they safe? How did he even get here? And why did he have to show up now, when I had brought Jackal with me, the vampire who'd killed his family? My blood brother stepped up beside me, also watching Zeke talk to the group of humans, his low, calm voice rising above the confusion and fear. Well, this has gotten a lot more interesting, he mused, crossing his arms. So that's the stubborn old man's little whelp, Ezekiel. Tell me, sister, how much does he know about the cure? I eyed Jackal warily. What makes you think he knows anything? Oh, please, don't play dumb, not with me. Jackal continued to watch Zeke, his gaze hungry now, intense. I didn't like it. After you and that little bloodbag set my city on fire, destroying everything I worked so hard for, I might add, you led him and his little friends to Eden. You said as much yourself. And I'm betting the old man left him all his research, everything he knew about the cure and the experiments they ran on the vampires 60 years ago. So don't tell me the kid is innocent to all of this. He knows just as much as the old man. There is no cure, Jackal, I said, remembering what Zeke told me once, when I discovered the real reason they were looking for Eden. He might be aware of the research, but there's nothing he can do about it, even if he wanted to. But he has come from Eden, Jackal went on in that same appraising, eerie voice, making me very nervous. Look at him, sister. Armor, stakes, crossbow. He snorted, shaking his head. The kid left Eden with a purpose, and he knew he would run into vampires. He's not here by chance, that's for certain. What is he looking for, I wonder? I didn't know, but that wasn't important. What was important, and far more worrisome, was Jackal's sudden interest in Zeke and the cure. Leave him alone, I warned, my voice low and threatening. You already killed his family. He'll be looking for any chance to return the favor. Wait, why was I warning Jackal about Zeke? Why was I even defending him at all? Before all this, I'd wanted the vampire to pay for what he'd done, and yet here I was, traveling with him, stepping in front of a crossbow for him. Worse, the person on the other end of the crossbow had been Zeke, who had every reason in the world to want Jackal dead, and who probably thought I'd turned on him now. But I couldn't let either of them die. For different reasons, I needed them both, even if I had to keep them from killing each other. Gosh, when had this all become so complicated? Jackal only chuckled.
I know vengeance, sister, he said in an equally low voice, giving me an evil smile. I know the boy will try to kill me someday. It's not like this is the first human I've annoyed. His smirk grew wider as I glared at him. Don't worry, I'm not about to eat your little human pet, unless you tries to kill me, of course. This is more of a warning for you, my dear sister. If you want that kid to live, you'd better make sure he doesn't come after me. The second he does, I'll tear him in half. All right. Zeke walked back, unaware of the tension between me and Jackal. I'm ready. Zeke, wait. Roach crept out of the shadows, eyeing me and Jackal fearfully, but turning a desperate gaze on Zeke. You can't go, the unregistered kid pleaded. You're the only reason the mole men are staying away. What if something happens? You said you'd take care of everyone. I know. Zeke raked a hand through his hair, clearly frustrated. I'm sorry, I have to do this, but I'll come back as soon as I can. Roach's eyes hardened, flashing betrayal, and Zeke sighed. Here, he said, and pulled something from his belt, a small rectangular device with a short antenna poking up from the side. Take this. He handed it to Roach. It's a walkie-talkie. If there's any trouble, hold this button down and talk into the speaker. I'll be able to hear you if I'm not too far away. Roach took the device gingerly, brow furrowing as he turned it over in his hands. Zeke put a hand on his shoulder. Only use it if there's an emergency, all right? The battery life is limited. Without another word, Roach scurried off with his prize, vanishing into the shadows. Zeke shook his head and turned back to us, his eyes gone hard and cold again. Let's go, he said briskly. The Mole Man lair isn't far, but I'm assuming you'll want to reach it before sunrise. Oh, give the human a prize, Jackal said as Zeke swept by us, walking toward the exit where we'd come in with Roach. The vampire looked back at me and grinned. Next thing you know, he'll be informing us that vampires might drink blood. I stifled a groan, already dreading this trip, knowing I'd probably have to step between these two again to keep them from killing each other. How long have you been here, Zeke? He glanced at me warily. We'd been walking several minutes in tense, weighty silence, the only sounds the shuffle of our footsteps on the concrete and the occasional scuttle of a rat in the darkness. Around us, the Undercity, the labyrinth of tunnels, corridors, and maze-like passageways, spread out in a tangled mess, hiding any number of secrets. Zeke held a flashlight, its thin white beam cutting through the shadows, illuminating the decay around us. He'd kept several paces ahead of me and Jackal, not looking back, and his cold silence had begun to eat at me. So after several minutes of struggling with myself, wondering if I should try to reach out to him, I'd finally quickened my pace and caught up. He was going to have to talk to me sometime, and I had too many questions that I wanted answered. I thought he was going to ignore me, and if that was the case, I would just keep pushing until he said something. But after that first suspicious glare, he sighed and looked down the tunnel again. About a month. His low voice echoed faintly as we stepped into a huge cement pipe, ducking slightly as we walked through. Give or take a few days. I got here a couple weeks before the plague hit and the vampires sealed everything off. It was pretty crazy. How did you end up down here? I got in through the tunnels, probably like you and Jackal did. He gave me a split-second glance. Came up in Sector 4 of the Fringe and met Kyle's gang, and they were pretty suspicious of me at first. I just sort of showed up out of nowhere one night, armed and definitely not from around here. They thought I was a pet or a guard or something. No one believed I came from outside the wall. But then, Zeke went on, people started getting sick, going crazy and attacking each other. Just a few at first, isolated incidents here and there. But in a few days, it was an epidemic, spreading through all the sectors. I was there when Kyle went nuts and tried to kill Roach. His expression turned grim. I ended up shooting him. There was nothing else I could do. I winced in sympathy. Zeke hated killing, taking human life, even when it was necessary. After that, Zeke went on, everyone started rallying around me, wanting me to take over, to tell them what to do. Maybe because Kyle was dead, and they were all freaking out. Or maybe it was just because I was armed. I couldn't say no. They needed help.
He sighed. I remembered this place from when I came through the tunnels, and it seemed safer than anywhere up top. That was before I knew it was right on the edge of Mole Man territory. His brow furrowed, and he shook his head. But anyway, we came down here, and more people followed. It's sort of become a refugee camp now for anyone trying to escape the craziness up top. But things are getting pretty bad. There's no food, and the mole men are getting bolder. Something has to be done, or everyone here is going to die. And you can't let that happen, I thought. Even if these aren't your people, even if they would turn on you the second something better comes along, you've never been able to walk away from those in need. You really haven't changed at all. But that still didn't answer the most important question. Zeke, I began, and he tensed as if he knew what was coming. Why are you here? Why aren't you back in Eden with everyone else? Why did you come to New Covington? He gave a short, bitter laugh. It's obvious, isn't it? He snapped, sounding angry again. I blinked, hearing the veiled hurt in his voice, not knowing where it was coming from. He stopped and turned, blue eyes glittering, facing me down. Because of you, Allie, he said, almost an accusation. I came here looking for you. Oh. Zeke spun and started walking again. Jackal snickered behind me. Ah, young love, he mocked, making me want to turn and kick him. Shut up, Jackal, I muttered, trailing after Zeke. I felt even worse now. Zeke was here for me? Why? Not because of what Jackal said, surely. That was crazy. He wouldn't trail me all the way across the country for that. And anyway, it didn't matter. I'd said my goodbyes to Zeke when I was turned away from Eden. I hadn't thought I'd ever see him again, and I had almost come to terms with that. He'd worked so hard to get his people to Eden safely. Why leave that all behind to go searching for a vampire who could be anywhere? Zeke had to know that anything between a vampire and a human wouldn't work. Even now, following him through the tunnels, watching his shoulders and the back of his neck, I couldn't help but want to bite him, to sink my fangs into his throat and draw his essence into myself. Worse, I knew what he tasted of. He'd given his blood to save my life once, and it was hot and powerful and intoxicating. I wanted more. With a start, I realized my fangs had slid out, poking my bottom lip, and I retracted them with a shiver. You know, Jackal, mused, as we walked down a narrow metal bridge over a crumbling levee, water must have run through it at one point, but now it was mostly dry, covered in rubble, broken bottles, and other hazardous things. This reminds me of a certain puppy I saw one day. Cutest little thing, one of my raiders' pets, I believe. This puppy was friendly with everyone. It didn't know a stranger. Until one day, it tried approaching a dog, a bitch, that was guarding another raider's bike, wagging its little tail, wanting to play, and that other dog ripped it to pieces. Thank you for that disturbing and completely pointless story, I said, ignoring the obvious reference. Maybe you should stick to death threats and intimidation, or better yet, don't talk at all. We reached the end of the tunnel, where Zeke waited for us, clicking off his flashlight. If he'd heard Jackal's story, he didn't comment on it. We have to be careful through here, he murmured, nodding into the shadows. Up ahead is a big chamber where the mole men sleep. There's no way around. We have to go straight through. Oh, good, Jackal smiled. I was getting awfully bored. Nothing like a good massacre to get the blood pumping. We're not here to fight them, Zeke reminded him, narrowing his eyes. We need them to show us the way through the inner city tunnels, unless you would rather wander aimlessly around until the sun comes up. Jackal snorted. All right, because the murderous, flesh-eating cannibals are just going to give us what we want because we ask them nicely? They usually don't attack larger groups, Zeke insisted, and they're terrified of vampires. This doesn't have to be a bloodbath. I know, little meat sack. Jackal bared his fangs in a savage grin. I just hope it is. We continued down the tunnel, a bit slower this time, as Zeke had turned the flashlight off and everything was pitch black now. For Jackal and I, that wasn't a problem. Our vampire senses allowed us to see in absolute darkness. But Zeke's human vision wasn't nearly as good.
but we didn't want to alert the mole men to our presence and have them scurry off into the maze of tunnels before we could talk to them. As we came out of the passage, the ceiling rose up into a large domed room, surrounded by tunnels on every side. The chamber was strewn with rubble and trash, piled unceremoniously into corners. Filthy, stained mattresses and piles of rags were scattered around a fire pit, the ashes cold and gray. There was no one else in the room. "That's weird," Zeke muttered, sweeping his flashlight around the chamber again. The beam flickered over mounds of junk and glinted off stripped white bones, scattered throughout the rubble. Some were definitely animal bones, rats and dogs mostly, but a few were questionable. They were here a few days ago. I wonder what made them clear out. "Maybe they heard rumors of vampires in the sewers," Jackal suggested, and shrugged. Pity, I was looking forward to a nice bloodbath. So he picked a yellow cat skull out of an alcove, turned it toward me, and moved the jaws up and down as he asked, "What do we do now?" Ignoring him, I turned slowly, taking a deep, careful breath. I smelled the grime and filth of this place, the stench of human waste in the tunnels nearby, and caught a hint of rotten meat from the mole man's last feeding. But through all that, I discovered a trace of something else, something instantly familiar. I followed the smell around a large rusty pipe until I found the source. Crouching down, I studied one of the mattresses, where a dark stain blotted one corner, soaking the fabric. The scent of fresh blood was suddenly very strong in my nose and mouth, and the hunger responded eagerly. I pushed it down, gazing at a line of drops spattering the floor, leading away from the mattress until they vanished into a pipe on the far wall. Jackal peered over my shoulder. "Well now, looks like someone left behind a trail. How very careless, not taking care of that properly, especially with vampires in the tunnels." He took a deep breath and chuckled. "It's fairly recent, too. We should probably try to catch up before he bleeds out and dies. That would just be a waste, wouldn't it?" I rose, moving away from Jackal, toward the pipe. "Where do you think they went, Zeke?" "I don't know." Zeke stepped over a pile of rocks and scattered bones to join us. "From what I understand, and this is mostly hearsay, they're fairly nomadic, moving around the Undercity at will. But individual families do have permanent nests like this one, and they stay away from other clans. They don't trespass into other territories. I don't have any idea where they could have gone." Well, I stepped to the entrance of the pipe. I could still catch the faint hint of blood, even through the mold and rust and other smells. I guess we're going to find out. I noticed Zeke's cold stare, directed at Jackal as he sauntered past, and I motioned the other vampire forward. "After you," I told Jackal, "unless, of course, you're afraid the mole men are waiting for you." Jackal gave me an evil, knowing smile, chuckling as he stepped into the pipe. He knew what I was doing, keeping a body between him and Zeke, separating them. I knew Zeke wouldn't stab his enemy in the back or shoot him from behind. He wasn't like that. But Jackal was sadistic enough to say something unforgivable just to set Zeke off. And then he would have no choice but to defend himself when Zeke attacked him. I hoped they both would keep it together, at least until we found Kanan.
I couldn't watch the two of them every second of every day. The pipe was narrow and claustrophobic, and all three of us had to duck so our heads wouldn't scrape against the top as we went through. Jackal was in front, moving as lightly and as smoothly as a cat, the edge of his duster trailing behind him. I could feel Zeke at my back, hear his steady breathing, and even though I knew he wouldn't, I kept imagining how easy it would be for him to take one of those stakes at his belt and drive it through my back, maybe clear into my heart. Then, with me out of the way, he would have a clear shot at the vampire who'd killed his father. I shook myself. No, Zeke wouldn't do that. I knew him. He hated vampires with a passion, and he was a fierce, determined fighter when he had to be, but he was also one of the few truly good people left in the world. He wouldn't stab me in the back in cold blood. Or would he? I realized I was being naive. Just because Zeke had known me before, that was no reason to drop my guard around him. It had been months. He could have decided I was a murderous, soulless monster after all, and what we'd shared, what we'd done, was evil and wrong. If he hadn't reached that conclusion before, my showing up with Jackal, the embodiment of everything humans feared in a vampire, certainly hadn't helped. And Zeke didn't even know about our family tie yet. What would he say once he discovered Jackal was my brother? He might stake me on principle. Enough, Allison. I pushed those thoughts from my head. What's done is done. Either Zeke will accept it or he won't, but you can't worry about him anymore. Finding Kanan is the important thing now. The tunnels went on, and so did the blood trail. Just when I'd think we'd lost it, Jackal would nod to a dark smear on the wall or a single drop of blood on the stones. Whoever this was, he was obviously badly hurt, and I hoped we wouldn't stumble across a corpse in the center of this endless maze. Jackal was never quiet, continuously spouting some cruel remark or observation as we followed him through the labyrinth of corridors and pipes. He spoke in whispers, and many of his comments were intended to needle the human in our party. Much to his credit, Zeke ignored the vampire, remaining calm and businesslike even when Jackal asked him an obvious, goading question. I finally kicked Jackal in the calf and growled at him to stop. Hey, I'm just making conversation. Jackal's grin made me want to slug him in his pointed teeth. I'm curious what the little meat sack has been up to since he burned down my city and disappeared with my cure. Is it an Eden blood bag? His voice was no longer mocking or curious. It now bordered on menacing. Is a new team of scientists studying that research? The failed vampire experiments? How close are they to discovering a cure? Why would I tell you any of that? Zeke asked softly. Jackal bared his fangs, but a noise up ahead caught my attention. For a second, I thought I heard the shuffle of feet over the stones and the low murmur of voices. Quiet, I whispered. Someone is out there. They fell silent, and we eased through the tunnels, being careful not to make a noise. The footsteps scuttled away, and the snatches of conversation vanished with them, but I knew we were getting close to something. This way, Zeke whispered, and turned down another pipe that cut through a brick wall into the darkness. Low voices echoed down the tube, a lot of voices, growing stronger the farther we went. I took a breath and smelled blood and smoke and the scent of many, many humans, all mingled together. The pipe abruptly ended, coming out of the wall nearly 15 feet off the ground. A thin line of water flowed past our feet and trickled into the large open room beyond. The air here was damp and smelled of metal, smoke, and stagnant water. Rusty pipes snaked over the walls and ceiling, and several steel drums smoldered with a thick, greasy smoke in the corners of the room. The pale, hunched figures of several dozen mole men milled about the chamber, their low, raspy voices drifting into the pipe. Some huddled around smaller fires throughout the room, gnawing on unidentifiable chunks of meat. Some lay curled up in rags, tattered blankets, or each other, sleeping or trying to stay warm. One woman, her hair falling out in patches, pulled a skewer of rats out of the fire and handed one to a skinny, wild-eyed boy, who took the charred rodent and darted off to an isolated corner. Crunching noises drifted up soon after. Beside me, Zeke blew out a slow, quiet breath. So many of them, he whispered, as we drew back into the shadows of the pipe. I've never seen so many in one place. Why are they gathering now? He trailed off, his voice turning grim. The base. They've been threatening to drive us off, back to the streets. As they all decide to attack the base, we won't be able to stop them, not with those numbers. They'll kill everyone there. Take it easy, I soothed, putting a hand on his knee. He glanced at it in surprise, and I pretended not to notice. We'll talk to them. There has to be a way to make them listen without bloodshed. Behind us, Jackal gave a disgusted snort. Hope springs eternal, he muttered, but didn't say anything else as we backed out of the pipe and searched for the entrance to the lair. We found it a few hundred feet from the pipe, a crumbled section of wall with firelight spilling out of the cracks, flickering over the stones and rubble. No one guarded the entrance. I guessed the mole men didn't have many intruders in their twisty, maze-like world, especially not vampires. I glared at Jackal as the entrance loomed closer.
"We're not here to kill anyone," I reminded him, and he rolled his eyes. "Try to remember that, okay? I don't want to have to fight the entire mole man population of New Covington, and if we kill them all, we won't have anyone to show us the way to the inner city." "You don't give me much credit, do you?" Jackal replied, shaking his head. "I ruled an entire raider city before you two ever came along. I know how to deal with large groups of killers. So don't worry, I won't threaten the bloodthirsty cannibals." He smirked. "But if you think we're going to get out of here without some kind of bloodshed, you're more naive than I thought." I didn't answer because we had crossed the rubble pile that led up to the crumbling wall and entered the lair of the mole men. We caught their attention immediately. As soon as we ducked through the entrance and stepped into the room, 3 mole men glanced up from one of the fire pits. For a second, they stared at us, blinking in shock. Jackal grinned back at them and nodded. "Evening," he said cordially, and the mole men leaped upright with shrieks and hisses of outrage, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Weapons flashed, and howls rose into the air as the entire sea of mole men surged toward us with murderous intent. "Now, now," Jackal bellowed, his clear, confident voice ringing through the chamber. "Let's not be hasty. We're not here for a massacre. And you people don't want to fight with us, trust me." Whether it was the certainty in his voice or the sudden flash of fangs, the entire group of mole men skidded to a halt a few yards away, glaring at us with wide, hateful eyes. I shot an amazed glance at my blood brother, who faced the hostile mob with a smile on his face, completely in his element. "That's better," Jackal said, still with that easy grin. "Let's all calm down a little. You know what we are, and we'd rather not have to paint the walls in blood to get what we want. We can all be civilized here, right?" Whispers were beginning to spread through the mob, growing louder and more restless. I tensed again, but suddenly the crowd parted and an old woman with stringy white hair stepped forward. Most of her teeth had rotted out of her skull, and her eyes were filmy blue, but she curled her lips back and pointed with a bony claw. Not at me or Jackal, but at Zeke.
"You," she hissed as Zeke blinked at her topsider. "I know you. You're the outsider that brought the rest of them down here, filling our tunnels with light, attracting what doesn't belong. You are the cause of this. You scare the rats away with your endless noise, and now you bring them down from the streets, just as we feared. Curse you," she spat at Zeke. "Curse you and your whole thieving race. You're like the plague, crowding places you don't belong, bringing death with you. The Undercity will never be safe now." "It isn't safe up top, either," Zeke answered in a steady voice. "We couldn't stay above ground, not with the sickness spreading so fast. I'm sorry we invaded your territory, but it was the only place we could go." She spat at him again, unappeased, and he raised his hands. "We'll be out of here as soon as we can, I promise." "Which brings us to our next order of business," Jackal broke in, sounding slightly annoyed that the attention had shifted away from him. He took a step forward, and the woman flinched back, making him smile. "We have to get into the inner city, and since all the gates up top are sealed off, the only way through is to go beneath. That's where you come in." The old woman glared at Jackal fearfully. "Vampire! You want us to show you the tunnels to the inner city so you can return and tell your people of the humans living right below their feet?" She shook her withered head. "Never. Kill me if you want to. We would all rather die than bring the monsters down here. We aren't going to tell anyone about you," I said, before Jackal could say something like, "That can be arranged. We're not from the inner city. We're not even from New Covington." "Well, Allie, the vampire, can't call the city home anyway. The vampires up top aren't our friends. Why do you think we're down here with a human?" I didn't look at Zeke when I said this, but I felt his eyes on me. "I know you have no reason to trust us, but we have to get to the inner city, and we're not leaving the tunnels until we do." More muttering and whispers. I could sense that a few of the mole men were considering our words, though most of them still looked terrified. This was their worst nightmare, vampires making their way below ground, into their territory. Fear of the monsters had driven them underground in the first place, and now we had invaded their safe haven. I could suddenly understand their reluctance. "Your words mean nothing to us, vampire," the old woman said at last.
We have only the promise of your silence, and that is not enough. We cannot take the chance that you will stay topside. If more monsters follow you into the tunnels, we have nothing with which to defend ourselves. Then let me offer something. Zeke stepped forward, and all eyes snapped to him. He faced them calmly, hands at his sides, raising his voice to speak to them all. "Do you know the easiest way to kill a vampire?" he asked the crowd. The mole men shuffled and hissed, muttering among themselves. They were reluctant to speak, but at the same time, they were intrigued. Killing vampires appealed to them, it seemed. Finally, a voice in the crowd spoke up, and more followed. "Burn it, cut off its head, drive a wooden spike through its heart." I shifted uncomfortably. "No need to sound so eager." Zeke nodded. "But you'd have to get awfully close to do that, wouldn't you?" he asked in that same cool voice. "And no one wants to be that close to a vampire and risk having it see you, right? Better to take it out from a distance." "What is your point, topsider?" the old woman hissed. Zeke narrowed his eyes. In one smooth motion, he swung the crossbow from his shoulders, drew back the string, and fired a dart at the far wall. The spike hit a rusty steel drum with a ringing clang, embedded halfway through the metal, and the mole men gasped, then burst into a storm of muttering. "I'll give this to anyone who can guide us through the tunnels to the inner city," Zeke said when the noise died down. When I glanced at him in surprise, he shrugged. "I can't take it with me anyway," he whispered. "Not up there." The vamps would take one look at this and freak out. "Kid's got a point," Jackal said begrudgingly. "You go waving something like that around the inner city, you'll get your head torn off before you know what's happening. Still, I'm not too keen on a bunch of vampire-hating cannibals having it either." One human edged forward, eyeing us warily. Like the others, he was frightfully thin, his hands and face spotted with open sores, but he seemed even more wasted than the rest. One side of his face was nothing but a furrow of scars, part of his lip had been torn off, and his eye was a milky white orb, unseeing and useless. "I'll take you," he rasped, his fevered gaze on Zeke's crossbow. "For that weapon, I'll take you there." "Amos," the old woman hissed, turning her filmy gaze on him. "Don't be a fool. They're vampires. They'll kill you and leave your body for the rats." The mole man shrugged his bony shoulders and stepped forward, away from the crowd. "Why should I care about that?" he asked in a dull, flat voice. "I have nothing left, and I'm tired of living in fear." He stepped up to Zeke, bringing his scarred face very close to the other human. Zeke stood his ground. "Give me that weapon," the mole man said, "and you have a deal. I'll take you to the inner city right now." Zeke nodded. "All right," he said, swinging the crossbow to his back again. "But you get us there, first. I'll give you the weapon once we're past the walls, not before." The mole man bared rotten teeth in a grim smile. "Follow me." We left the lair of the mole men through a tunnel on the far wall, feeling the cold, suspicious, angry glares of the mob on either side of us. I could smell their fear, see the tension lining their wasted bodies, the tight grip on their weapons, and hoped we could get out of there before things exploded into violence. They didn't move, however, just watched us as we trailed our guide through the chamber, into the tunnel, and melted into the darkness. The mole man, Amos, moved quickly through the passages, never looking back, never checking to see if we were still there. He carried no light and maneuvered the pitch blackness and shadow with no trouble at all, sliding into tunnels and crawling through pipes as easily as walking. This was his world, this maze of concrete and rust and mold and damp, like the streets and broken buildings up top had been mine. I had the strange realization that the mole men and unregistereds were very similar. Despite their aversion to light and their disturbing tendency to eat human flesh, they were just scavengers, fighting for food, avoiding the vampires, struggling to survive. We walked for a few hours, following our silent guide through endless tunnels and dark passageways. Rats fled from us, and once a huge snake slithered into the water out of sight, but we met no one else as we ventured farther into the belly of the city. Dawn was less than an hour away, and I was beginning to get a little nervous when Amos finally stopped. A rusty ladder led up to a dark hole in the ceiling, covered by a metal grate. Weeds, grass, and bramble smothered the top and poked in through the spaces, dripping water on our heads. "The inner city is through here," Amos rasped, peering at the exit with a half-fearful, half-disgusted look on his face. The grate is loose, but no one has used it for years, and the vampires don't know about it. We don't go topside, especially not up there. Now, he turned on Zeke, his eyes narrowed hungrily. You promised me that weapon if I led you to the inner city. Hand it over and let me go. Zeke immediately swung the crossbow off his back. Thank you, he told the mole man, holding it out. Tell your people we won't let the vampires know that you're down here. Amos snatched the weapon from his hands and backed away, glaring at us. It's a little late now, topsider, he growled, looking at me and Jackal. The vampires already know.
Before we could reply, he turned and fled into the tunnels clutching his prize, and the darkness swallowed him instantly. Jackal made a face at the retreating mole man, then glanced thoughtfully up at the grate. Well, he mused, squinting through the metal slats as if he could see the city through the weeds and vegetation. Here we are. I don't think we'll be knocking on the prince's door tonight, though. Yeah, I muttered. Dawn was close. It would be risky and dangerous to continue through unknown territory with the light threatening the horizon. The sun's almost up. Looks like we're sleeping down here one more day. I gazed down the tunnel Amos had vanished into and frowned. And there's a mole man running around with a crossbow now. Let's hope nothing comes creeping back while we're all asleep. Jackal's voice was a soft growl. It's not the mole man I'm worried about. I blinked at him, confused for a moment, until Zeke did something I'd never seen him do before. He smiled. A cold, dangerous smile, his eyes glittering with dark promise. It sent a chill through me as I realized I didn't know him anymore. Before, I would have trusted Zeke with my life, and had, on more than one occasion, slept through the day with him nearby, guarding me. I'd been wary, especially at first, but I'd come to realize that Zeke wasn't the type to stab someone in cold blood, even if it was a vampire. Now, I wasn't sure. This vengeful, hard-eyed Zeke worried me. I didn't know if he still considered me a friend, or if I was just another vampire who had turned on him. I was even less sure about Jackal. Does it worry you? Zeke's voice was soft, menacing. That the human you've been pushing all night will be guarding your dead body while the sun's up? Maybe you should have thought of that before you started talking about my father. Jackal stared at Zeke, appraising. Zeke put a hand on one of his stakes and stared back. I tensed, ready to jump in if either of them went for the other. After a moment, Jackal bared his fangs in a savage grin. Well, color me shocked. The human actually has a pair. He might survive the inner city after all. Stepping back, he nodded at me. Getting a little crowded in here for my taste. You two have fun. I'll be back when the sun goes down. Oh, and human? His amber gaze flicked to Zeke. Contrary to what you might think, I actually can wake up in the middle of the day. So if you have the notion to track me down and take my head for a trophy, I suggest you be ready for the fight of your life, because I won't hold back until one of us is smeared over the walls. Just a friendly warning. He gave a too bright smile that was anything but friendly, turned and sauntered off. His tall, lean form melted into the darkness of a nearby tunnel, and he was gone. Silence fell, stretched awkwardly between me and Zeke, who watched me under the faint light coming through the metal grate. We were finally alone, and dawn was close but not imminent. I could finally ask him all the questions burning inside my head, but I found that I didn't know where to start. He wasn't the same person as before, and neither was I. Finally, Zeke sighed and leaned against the wall, pulling his gun as he did. His fingers deftly released the cartridge, checked the rounds inside, and snapped it back again. You should go, he said, without looking at me. Find a place to hole up for the day. I'll stay here, keep the tunnels clear of mole men or anything else that might come creeping back. Haven't you been up all night? Don't you need to sleep too? Don't worry about me. He slid the chamber back, making sure it was loaded, then released the slide with a click. I've been taught to survive on 0 hours sleep if I have to. I'll be fine. Zeke Allison. He finally looked up at me. I know you have a lot of questions, he said, sounding uncomfortable, but I can't answer them. Not now, anyway. Just know that the others are safe. They're still in Eden, and they have a good life now.
I made sure everyone was taken care of before I left. A shadow of a smile finally crossed his face, and he shook his head. Caleb ordered me to tell you hi, and that he and Bethany named a goat after you. I laughed, feeling a strange tightness in my throat. I'm glad they're okay, I told him, and he nodded, a wistful look passing through his eyes. For just a moment, he looked like the boy I'd left in Eden, hopeful and determined, only wanting a home and a safe place for his family. All right, I muttered, drawing away. If you've got this, then I'm going to find a place to sleep. If Jackal comes back before I do, try to ignore him, okay? I don't want to come back to a massacre. Wait, Zeke pushed himself off the wall, as if he couldn't hold back anymore. I turned back to find him watching me with hooded eyes, the gun held loosely in one hand. Why, Allison? He asked in a hard voice. You never told me why Jackal is here. You know what he is, what he's done. Why are you here with him? My insides cringed. I'd known the question was coming, and I still didn't have a good answer for him, not one that he could accept. Why should I tell you? I thought rebelliously. You don't trust me with your secrets anymore. You can't even tell me the reason you're here. I don't have to explain anything to you, Zeke Cross. But if I told him that, it would only make him more suspicious. He would think I was hiding something, and I wasn't going to play that game. I knew what I was. I had nothing to hide, not anymore. I ran into Jackal while I was looking for someone else, I told him. I thought I was following a lead, but I was wrong. I found Jackal instead. He didn't try to kill you? No, I shook my head, watched his brow arch in disbelief. Jackal had been following the same lead when I met him. We came to New Covington together because we're looking for the same person. His name is Kaneen, and he's being kept in the inner city now. I want to get him out, and I need Jackal's help to do it. Zeke pondered this, no expression on his face. That's who you were talking about before, he mused. You said you had to find someone, that you owed him. I nodded, though it wasn't really a question. Who is he? Zeke asked in a low, serious voice. I paused. How could I explain Kaneen's importance to someone who hated vampires and, with the possible exception of one, thought they were all evil, soulless demons? Revealing who Kaneen was, our relationship within vampire society, probably wasn't going to go over well with Zeke. I was once again choosing to help a vampire, and maybe I was turning my back on my once fellow humans. But I would not abandon Kaneen. Not for Zeke, not for Saren, not for anyone. I owed the vampire far too much. He's my sire, I finally admitted, and Zeke's brow furrowed, not recognizing the vampiric term. The one who turned me, I elaborated. The one who made me a vampire. Zeke's face went blank with shock. That's who we're looking for? He whispered. A vampire? The monster that killed you? He gave me a choice, I reminded him firmly. I chose to become a vampire. It wasn't forced on me. Kaneen isn't like that. I'd told Zeke this before, that Kaneen had saved me from a rabid attack and given me the choice to become a vampire, but he still stared at me, disbelieving and horrified. Maybe because, to Zeke, all vampires were monsters. At least, that's what he believed before I came into his life, and, even now, I wasn't sure what he thought of me. I shook my head in frustration. He taught me everything I know, I continued earnestly, wanting him to understand, to see that Kaneen wasn't just another monster to be hated and feared. He took me in and showed me exactly what I needed to learn about being a vampire. He didn't have to, but he chose to stay, to teach me. I'd be dead now if it wasn't for him. With a little shock, I realized that I really missed Kaneen. I hadn't allowed myself to think of him much. Beyond the knowledge that we had to find him and get him away from Saren, I had tried not to imagine what my sire was going through.
But I remembered his deep voice, his lessons about feeding and fighting and vampire culture, the annoyed look he gave me when I was being stubborn. I desperately hoped he was all right, or at least still alive and sane. The master vampire had been cold, stern, and sometimes harsh, but his teachings had basically saved my life. If not for him, I really would be dead, or worse, a soulless predator consumed with her own bloodlust who didn't know she could be anything but a monster. Zeke struggled with this a moment longer.
I could see him thinking, trying to come to terms with the fact that we were venturing into the inner city to rescue not a human, but another vampire. You don't have to come with us, I told him quietly. You don't know Kanine, and you don't have any reason to be here. I won't hold it against you if you leave. But Zeke immediately shook his head. No, he murmured, as if that was the end of it. No, I went through too much to find you, and the refugees are counting on me to help them. I'm not leaving now. There was something more to that, and I wanted to ask what it was, but Zeke quickly changed the subject. This Kanine, he began, looking thoughtful. You told me why you want to help him, and that makes sense, but why is Jackal here? He led a whole raider army and controlled an entire city, and he gave all of that up? Why is he so interested in one vampire? Who is Kanine to him? I stifled a groan. Why do you have to ask such hard questions? I muttered. Zeke's expression didn't change, and I sighed. Kanine, I began slowly, hoping he wouldn't instantly jump to conclusions, is Jackal's sire, too. He turned him a long time ago, before I was even born, which makes us, at least in vampire society, siblings, Zeke finished softly. Jackal is your brother. I nodded. My blood brother, I confirmed, watching to see how Zeke was taking this. No expression showed on his face, which I found disconcerting. I used to be able to read him so easily. That doesn't mean I like him or that I've forgotten what he's done, I added, facing Zeke's blank stare. I fully expect him to turn on me as soon as he gets what he wants. But Kanine is our sire, and we're the only ones I know of who have a chance of finding him. Why? Because, I paused, preparing to explain another piece of vampire history I didn't want to reveal. Sometimes we can sense those who share our bloodline, members of our particular family. We can feel where they are, what they're experiencing, usually in times of intense emotion or pain. Our blood ties us together. There's a stronger pull toward our sire, but the offspring of a master vampire are always aware of each other once they know the other exists. That's why a princess's coven is usually made up of his own offspring. It's harder for them to turn on him if he always knows where they are. Zeke's brow furrowed. So you can sense where Jackal is? Right now? I couldn't give you detailed directions, I said, not liking this sudden interest. It's more like I know he's that way. I gestured toward a wall, but I don't know exactly where. And I'd have to make a conscious effort to concentrate on him before I could sense anything. Not like Kanine. Kanine is in pain right now, and he's calling for us. Zeke was silent, but his eyes narrowed as he stared in the direction I'd pointed, his face hard. I shifted uneasily. Zeke, I began, hating to ask him, but knowing I had to. You're not going to go looking for Jackal, are you? He'll be expecting it, and he probably didn't lie about waking up in the middle of the day. Some of the stronger vampires are able to do that. Promise you won't go after him. He glared at me, definitely angry now. Do you really have to ask me that? He demanded, his voice harsh. Do you really think so little of me that I would murder someone while they're asleep? He shook his head in disgust. No, when I kill that vampire, and I will, Allison, make no mistake about that, I want him to be fully aware of it. I want him to see my face. I want him to know exactly who killed him and why. He tore his gaze from me and stared down the tunnel, a flicker of torment crossing his face. Jeb deserves it, he said in a softer voice. So do Darren, and Ruth, and Dorothy, and everyone else he's murdered for his entertainment. Who knows how many he's killed, how many have suffered because of him? He glanced back at me, and his eyes were hard again. So, no, I'm not going to stab your brother while he's asleep. I'll wait until we rescue your sire and make sure the refugees are safe, and who knows how long that will be. But when this is over, I'm going to kill that vampire, Allison. For my family, for those back in Eden, I'm not going to leave him alive. The only question is... He looked me right in the eye, a shadow of uncertainty crossing his face. Will I have to fight you as well as Jackal? I bit my lip, feeling pulled in two impossible directions. Jackal had been the enemy once, As far as I knew, he still was. But we had traveled together, fought side by side. He hadn't left me to the rabid horde in the old DC tunnels. And, as much as I hated to admit it, he was my brother. We might not be siblings in the human sense, but in vampire society, we were family. Turning on Jackal, once I had what I needed, sounded like something he would do, and I wasn't like him. Unless he attacked me first, I could not accept his help today and then try to kill him tomorrow. But I could no more fight Zeke than stab my brother in the back. He was the one thing I would try desperately to save, no matter the cost, even from myself, the demon that still hungered for his blood, that was urging me even now to pounce on him and drive my fangs into his throat. If Zeke went for Jackal with the full intent to kill, I really didn't know what I would do, but it would probably involve trying to stop them both. I don't know, I said at last, and watched Zeke's face go from hopeful to devastated before shutting down completely. It sent a pang through my stomach. In his eyes, I'd just chosen Jackal over him, but I would not lie and say I'd help him kill my brother, even if Jackal deserved it. Let's hope it never comes to that. Zeke turned away and stared into the darkness, his expression closed off. I wanted to keep talking, to explain that I wasn't turning my back on humans in favor of vampires. But dawn was closer now, and as I drew back to look for a place to sleep, I couldn't help but think that maybe it was better this way. It was better that Zeke hated me. He was one of those dangerous attachments Kanine had warned me about. The most dangerous attachment, if I was being honest with myself. What we'd had before, what we'd shared, that was just a fantasy, and a deadly one at that. There was no way a vampire and a human could be together, and my inner demon laughed at the thought. It would just take one slip on my part, one tiny error of judgment, and I would kill him. Better that he think me a monster now, just like Jackal, and keep his distance. It was best for both of us. With a heavy heart, I walked toward a side tunnel, wondering when I had made all these impossible connections. Making decisions had been so much easier when I was just Allie the Fringer, when my only concern was keeping myself and Stick fed, when basic survival was all I cared about. At the mouth of the tunnel, I stopped and glanced back at Zeke. He was leaning against the wall beneath the metal grate, head bowed and eyes closed. Rainwater dripped into his bright hair, making it shimmer as he stood outlined in hazy light. He looked very alone then, a single human in a monster-infested world, a fading bright spot surrounded by shadow. And despite my best intentions, my determination not to be a monster, I was part of the world that he feared, part of the darkness that would drag him down and tear him apart. "I'm sorry, Zeke," I told him, and stepped into the shadows before he could reply. I am ravenous, starving, dangerously close to losing control.
My mind is a jumble of fractured, barely coherent thoughts and pure, savage hunger. It has been too long, far too long. My body burns, my entire being consumed with wanting food. The demon overtaking my mind roars and fights the chains at my wrists, straining them, needing to break free, to hunt and kill and feed. It senses movement on the other side of the bars and screams in frustration, in defiance, the howl echoing off the empty stones. And still, through the constant agony and raging hunger, part of me realizes how close to the edge I am, a mere step from falling into madness, where the hunger finally shatters the mind and turns the host into a vicious, irredeemable beast. A madness that, once crossed, cannot be reversed. I know of only one vampire who clawed his way up from the pit of insanity, but the creature who returned from that utter darkness was not the same. I have to hang on, just a little longer. They are close. I can feel them. They will be my salvation, if I can cling to sanity long enough for them to reach me. I just hope that, when she finally comes, there will be more than a mindless, savage beast waiting behind these iron bars. Allison, hurry. We're both running out of time. I woke up terrified and hungry. Shivering, I pushed myself upright, bumping my head against the ceiling of the cement culvert I'd taken shelter in. Kinnan.
Kinnan was slipping, the hunger pushing him closer to the edge of madness. The torment he felt, the agony consuming him from the inside, the horrible drive to feed still lingered in my mind, like an oily taint. I couldn't imagine his suffering, no relief, no end in sight. It would have driven me crazy long ago. Gosh, I will not let that happen. I'm still coming, Kinnan, just hang in there. We were out of time, we had to get to Kinnan now. But as I shook the last vestiges of sleep from my head, a new sensation hit me like a blow to the face. Blood, a lot of it. I scrambled out of the pipe and hit a body sprawled in the mud at the entrance. A mole man's glazed, unseeing eyes stared up at me, a bullet hole clean through his heart. Another lay nearby, also shot through the chest, one hand clutching a rusty blade. My stomach clenched. The knife smelled of blood. His blood. Zeke. More bodies littered the tunnel, pale and skinny, most of them shot through the chest or the head. Clean, efficient kill shots. But at least a couple bled from deep, gaping slashes caused by a blade. Most had weapons, knives or lead pipes or nails driven through wooden boards. Crude, yet still deadly. Worry twisted my dead heart, and I hurried onward. Voices rang out ahead, and I felt my lips curl back from my fangs. Rounding a bend, I saw Zeke, pressed into the space between the corner wall and another huge pipe, protecting his back. He held the machete in one hand, raised in front of him, and his gun in the other. In the shadows, his eyes were hooded, and blood spattered his face and arms, making him look dangerous. 3 mole men hovered at the entrance, hissing and waving their weapons, but reluctant to step forward into that narrow space and the machete that waited for them. "Don't do this," Zeke pleaded, his voice low and harsh, echoing off the pipes. "You don't have to die today, and no one else has to be hurt. Go home." "You brought vampires into the tunnels," one man hissed, striking the pipe with a rusty iron bar. The hollow clang caused a rat to flee from its hole and dust to fall from the ceiling, but Zeke didn't flinch. "If we don't kill you here, you'll go topside and let them know where we are. We can't risk that. All trespassers have to die, starting with you." He hurled his pipe at Zeke. Zeke raised his arm, knocking it aside with his machete, and my vision went red. I roared, baring fangs, and the men spun around, their eyes widening in terror. They bolted, but the corridor was narrow, and I blocked the only way out. I lashed out with my katana and caught one across the throat as he went by, cutting his head from his shoulders. My follow-up blow hammered into the next one's back, slicing through flesh and muscles and severing the spine. He got 4 steps before his legs gave out and he pitched face first onto the concrete. The last one, terrified beyond reason, came at me screaming, his knife raised high. I grabbed the wrist that slashed wildly at my face, yanked him forward, and plunged my fangs into his throat. Hot, grimy blood filled my mouth, and the hunger flared. I didn't stop drinking until the mole man shuddered and went limp in my arms, the knife hitting the pavement with a clink. The hunger faded to a low, barely noticeable throb, sated for now. Dropping the corpse, I wiped blood from my mouth and looked up at Zeke, watching me from the corner. His face was grim, but not horrified or fearful, making me slump with relief. Even though Zeke knew what I was, I'd never fed in front of him before. Except, of course, that one time where he had been the victim, and I'd barely stopped myself from draining him completely. He hadn't turned away from me then, and I didn't want to see fear, horror, and disgust in his eyes now, because I was still a monster. Wait, I thought that's exactly what you wanted, vampire girl. Zeke should fear you. It's the only thing that will keep him safe, remember? I sheathed my sword, stepping farther into the narrow corridor. "You okay?" "Yes." He eased out of the corner, wincing a bit. "They came out of nowhere," he muttered, his eyes dark as they scanned the bodies, scattered over the pavement. "I think someone followed us from the nest, then went back to alert the others. They wanted me to tell them where you and Jackal were sleeping so they could kill you too. I tried explaining that it wasn't necessary, that we wouldn't reveal to anyone where they were, but they wouldn't listen. They just kept coming. I didn't want to kill them." His face grew pained, eyes haunted, and he shook his head. "I didn't want this. Are you hurt?" "Nothing serious." He slowly holstered his gun, the movement stiff and painful. "I'll have a couple nice bruises," and one of them snuck up from behind and stabbed me in the back. The vest took most of the damage, but he still got me. The machete followed the gun, with Zeke clenching his jaw as it slid into place. "They didn't really have a chance," he muttered darkly. "I had a gun, and they were coming at me with clubs and knives. They should have known. Why didn't they stop?" The smell of his blood drifted to me again, and I frowned. "We'll need to clean that," I said, and he eyed me warily. "I can smell the blood on you, Zeke. You're wounded, and the other vampires will be able to smell it too. We need to cover it. Unless, of course, you want to walk through a vampire city bleeding." The color drained from his face. "Right," he muttered. "Point taken. Here." He bent to one of the many compartments on his vest and pulled out a roll of tape and a couple small white squares. He hesitated, clearly uncomfortable, then held the bandages out to me. "I don't think I can reach it myself," he said, not meeting my eyes. "Would you be able to?" I nodded, taking the tape and the odd white squares. One was clearly a bandage of some kind, but the other was wrapped in paper and smelled of chemicals, making my eyes water. Zeke turned and silently shrugged off the vest, dropping it to the pavement. Then, slowly, painfully, he reached up and pulled the shirt over his head, revealing his lean, muscular back and the vivid map of scars slashed across his skin. Even though I'd been expecting it, I bit the inside of my cheek. I had witnessed his adopted father's punishment when Zeke didn't live up to his standards. It still made my throat burn with fury. Zeke had been raised with such a strict concept of obedience, it was a wonder he had defied or questioned Jeb at all. I stepped up behind him, barely stopping myself from touching his back, tracing the scars on his skin. The knife wound, a small but deep-looking puncture, oozed crimson just below his shoulder blade.
I stifled the urge to plunge my fangs into the side of his neck and bent to the task at hand. "You're not asking the obvious question," Zeke murmured, as I tore one of the white packets open, releasing a damp square cloth and the smell of disinfectant. At least, that's what I thought the strange packet was. Having never seen one before, I was just guessing here. "It doesn't bother me if you want to know how I got them. Everyone does." "I know how you got them," I said quietly, pressing the damp square to Zeke's wound, dabbing gently. He stiffened, a short breath escaping him. Whatever was on the strange cloth probably stung. "I was there, outside the church the night before Jackal's men attacked you. When Jeb..." "You saw that?" I nodded. Memories flickered. Jeb ordering Zeke to take off his shirt, the flash of metal as the old man whipped him repeatedly with a car antenna. Zeke braced against a gravestone, head bowed, saying nothing. Myself in the bushes several yards away, fighting the urge to leap out and tear Jebediah's head from his shoulders. "I'd caught up from the Archer compound that night," I told him, folding the cloth in half to wipe away the last of the blood. Hunger and something else, that strange, twisty feeling whenever Zeke was around, warred through my insides. Touching him like this, feeling his warm skin under my fingers, only made it worse. "I'd been following you for a couple days, after we had our falling out. I was in the cemetery when you and Jeb came through, and saw the whole thing." My hand hovered over a scar, slashed from his shoulder to nearly the center of his back, and I shivered. "I can't imagine what it was like for you." "That's it?" Zeke challenged softly, though his voice lacked the bite I had been expecting. "Nothing to say about Jeb?" "I have plenty to say about Jeb," I replied, "though none of it is very nice, and I figure it would be rude to talk about him right now. Besides, you know what Jeb thought of me. He trained you to think the same." "I still miss him sometimes," Zeke said in a voice barely above a whisper. "I know you probably think it's crazy, but I respected him. Even though his principles were different than mine, and I never became the leader he wanted me to be, he still did everything he could to protect us." I dropped the bloody square and unfolded the second one, pressing the dry cloth to the wound. Unwinding the tape he'd given me, I tore a strip off and smoothed it across the bandage, holding it in place. "You don't have to defend him to me, Zeke," I said, and my thoughts went to Conan. "I know what it's like to miss someone, to feel like you're just wandering around, lost.
and how you wish they were there, if only for a moment, just to point you in the right direction. Zeke was quiet while I finished bandaging the wound, taping the edges down tightly. "This vampire," he said when I was nearly done, "Conan, he's important to you, isn't he? I mean, it sounds like he's more than just the vampire that turned you." "Conan is..." I paused, thinking. It was hard to explain my relationship with the master vampire. Yeah, he was my sire, but he was also my mentor, my teacher, and my friend. "It's complicated," I said at last, smoothing down the last piece of tape. "I wouldn't go so far as to say he's my adoptive father or anything like that, but I guess he is family." "I can understand that," Zeke said, and turned so we were face to face. His blue eyes met mine, softer now, conflicted, like he was trying to see me, really see me, to find that person he knew, to look past the vampire and the monster and the thing that had just ripped out a man's throat, to the girl beneath. "Allie." His voice was still very soft, his brow furrowed as if he was in pain. "I will never forgive Jackal for what he did to my family," he said firmly, holding my gaze. "I know I should, that's what I've been taught, but I can't. I keep seeing Jeb and Darren and Ruth and everyone who didn't make it, and all I want to do is put a stake through his heart and send him to hell where he belongs. Maybe that's messed up, and maybe it makes me just as bad as him, but that's the only way I'm going to have any kind of peace with him around. But you and..." He paused, searching my face. "Maybe we can start over, put everything that's happened behind us, and try again. I don't want to fight you. I know you have your reasons for bringing Jackal here, and I will try to respect that, even if I can't forgive him." "I don't want to fight you either," I muttered, looking down so I didn't have to see his shirtless, muscular upper body standing so close. I caught a glimpse of a few pale scars on his chest, not nearly the mess his back was, and it made my stomach squirm. "I'm still a vampire, Zeke. I'm still going to have to feed and drink blood, and I might kill more people. You know that." "I know." Zeke stepped closer, not touching, but I could feel the warmth coming from his skin, sense him trying to catch my gaze. "And I'm still going to hate everything the vampires have done to us. I'm going to do everything I can to help the people here, but that doesn't mean that I hate you, Allie." I raised my eyes, meeting his gaze. He gave a faint, rueful smile. "Everything used to be so black and white," he admitted with a tiny shrug. "Jeb's teachings didn't allow for much gray area, if any. But I understand vampires a lot more now, and I know that you, at least, still try to be different, to not be one of them. I believe that." "How do you know?" I challenged. Part of me didn't know what I was doing. Zeke was finally saying the words I'd longed to hear him say, that I wasn't like the other vampires, that I was different. But my rational side knew this was dangerous ground, that Zeke should fear and hate me, that I was still a vampire that could lose control of herself at any moment, and then he would be dead. Jackal's words came back to taunt me. "You and me, sister, we're exactly the same. Fight it as long as you want. In the end, the monster always wins." "Maybe I am just using you," I continued, while my head continued its war with itself. I was torn between irrationally wanting to hug Zeke and wanting to scare him away for good, away from the monster that still urged me to rip him apart. Maybe Jeb was right the whole time. "How do you know I'm not just like them?" Zeke's voice didn't change. "Because," he said calmly, "if you were, I'd have been dead on top of Jackal's tower that night." "Ugh, please," came a new, unwelcome voice breaking into our conversation. I think I'm going to hurl. We broke apart as Jackal sauntered into the tunnel, smirking and gazing around at the carnage. "Well, you two certainly left a nice trail," he commented, stepping over one of the men I'd killed earlier. "Made you easy to find at least, though I feel a bit left out. Next time you two decide to go on a bloody killing spree, at least send me an invitation so I know that you care." He grinned as Zeke retrieved his shirt and vest from the ground, shrugging into them quickly. So, now that we're done making out in entrail-strewn sewer tunnels, are we ready to go see the prince? I went up the ladder, shoving the grate aside and easing out of the sewers. As I straightened, a breeze whistled through the long grass, tossing my hair and sliding over my skin, unpleasantly cold had I been alive to feel it. Flurries drifted on the air, swirling around us, and the ground was dusted in white. I gazed around warily. Squat, ancient buildings surrounded us on 3 sides, crumbling to large rubble piles in the weeds. The area where we stood had been a parking lot once, but vegetation had completely taken over, and now only a few spots of pavement showed through the grass and the light dusting of snow on the ground. I turned and saw the gleaming lights of the vampire towers, looming impressively over the tops of other buildings, closer than I'd ever seen before. I half closed my eyes, and the pull was there, drawing me right toward them. "Kanan, I'm coming. Hang on." I scouted the area a bit, Zeke announced, coming up behind me.
His gun and machete were in place, but he had ditched the stakes in the tunnels before going topside. Probably a smart move. The vamps, pets, and guards would not look kindly on such an obvious vampire killer. After you two went to sleep, before the mole men attacked, there's a patrol that comes by every 30 minutes or so, but not much traffic otherwise. It's different near the center, though, lots of people, and I think there are several vampires, too. They've set up a security fence around those 3 buildings, he pointed to the vampire towers, where it looks like they're checking everyone who goes through the gates. I couldn't get too close. They have sentries with dogs surrounding the perimeter, and I couldn't risk them scenting me. So, I mused to no one in particular, gazing at the vampire towers again. Here we were, past the wall and at the edge of the prince's territory. How are we going to get through? "We could check the perimeter," Zeke suggested. "See if there are any holes or lulls in the patrols. Maybe we can sneak past them." Jackal snorted, kicking the grate into place again. "You won't be sneaking past anything," he mocked, turning to us. "Even if you get past the checkpoint, the guards and the pets, you're going into the lair of the prince of the city. You think they just have weakling humans in any of those towers?" He shook his head. "Salazar's coven will be all over the place, the vampire elite, his hand-picked personal guard." "Then how are we going to find Kanan?" I snapped, feeling his time was slipping further away. "We have to get in there somehow. What do you suggest? Walk up and knock on the front door?" "Actually," Jackal said, "that's exactly what we're going to do." Zeke and I stared at him, equal parts speechless and horrified. "You're kidding?" Zeke said at last. "There's no way they'll let us in. I'm not registered here, and you both snuck in from outside the wall. They'll know we're intruders. Not to mention, Salazar feeds Kanan's entire line," I added. "He tried to kill me and Kanan both the last time I was here, in case you've forgotten." "Guards, trucks, people shooting at us every 50 feet? Jackal chuckled. "Oh, ye of little faith." He sighed and started across the lot, motioning us to follow. "Thinking just like the humans. It's kind of sad. You forget, I've been at this vampire thing a long time. Just leave this to me and try to keep your mouths shut." Apprehensively, we trailed Jackal out of the lot and onto the cracked, broken sidewalks, moving steadily toward the center of the city. Street lamps flickered, lighting the way, though more than a few were smashed and broken or sputtered erratically. The streets here were cleaner than those of the fringe. Fewer rubble piles, less vegetation growing everywhere, no dead cars clogging the roads. The buildings to either side of us were barren, decayed, and empty, but the closer we got to the very center, the more lights we saw. I looked behind us once, and, through a gap in the buildings, I caught a glimpse of the inner wall, dark and deserted. Beyond that wall was the fringe. I wondered what madness was happening on the streets of my old home. Jackal never stopped or slowed down. He walked the center of the road like he owned it, his duster billowing behind him, and didn't hesitate when a patrol of a half-dozen armed guards rounded a corner and came toward us. I tensed, and Zeke's hand twitched for his gun. But the patrol, when they saw us, veered away and averted their eyes. Stunned, I watched them cross the road to avoid us and realized how we must look. 2 vamps and an armed human walking the streets of the inner city like we were meant to be here. And I understood Jackal's mindset now.
Of course the guards wouldn't question us. We were vampires. Skulking or sneaking around the inner city was highly suspicious and would have drawn immediate attention. But when a fanged bloodsucker walked down the street in plain sight, every human, pet, guard, or normal worker gave them a wide berth. I expected Jackal to let the humans pass while we continued our trek to the gate, but the vampire abruptly shifted directions and strode right toward them, his walk and everything about him aggressively confident. The patrol stopped, the guards immediately snapping to attention even as they avoided his eyes. Jackal marched right up, grabbed the lead human by the collar, and slammed him back into a wall, baring fangs in his face. "Your prince isn't being very friendly," Jackal growled, as the rest of the patrol cringed back, not knowing whether to draw weapons or flee. Zeke and I looked on, as shocked as the rest of them, but trying not to show it. Here we are, trying to be nice and polite and present ourselves to Salazar, but he's locked all the gates and shut down the wall. We had to crawl up through the sewers to get here. Do you know how disgusting that is, human? His lips curled back into a fearsome snarl, and the human turned white, looking like he might faint. And what the hell is going on in the fringe? The blood bags have gone insane. They even tried to attack us. Has Salazar lost control of this place completely? Sir. The human gave a feeble salute, difficult, as his arms were shaking so hard he could barely lift them. I'm sorry, sir. We're experiencing a bit of a problem with the fringe. I can see that, human. Jackal bared his fangs again, making the guard jerk his head away, cracking the back of his skull against the wall. I want to know why Salazar hasn't gotten it under control yet. Sir, I assure you, your assurances mean nothing to me. Jackal abruptly released the guard and stepped back, letting him slump to the wall. I want to see Salazar. I demand an audience with your prince. Take me to him, right now. Sir, the guard looked absolutely miserable and terrified at the same time. I don't have that kind of authority. Incredible. How does this city even run? Jackal growled, casting a disdainful look at me and Zeke. Turning back to the guards, he took a breath and made a great show of being patient. Then tell me, Bloodbag, who has that authority? The prince's aide, sir, his pet. He's the one who admits visitors to the prince's chamber. Well then, Jackal said, taking a step forward, I'd say you'd better get a hold of him soon, don't you think? Yes, sir. The guard leaped off the wall, looking relieved to pass this little problem on to someone else. I'll contact him right now. Please, follow me. Jackal grinned over his shoulder as we started down the road again, following the patrol toward the vampire towers. See, he said in a quiet voice, looking at me now. When you act like a vampire, humans will treat you like one. None of this sneaking or skulking around crap. They're the sheep and we're the wolves, and they know it. So, this is what it's like in a vampire city, Zeke said in a cold voice. Jackal snorted. Did that upset you, Bloodbag? Did I treat the human too rough for you? He sneered. Get used to it. This is our city, and we do what we want here. Every single human existing behind these walls belongs to us. Not all of them, Zeke said firmly. Another time, I would have taken Zeke's side and argued with Jackal that there were humans in a vampire city who defied the bloodsuckers and lived free. I had been one of them, but I didn't want to start a fight in the middle of enemy territory, not when we were rapidly approaching the fence that surrounded the prince's towers. As we drew closer, my apprehension grew. If I'd still had a heartbeat, it would have been pounding against my ribs. This territory was the prince's, the master vampire that ruled the city with an iron fist. Not only that, the strongest vampires in the city, the prince's coven, prowled the halls and corridors of those towers. So many bloodsuckers. If Jackal didn't know what he was doing, we were walking into a death trap. What do you expect to do in there? I growled at Jackal, suddenly wanting to know the plan, if we had a plan, or if we were just flying in blind.
You know that if Salazar finds out who we are, he'll try to put our heads on his wall. Relax, sister. Jackal quirked an eyebrow. Unless he's seen you personally, Salazar doesn't know you from Evie. You're just another wandering mongrel vampire to him, and he doesn't know me at all. Don't worry, I know how princes think. We'll go in, feed him some story about passing through, make a little scene because we can't leave the city now, and he'll get annoyed, but probably not enough to throw us out.
There are rules for visiting vampires after all, and these princes are all such proud jerks. More likely, he'll apologize for the state of the city, offer to let us stay in the tower until the crisis is over, and we'll be free to look for Canaan as we please. Easy. Way too easy, Zeke muttered, and I agreed. Jackal rolled his eyes. Well, if you two have a better plan, I'd love to hear it. We were very close to the fence now, passing more guards and humans waiting in line to get through the checkpoint. At the front of the line, a guard would ask the human to show his tattoo, usually located on the inner arm. A scanner was passed over the mark and scrutinized before the guard waved him through. I bit my lip to avoid curling it in disgust. Before I was turned, this was what I had fought against my entire life, becoming a slave to the bloodsuckers. Taking the brand that would mark me as a blood cow, an owned thing, the property of the prince. Back then, I hadn't regretted it, even though it would have been easier to take the mark, to accept the promise of food and protection and an easier life. Now, looking back, I couldn't help but wonder. I was never truly free in New Covington. Sure, I hadn't given blood, but I'd still been trapped, at the mercy of the vampires, constantly living in fear. If I'd been registered, the vampires would have won, but I wouldn't have been scavenging in the ruins the night the rabbits attacked me, the night I died. So what was worse, submitting to the bloodsuckers, letting them treat you as a slave and a blood cow, or becoming that very same monster yourself? Stop thinking about that, Allison. It doesn't matter now. You already made your choice. So what are we supposed to do? Zeke asked Jackal, as a pair of big dogs growled at us from the ends of their leashes. Now only a few yards separated us from the gate and the entrance to the vampire's lair. They're going to know I'm human, unregistered and armed. Isn't the punishment for that kind of thing death around here? Or is that what you're hoping for? Kid, I got this. Trust me. Jackal gave us one last self-satisfied glance. Just look dangerous. Trust Jackal? That didn't sound like a good plan, but there was nothing we could do about it now. The patrol had stopped us at another checkpoint, and the lead soldier was speaking to another guard. The man in uniform looked up from the gatehouse, peering through a small window, and narrowed his eyes. I shifted uneasily, feeling a restless flicker of the hunger stir to life. So many humans. The man inside the gatehouse emerged and walked toward us, his pinched mouth drawn into a frown. Jackal glared, waiting imperiously as the human, flanked by two more soldiers with large guns, strode up. Sir, he greeted, with the obvious air of someone who thought they were important. Welcome to New Covington. Please excuse the current state of the city. I understand you wish an audience with the prince's aide? No, Jackal said, giving the man a clear look of disdain. I don't want an audience with the prince's pet. I want to see Salazar himself. But since the sniveling little human is the only way to get to him, I'm being polite and following the rules. What I don't understand is why I'm standing here talking to you. This last must have been punctuated with a flash of fangs, for the man deflated a bit, looking paler than before. Well, you see, sir, he stammered, and gave Zeke a pointed look. Unregistered humans are not allowed into the inner city. If he came from the fringe, I'm afraid we must quarantine him immediately. He could be infected, and we cannot risk the spread of disease within the city, certainly not inside the towers themselves. We must ask you to turn him over. I tensed, a growl rising to my throat, barely stopping myself from stepping up and drawing my sword. Beside me, Zeke was frozen, his expression grim but not surprised, as if he'd been expecting this. The man gestured to his two guards, and they stepped around him toward Zeke. I did growl then, baring fangs, ready to jump between them, but Jackal's next words stopped everyone in their tracks. Lay one finger on him, and I'll tear your heads off. Now everyone froze. Jackal's voice was calm. He hadn't even moved or turned around, but when a vampire made threats like that, you believed it. The two guards backed hastily away. The other humans sputtered a protest, but Jackal stepped forward, looming over the man, and his objections fell silent. Tell me, human, the vampire said in a soft, dangerous voice, what does the law say about seizing a vampire's pet? Zeke stiffened, though it went unnoticed by the other humans, who were still focused on Jackal. I saw anger flash across his face, but he remained silent as Jackal pressed closer, crowding the man. Well, the human swallowed hard. Under pain of death, no one is allowed to lay a hand on a specifically branded aid without direct permission from his owner. Sir. And do you see Salazar's brand on him? No, sir. Then get out of our way, Jackal continued, still in that soft, deadly voice, before I rip your heart out for your insolence and eat it in front of you. I've wasted enough time here already. The human was in no mood to argue. His face was white, and his pompous attitude seemed to have fled with his courage. Take our guests to Mr. Stevens' office, he ordered, motioning to his guards. Inform him of what is going on. Yes, sir. The guards stepped forward, bowing slightly to Jackal. Please, follow us, sir. And without any hesitation, they turned and marched through the checkpoint as the other human waved us through. Incredible! We were past the gate without having to fight our way in, without having to kill anyone for trying to take Zeke away. Jackal had pulled it off. I wouldn't have done it that way. I wasn't sure that I could. And I was still shocked that he had stood up for Zeke. He hadn't let the human be taken, though his insistence might have lessened our chances of getting in. By Zeke's quiet, thoughtful expression, I knew he was stunned too. The guards led us across the road, past several smaller buildings on the corner, and then up a sprawling flight of concrete steps to the wide double doors at the base of the first tower. Another guard opened the door for us, and we entered a massive lobby, green and black pillars lining the walls, and a huge wooden desk up front. Yet another security checkpoint waited for us beyond the door, where a couple humans arriving before us had to scan their tattoos to be allowed through. How much security does the prince need, I thought, as the guards on the other side of the desk eyed us warily. Is he really that paranoid to surround himself with so many guards, or is this because of the situation in the fringe? You'd think the master vampire of the city wouldn't be afraid of a few rogue humans wandering his tower, or even rogue vampires. A blonde woman in a business suit waited for us on the other side of the checkpoint, waving at the guards to let us through. She bowed as we came up, giving Jackal a bright smile as she straightened. I could hear her heart pounding in her chest and smelled the fear surrounding her, though she hid it well. In fact, all the humans in this place reeked of fear. Welcome to the Prince's Tower, the woman announced, as Jackal raked his gaze over her body and leered with appreciation. I am Mr. Stevens' secretary, and if you will follow me, I will show you to his office. Mr.
Stephen is in a meeting now, but he will be with you as soon as he is able. Had better be, Jackal growled. The secretary didn't give any outward sign of emotion, though her heartbeat picked up and her shoes made anxious tapping sounds as she led us farther into the tower. I shifted my focus, letting my consciousness flow outward, searching for something else. There, I could feel it. I could feel him, very close, but below us. Somewhere beneath the tower, just barely clinging to sanity. Hang on, Kanan, we're almost there. The woman led us from the brightly lit lobby into a maze of long, shadowy corridors, her heels clicking rhythmically over the tile. The halls were mostly empty. No light shone from beneath the doors or adjoining wings, and no humans walked the hallways except a single woman with a mop scrubbing the floor. It was nearly as cold in the tower as it was outside. Zeke's breath hung in the air as we continued deeper into the maze, the shadows closing around us. The tower had a cold, stark, unfriendly feel to it, though it was far cleaner and well taken care of than any building I'd seen before. A door opened ahead of us, and two men in business suits stepped out. Both were tall and pale, vampires, not a hair out of place or a speck of dirt on their clothes. I tensed as they spotted us. The secretary bowed her head to them as we went by, but they ignored her, watching us with glittering eyes, smiling faintly. I tensed, ready to draw my blade if they lunged, but they let us pass without incident and continued down the hall. I wondered if these were the Type 2 vampires Kanan had told me about, the nobles of vampire society. I also wondered what they did all night in this monstrous tower. Kanan had explained a little of vampire politics to me before we were separated. The constant backstabbing and maneuvering and climbing up the chain of command, trying to get closer to the prince. I hadn't been very interested in hearing it at the time, having no desire to fit in with the city vamps.
Now I wished I'd listened closer. "In here, please." The woman opened a door that led to a large, well-tended office. "Mr. Stephen will be right with you." Stepping through the frame, I gazed around, pushing back my distaste. The pets might be sellouts and traitors to their own race, but they were certainly well taken care of. The carpet beneath my feet was plush and soft, and heavy curtains draped the windows, keeping out the chill. A huge wooden desk, polished to a mahogany sheen, dominated one corner of the room, surrounded by shelves and files. It was warmer in this room, much warmer than it was in the halls, probably because of the fire flickering cheerfully in the marble fireplace on the far wall. I was shocked that the vamps allowed live flames within their buildings, even well caged as the fire was, but I supposed they couldn't have their prized humans freezing to death. A leather sofa sat against the far wall, pillows and blankets folded neatly on the cushions, as if the pets slept here and often. An object on the worn leather caught my attention, a book, open and upside down, straddling the armrest. Unable to help myself, I edged closer, leaning forward to read the title, Of Mice and Men, John Steinbeck. I glanced up, looking past the sofa, and saw another shelf standing in the corner by the window. This one was full of books, more than I'd ever seen in my life, and for just a moment I felt a tiny prick of envy. When I was Allie the Fringer, I used to collect books like this, from anywhere I could find them. Of course, in the Fringe, owning them was highly illegal. The vampire lords didn't want their cattle to be able to read. It might put ideas in our heads if we knew what life was like before. But one of my greatest secrets was that I could read. My mom had taught me when she was still alive, and I'd clung to that accomplishment fiercely. It was the one thing the vampires couldn't take from me. When Kanan made me a vampire, however, I'd had to leave my collection behind, and it had been burned by the humans who'd moved into my old home. Years of effort, gone in a heartbeat. But the pets could read without fear. They could have a book collection if they wanted, without having to hide it away from all prying eyes. They didn't have to scrounge and scrape just to get by, or huddle with a friend beneath a filthy blanket to avoid freezing to death. No, they had everything they could possibly want or need for the low price of selling out their own kind. Must be nice. "I still don't think this is a good idea," Zeke was saying behind me. "Those were vampires in the hallway. If the prince figures out who we are, we won't be able to fight our way out of the building, much less back to the Fringe." "Stop being so twitchy," Jackal replied, and I heard him sit in one of the chairs near the desk, swinging his boots up. "I told you before, Salazar doesn't know us from Adam. No one here does. And it's better to act like you belong here than be caught sneaking around. So relax, pet." I heard the grin in his voice and could almost feel Zeke puzzle. We're vampires. What could happen? Something on the bookshelf caught my eye, a sliver of color among the darker, more subdued books. For some reason, I felt drawn to it. There was a nagging sensation in the back of my mind as I stepped around the sofa and approached the shelf. As I reached for the thin cover, the nagging turned into a sense of foreboding. "Allie," Zeke said, though I barely heard him as my fingers closed on the spine. "What are you doing?" Pulling the book from the shelf, my mind went blank and a cold fist gripped my stomach. Bright animals danced across the cover of a children's picture book, as familiar to me as the back of my hand. Unlike the other books on the shelf, it was dirty and torn, a mold stain eating one corner. I knew it instantly. This had been my mom's book, the one she'd read to me hundreds of times when I was a kid, the one I regretted losing the most. The cold spread from my stomach to my entire body. If it was here, that could only mean one thing. The door creaked open, and several footsteps entered the room, followed by an instantly familiar voice. "Thank you for waiting. I'm Mr. Stephen, Prince Salazar's aide. I understand you want an audience with the prince?" I turned slowly and met Stick's pale gaze across the room. He had changed. The Stick I remembered had been tall and skinny, a ragged scarecrow with straw-colored hair and frightened watery blue eyes. The person in the doorway, surrounded by 4 armed vampires and 2 humans, was still tall and thin, but he wore a business suit and carried a suitcase in one spidery hand. He wasn't nearly as skinny now, and his hair had been cut short and combed back, replacing the shaggy nest I remembered. But the biggest change was in his eyes and the way he carried himself. Back in the fringe, Stick had cringed and skulked his way through life, relying on me for survival. He was afraid of everyone and everything, and often got picked on because he expected me to save him instead of standing up for himself. Now, he carried himself tall, his tone and expression clear, almost arrogant. But maybe that was because of his entourage, the 2 humans and 4 vampires surrounding him with guns and crossbows, smaller versions of the one Zeke had given away. Seeing him, I felt the last piece of something inside me, hope, stubbornness, disbelief, shatter and die. I'd always wondered what had happened to Stick, if he really had sold me out to the prince once he knew what I was. I'd been hoping, deep down, that it wasn't true. But here he was, Salazar's personal aide, staring at me as if he'd just seen a ghost. Allie? His voice was a choked, horrified whisper, and the guards stared at him and us in rising alarm. No, it can't be you. You're supposed to be dead. Stick, I said, taking a step forward. But Stick threw himself backward, into the hall, pointing wildly.
"Stop her," he screeched to his guards, who immediately pulled their crossbows and aimed them at our hearts. Jackal cursed and shot out of the chair, and Zeke tensed, going for his gun. "Stop them all! She's here to kill me!" "I'm not here to kill you," I shouted, holding up my hands. Several wooden darts were leveled at my chest, making me cringe inside. Gosh, if I didn't get a handle on this, we'd all be skewered like rats. "Stick, wait," I called desperately. "I didn't come for you. We want to see the prince, that's all. I didn't even know you were here." He peered into the room again, eyes cold and suspicious. "I don't believe you." "Believe what you want. I'm telling you the truth." I kept my hands raised as he edged back into the room. "We're not here for you, or anyone. We just want to see the prince." He eyed Zeke and Jackal, then glared back at me. "You're not supposed to be here, Allie," he accused, sounding like his old sullen self. "Master Salazar said you were dead. He promised you had been killed. You're not supposed to be here." Irritation and something darker flared. "Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm still alive." Stick's gaze narrowed, and an ugly look crossed his face as he turned to the guards. "Arrest them," he barked, and the guards straightened. "They want to see the prince? Well, take them to see the prince. I'm sure the master will be very interested in meeting them." I swallowed the growl as 2 vampires came forward, reaching for me while the others kept their weapons trained on us. Very. What now? We couldn't fight our way past the prince's elite, not with a whole tower of vampires between us and the exit. Even if Jackal and I got out, Zeke would be torn apart before we reached the front desk. And if we did manage to escape, we'd never be able to get back in. Stick knew I was here, and soon the prince would too. I glanced at Zeke and Jackal, wondering if they had any brilliant ideas to get us out of this, but they looked as grim as I felt. No way out. We were caught. I clenched my fists as one guard grabbed my katana and drew the sheath over my head, barely stopping myself from breaking his nose as he took the blade away. I felt naked without it. The other guard pulled a pair of black metal cuffs from his belt and reached for my arms. "This isn't necessary, Stick," I said, as the vampire yanked my arms behind my back and snapped the bands around my wrists. The weight of the chains dragged at me, thick and heavy, obviously designed for vampires. "It's Steven now," Stick corrected, his voice smug. "Mr. Steven. And I decide what's necessary around here, Allie." A faint smirk twisted his lips as he raised his chin. "No one tells me what to do, not anymore." I could only watch as Zeke and Jackal were stripped of weapons and cuffed as well. Jackal rolled his eyes and seemed annoyed with the entire event, but Zeke looked pale as his gun and machete were removed and the shackles were locked in place. He met my gaze, and I could see the resignation on his face, the expectancy that he wasn't going to make it out alive. "I'm sorry, Zeke. I didn't mean to drag you into this. I'll get us out somehow, I promise." When we were restrained, Stick gave a self-satisfied nod, his pale eyes lingering on me. "This way," he stated grandly, as if he was announcing a tour.
Prince Salazar is expecting us." A guard nudged me in the shoulder with the crossbow, and I went, following my former friend into the halls of the vampire tower. This was not the way I'd wanted to meet Salazar, arrested and in chains, unable to defend myself and those around me. Things had gone very wrong, but there was nothing I could do but try to bluff my way out when we met the prince. I wondered if Jackal was already working on a plan, some kind of speech or con to get us out of this alive. He was the one who knew about vampire politics, not me. Of course, he was part of the reason we were in this mess to begin with. I wanted to talk to him, and Zeke too, but the guards to either side of us made that impossible. We came to a pair of elevators, working ones, at the end of a hall, and Stick eyed us warily as the doors opened. "Take them to the top floor," he told the 4 vampire guards, and stepped toward the other elevator across the hall. "I'll meet you there." Coward, I thought, as Stick went into a box with his 2 human bodyguards, smiling and folding his hands before him as the door slid shut. Doesn't want to be in a tight space with the vampire he stabbed in the back, I guess. The guards drew their weapons and herded us into the elevator, standing at the corners as we huddled in the center. The doors glided shut, plunging the box into darkness, and the lift began to move. I tensed, gritting my teeth. I'd been in an elevator before, a rickety, jerry-built one that had crackled and jerked and spit out sparks, making me afraid it would fall at any moment. I didn't like small, tight spaces with no way out. They made me very twitchy. The guards stared straight ahead, weapons drawn but not pointed at us, paying no attention. Experimentally, I yanked at the chains around my wrists. If I could just get my hands free, I'd be prepared should an opportunity to escape arise. Unfortunately, the cuffs held. I wouldn't be going anywhere. Jackal leaned in, his mouth close to my ear. "You didn't tell me about your little friend," he murmured, and if the guards heard him, they didn't care. That would have been a nice tidbit to share, going into the prince's tower. "I didn't think I would see him here," I whispered back, "and it doesn't matter now. I hope you have something in that twisted head to stop the prince from ripping it off." "Working on it. Faster would be nice." The guard closest to me gave the evil eye and curled a lip in warning, revealing fangs. I bared mine in return and faced forward, watching the numbers light up over the door. 10, 12, 14, 16. How far up did this thing go? With every floor, we were getting farther away from the exit and closer to the lair of a master vampire. "Allie," Zeke murmured, barely audible even as close as we were. Despite our situation and the vampires surrounding us on every side, his voice and expression were calm. Too calm. "If we don't make it, I'm glad that I found you. It was good to see you again." I growled and bent toward him, lowering my voice. "Don't you even start with that, Zeke," I hissed, not knowing if I was angry or terrified at his words. "You have people waiting for you in Eden. You are not going to die here." "It's all right." Zeke managed the tiniest of smiles. "I'm not afraid to die. He trailed off, a flicker of pain crossing his face, before he shook that off too. "Never mind. It's not important now. I want you to promise me one thing." I didn't know how well I'd be able to keep any kind of promise now. I really hoped he wouldn't ask me to go to Eden and inform his family if he was killed. I wasn't sure I could do that, even if we made it out of here. But this was Zeke. It was hard to tell him no. "What do you want me to do?" I whispered. He held my gaze, blue eyes solemn and intense. "Don't. Turn me," he whispered, sending a spear of ice through my stomach. "Even if I'm dying, don't make me one of them. Just let me go." "Zeke." My throat suddenly closed up. Zeke leaned forward, resting his forehead to mine, closing his eyes. "Please," he whispered, his breath warm on my cold skin. I can't spend eternity as a vampire. I can't. Promise me, if it comes to that, you'll let me go." "Let you die?" I choked out. My first instinct was to refuse. The sudden thought that I could lose him tore a raw, gaping wound inside, which both shocked and terrified me. I distanced myself from everyone to avoid these kinds of attachments. In my world, people died. The only way to survive it was to numb yourself to loss and keep going. But Zeke, I couldn't lose him. If he was dying and I could keep him here, if there was the barest chance to save him, I would take it.
Even if I wasn't a master vampire, and my attempt to turn Zeke would likely spawn a rabid, there was still that chance. Or I would get another, stronger vampire to do it. Kanan, perhaps. Kanan was a master, though he considered his immortality a curse, and would likely be reluctant to turn a complete stranger. I didn't care. I'd convince him. Somehow, I couldn't let Zeke die without trying to save him. Then I realized how selfish I was being. You would really attempt to turn Zeke, even though he hates and fears becoming a vampire more than anything? Kanan gave you a choice. He respected you enough to allow you to make that decision. Very you, Zeke, I growled. You're really going to ask me to stand there and watch you die? Zeke opened his eyes, his face just a breath away. In my mind, the guards disappeared. Jackal vanished. It was just me and Zeke now, facing each other in the dark. I'm sorry, he whispered. I know it's selfish, but I'm not like you, Allie. Hurt, I drew back and curled my lip, showing fangs. You mean evil and soulless? I mean, I'm not as strong as you are, Zeke went on earnestly. I can't do what you do, what's required to be a vampire. Please. His gaze turned pleading. If it comes to that, let me die as a human. Promise you'll let me go. You can't deny him that choice, Jackal muttered behind my shoulder, shocking me again. It takes a certain mindset to be one of us. If you turn someone who can't handle it, they end up destroying themselves, going out to meet the sun. I've seen it before. Better to let the little blood sack die, if that's what he wants. Very you both, I muttered, turning my face away. Zeke's gaze still hadn't left me, and I squeezed my eyes shut. All right, I whispered. If that's what you want, Zeke, I promise I won't turn you. But that means you can't give up. Opening my eyes, I glared at him. You can't roll over and die. Promise me you'll keep fighting, for as long as it takes. We're not dead yet. Zeke gave the smallest of grins. Technically, you are, he whispered. And if my hands were free, I might have smacked him. But you have my promise, vampire girl. I don't intend to give up. I'll fight beside you for as long as I can. The elevator stopped with a ding, and the doors slid open. Stick greeted us on the other side, smiling like a cat with a bird. His human bodyguards waited impassively behind him. This way, he sang, as the vampire elite pushed us out. Zeke stumbled, barely catching himself, and I bared my fangs at the one who'd shoved him, my gaze flicking to the katana still looped around his shoulder. His face remained impassive as he jerked his crossbow down the hall, motioning us forward. This hallway was more ornate than the ones on the previous floors. Thick red carpet lined the dim corridor, with electric lights set into alcoves on either side. Large paintings hung from the walls. A peaceful countryside, city streets filled with light and people, horses grazing within a fence. Scenes of a world I'd never known. The painting of a mountain range caught my eye. Snowy peaks tipped with red and pink, a sunrise that I would never see again. At the end of the hallway stood two massive double doors, a vampire guard on either side. As we approached, Stick held up a hand and turned to us with a smile. "Wait here a moment," he said. "I will inform the prince of your arrival." His watery gaze shifted to the guards at our backs. "Make sure our guests do not move from this spot. If they try anything, shoot them if you have to, but don't kill them." He smiled at me then, secure in his authority. We don't want to deny the prince his amusement. At one time, I would have been angry, but right now I just felt numb. "What's happened to you, Stick?" I wondered as he strode away, snapping his finger at a guard, who pulled the door open for him. "Do you hate me that much for leaving? Or did you always despise me, even when we were fringers together?" "Well, he's a real charmer," Jackal muttered as the door closed. "You two must have been such great pals. I hope you don't mind when I say I'm going to rip his tongue out through his nose and make him eat it." Zeke moved closer, brushing my shoulder with his. "You all right?" he asked softly, watching my face. I nodded. I couldn't think about Stick.
I had to focus on Salazar, what I was going to say to him once we went through those doors. What would he want? What could I say that would appeal to the vampire prince? His city was falling apart around him, so maybe he would be interested in what we knew about Sarin and the other lab. Did he know Kanan was so close, right below his tower? And if Kanan was somewhere beneath us, Sarin was probably here too. My skin crawled at the thought of Sarin being nearby. If he found us now, gosh, I wasn't going to die here. We'd come too far. Salazar was a master and had us completely at his mercy, but I was not ready to stop living. I would not let Kanan or Zeke down either. Whatever it took, we were all going to walk away from this. The door creaked open, and Stick emerged, wearing his ever-present smile. "Bring the prisoners forward," he called, and I clenched my fists behind my back. Prince Salazar will see them now. Well, this is it. As the guards prodded us through the doorway, Zeke's gaze met mine, solemn and grim. "Remember your promise," he seemed to say, and I swallowed the lump in my throat. It wouldn't come to that. I wouldn't allow it. The doors creaked shut behind us. I didn't get a good feel for the room at first, only that it was very large and dim. Nearly the entire opposite wall was glass, showing the night sky and the other 2 vampire towers silhouetted against the black. A huge desk sat in front of that wall, dark and shiny, but the man standing before the desk, leaning against the wood, demanded all our attention. Prince Salazar regarded us curiously as we came in, like we were some kind of strange new insect he'd found on his floor. Even leaning against the desk, he was well over 6 feet, in a perfectly tailored black suit, his inky hair tumbling to his shoulders in waves, not a strand out of place. "So," Prince Salazar said, gazing directly at me, "you are Kanan's daughter." He knew who I was. Prince Salazar, the master vampire of New Covington, the one who hated Kanan so much had kept a citywide manhunt going for weeks when the vampire was in the city, knew who I was. Things didn't look good for me. "Don't bother to deny it," Salazar said, his voice rich and deep, with the faintest accent I couldn't place. "Your friend Steven has already told me everything about you. Where you lived, where you slept, the other members of your small gang. Rat and Lucas, I believe their names were. All unregistered, not in my system." I spared a quick glance at Stick, standing off to the side, his gaze solely on the master. His face was slack, almost adoring. My stomach turned, and I forced myself to face Salazar again, who still watched me with no hints as to what he was thinking. "Nothing to say?" he asked, raising a thin, elegant eyebrow. "What do you want me to say?" I challenged. "You seem to know everything about me." Salazar smiled. Turning, he raised a hand and gestured to one of the guards, standing rigid beside us. "Release them." The guard snapped to attention, and Stick jerked, glancing at me and then Salazar, who watched everyone calmly. "Master, are you sure that's a good idea?" I was stunned too, and stared at the prince as a guard moved up behind me, inserting a key into my shackles. Salazar plucked a wineglass of blood from where it sat on the corner of his desk and swirled it thoughtfully. "They are newcomers to my city," he stated, as the cuffs dropped away and my hands were freed. "I do not wish to appear rude. The law states that I meet visiting kindred as guests, unless I deem them an obvious threat. And they are not a threat to me. I do not need them in chains if I wish to destroy them." Still shocked, I watched as Jackal and Zeke were released as well, Zeke rubbing his arms as the shackles were taken away. My gaze strayed to my katana, still looped to a guard's back, tempting me to lunge forward and snatch it away from him. I desperately wanted my sword, but getting it would be hard. There were the 4 armed vampire guards to contend with, and worse, there was Salazar himself. I did not want a fight with the vampire prince of the city, as Kanin had showed me just how powerful a master could be. "Mr. Steven," the prince said, as Stick continued to look sullen, "please inform the guards outside the room to wait in the elevator hall. Inform them that, unless there is a life or death situation, I do not wish to be disturbed by anyone. Is that clear?" "Of course, master." Stick bowed and left the room, shooting me an unreadable glance as he left. His 2 human bodyguards followed him out. I heard him speaking to the sentries outside before the door creaked shut and they were gone. The 4-armed vampires in the room, however, stayed. Salazar straightened and walked around his desk, dropping into the chair behind it. "Sit, please," he said politely, nodding to a trio of chairs. With nothing else to do, we sat, and the vampire prince smiled. "I would offer you refreshments, but I'm afraid I have a bit of a situation here, and our blood supply has been compromised. I do apologize for the state of my city. Rest assured we are doing all we can to bring it under control." His gaze went to Jackal and then Zeke, sitting to either side of me. "I'm afraid you have me at a disadvantage," he said, turning to Jackal. "I know of the girl, but I don't yet have the pleasure of your name." "Jackal." Jackal crossed his legs and leaned back in the chair, looking perfectly at ease. "Former king of old Chicago." "Ah." Salazar nodded, giving him an appraising stare. "Yes, I have heard the rumors of a vampire who ruled a city entirely of humans. They say he was raising an army to take out the other vampire lords, only it didn't work out the way he'd hoped." Jackal raised his eyebrows, and the prince smiled. "I like to keep tabs on my competition," he explained, and his smile turned dangerous again. "Assess possible threats before they grow too big to ignore. You are welcome here, Raider King, so long as you remember who the prince is." His gaze flicked to Zeke on the opposite side, turning slightly predatory. "And who is this human?" I stiffened, but Jackal broke in before I could speak. "He's no one," the former Raider King said dismissively. "One of mine. In case I get hungry, and because he's actually a pretty good shot. Not the sharpest tack in the bunch, but he's amusing, for a pet, so I let him follow me around." I saw Zeke briefly clench his jaw, as if struggling not to say anything. Jackal caught my eye, one corner of his mouth twitching, and I bit my tongue. "You are such a jerk," I thought, though I understood what Jackal was doing. "Ignore the human," he was telling the prince. "The human isn't important." If Salazar knew who Zeke really was, where he really came from, no, it was better that the prince think of Zeke as a nobody, unimportant. Jackal had been right to shift the prince's focus away from him, though he didn't have to look so very smug about it. The prince nodded and, much to my relief, appeared to lose interest in Zeke. "Well, enough pleasantries," he went on, and his piercing stare centered on me once more. "You have come for Canine." I gripped the edges of my chair, feeling Zeke and Jackal tense. "What do you know about that?" I asked. The prince's smile grew, showing fangs. "Because he is being tortured in the lowest level of my tower," he continued, matter of fact, "and his pain calls out to you, his offspring. Because you dream of him, starving, going mad with hunger, clawing at the chains around him like a beast. Because he is screaming for salvation, and you cannot resist your sire's call. It drew you here, to my city, and it compels you to find him, but you cannot save him now." I swallowed hard. Salazar had Canine, but how? How had he gotten him away from Saren? Had he killed the psychotic vampire, or had Saren simply lost interest and left Canine for the prince to find? I shook myself. None of that mattered. Saren's gone, and the prince was the one we had to deal with now. "Why are you doing this to him?" I whispered. "He was trying to find the cure for red lung and rabbitism. He was trying to save everything. He betrayed all our kind when he went to the scientists." Salazar's voice was suddenly hard and terrifying, his eyes gleaming with hate. "He turned on his own kin, allowed the humans to experiment on those who would be their masters, and he is responsible for the abominations outside the city." Salazar sat back, composing himself, though his voice was no less scary. "What he allowed those humans to do to our former brethren is unforgivable. What he helped create has condemned us all to the darkest pits of hell. Canine will suffer for his crimes. I have all eternity to watch him writhe and scream and become that which he created. A fitting end, I believe." Salazar's gaze sharpened, cutting into me. "Perhaps you would care to join him." I had to be careful. One wrong word or action, and we'd be down there with Canine, chained to a wall and waiting for hunger to drive us insane. There has to be something we can agree on, I said cautiously. Something we can offer for Kanin's life. Oh, the master vampire raised an eyebrow, amused. Tell me then, Kanin's daughter, what do you think his life, and the billions of humans and vampires he helped destroy, is worth? How about your city? Jackal broke in, and Salazar turned to him in surprise. How about the knowledge of what's really going on out there, and the name of someone who can stop it? Very slowly, the prince sat back, regarding Jackal with intense black eyes. I'm listening, he said, in a low, controlled voice. It's not just a random plague, Jackal went on. Someone created the virus inside your city and released it into the population. It's too similar to Red Lung to be a coincidence. We know who did it. He's the one you really want, because he's the only one who has the cure. Cure? I wondered how much of that was truth and how much Jackal was making up. We really didn't know if Sarin had a cure or could create one. We didn't even know if he was still in the city. But Salazar stood, looming over us, his expression cold and terrible. Let's say I believe you, he said. What is the name of the person who unleashed hell upon my city? Who is this creature who will soon regret he was ever born? If we give you his name, I said, will you release Kanin? Salazar regarded me with blank, scary eyes. You are in no position to bargain with me, Kanin's daughter, he warned in a quiet voice. It is only my will and my own laws that have kept you alive this long. One word from me, and you will share your sire's fate. So perhaps it is your own life you should be bargaining for, not his. However, he went on, the fate of my city is more important than the existence of one vampire, even one as cursed as him. Give me the one responsible for this chaos, and I will consider releasing Kanin to you. I looked at Jackal. He nodded. Sarin, I told the prince. His name is Sarin. You might remember him. He came to your city several months ago, looking for Kanin. Tall, bald, scarred-up face, a little on the bat-gosh crazy side. Sarin. The prince's voice was flat. Turning, he walked to the window, gazing out on the city. I watched his reflection in the glass, serious and pondering, and waited impatiently for his response. Serious accusations, the prince said, turning back. His voice was grim as he turned his head, facing the corner. What do you have to say to this, Sarin? I would say, a cold, terrifyingly familiar voice hissed out of the darkness, that some little birdie is lying to you. He was here. My blood turned to ice. I leaped to my feet, causing Zeke and Jackal to do the same, as a pale, thin form slid out of the shadows, smiling his awful smile. The guards, forgotten around us, closed in, hands on their weapons. From the corner of my eye, I saw the prince watching intently, waiting to see what would happen. But I couldn't take my eyes off Sarin. It isn't wise to deceive the prince, little bird, Sarin crooned as his grinning, hideously scarred face came into the light. One hollow black eye fixed on me, the other, covered in blue film, stared sightlessly. What venomous lies you are spreading, just to save your sire. They're not lies, I shot back, really wishing I had my sword. Something, anything between me and him. Forget the prince and the vampire elite. Sarin was the most dangerous thing in the room now, and I didn't trust even the guards and their crossbows to keep us safe. We know you went to old DC to the other lab. We found the room with the live virus samples, and know you took them before you came here. Do you now? Sarin sidled closer, and I tensed. On either side of me, Jackal and Zeke were just as alert. Only the prince watched us calmly, no change in his demeanor. I wondered if he would be so calm if he knew the true monster he'd invited into his tower. I think you are grasping at straws, little bird, Sarin went on, to weave your nest of deceit. Oh, what a tangled web we weave. You took something from the lab, I insisted, refusing to let his craziness draw me in. You brought it here, and you turned it loose in the French. That's why every Fringer is tearing his face off and puking blood in the streets. Why? Why would you risk another plague? We haven't recovered from the last one. Can you hear him? Sauron whispered, either not hearing or ignoring the question. Can you hear his screams? Do they haunt your sleep, his cries of anguish? Can you feel his pain, the exquisite torture? Ah, I envy you. Azura will vouch for me, Jackal said, speaking not to Sauron, but to the prince. The prince of Old DC knows Sauron came to her city and went searching for the government's secret lab beneath the tunnels. If you ask her, she'll confirm what we just told you. Where is Canine? I demanded, glaring at the scarred madman in front of me. What did you do to him? There's nothing left of him, Sauron said dreamily, almost in a daze now. Not anymore. His mind has broken. Just like mine. He chuckled, and it made my skin crawl. Only he won't be coming back. Pity that. I've enjoyed our interactions so. But now I have a greater purpose. I do miss his screams, though. Such a glorious song. I bared my fangs. You'd better hope that he's all right, I growled. I swear I'll take you apart if he's not. But Sauron seemed to be in a trance now. His eyes were closed, and he swayed slightly on his feet, his thin mouth still twisted in a smile. You can't save him, little bird, he whispered. You can't save anyone now. The requiem has started, and when the last melody plays, the only applause will be sweet, eternal silence. He raised his arms, as if he could hear the applause, accepting it. It draws ever closer now. I cannot wait until the final note. The prince shook his head. I am still unsure what is going on, he admitted slowly, or who I should believe. But in light of these events, I'm afraid I must ask all of you to remain in the tower. You will be guests here, but please do not try to leave the floor. I will get to the bottom of this, soon. Gosh, not ideal, but better than being tossed in the dungeon. Guards. The prince nodded to the vampires, still waiting at attention. Please escort our guests to their rooms. Make sure they do not try to leave. If they do try to escape, you have permission to shoot them. Yes, sir. The prince turned away then, facing the window and his city below it, dismissing us. 2 of the guards stepped forward, weapons drawn, to escort us from the room. The others approached Sauron, still in a daze in the middle of the floor, swaying to some tune only he could hear. The crazy vampire ignored the guards' repeated attempts to get his attention, seemingly lost in his own head. Finally, the guard gave an exasperated huff and took his arm. Sauron spun with blinding speed, his free hand whipping up faster than thought, slashing across the guard's neck. The vampire let out a startled gurgle, and then his head tumbled backward in a spray of blood, held in place by a single flap of skin. Still clutching his thin, bright dagger, Sauron grabbed the guard's crossbow arm and turned, pointing the weapon across the room. There was the snap of the bolt releasing, and the shaft buried itself in Salazar's chest just as the prince was spinning around. This all happened in the space of a blink. Salazar gave a strangled cry and collapsed, clutching his chest, clawing at the desk to keep himself upright. The other guards roared with fury and lunged to attack, drawing their blades as they rushed forward. The guard closest to Sauron pulled his sword and slashed at him in the same motion, but Sauron ducked the blow, stepped in close, and shoved his dagger under the guard's chin, into his brain. Yanking it out, he spun to face the remaining 2 guards, a maniacal grin on his face as they rushed forward. With a howl, Jackal leaped into the fray, grabbing a dead guard's sword as he charged Sauron. I spun on Zeke, stayed down, I hissed at him, and lunged forward too. But my goal wasn't Sauron, not yet. Dodging a blade that buzzed overhead, I threw myself at the first dead guard, my fingers closing around the handle of my katana. A familiar cry made my blood run cold. I whirled just in time to see Jackal fall, clutching the hilt of the blade in his chest as Sauron shoved him back. The other 2 guards lay nearby, one with a crossbow shaft protruding from his eye socket, the other missing a head. So fast. It had happened so quickly. Drawing my sword, I rose to face Sauron alone. The vampire smiled at me from the center of the massacre, blood painted across his face, seeping into his many scars. It covered his arms, his chest, running down his white skin and dripping to the carpet. "Hello, little bird," he whispered, stepping over a dead vampire, backing me toward the wall. I raised my sword and tried to calm the terror sweeping through me. "I believe we have unfinished business, you and I. Stay away from her." Sarin turned. Zeke stood beside a dead vampire, a crossbow in hand, pointed unerringly at Sarin's heart. "What's this?" Sarin watched Zeke in obvious amusement. "A human, ready to die for a vampire? What a loyal little pet you are. But your master has no control over you now." He gestured to the carnage around him and smiled. "Run, little human," he crooned. "Run. The end draws nigh, and the sun will soon set for all your kind. How long can you evade the dark, I wonder?" "Zeke," I hissed, still keeping my gaze on Sarin, knowing how fast he could move, how he could suddenly be right there with no warning at all. "Listen to him. Get out of here. Didn't he see what just happened? Sarin slaughtering 4 vampires and the prince in the blink of an eye? He couldn't take on Sarin. Gosh, I was pretty sure I couldn't take on Sarin. "Run," I urged him. "Find Stick. Tell him what happened. Tell him to send help. Go." "Allie," Zeke said calmly, not moving an inch. Sarin blinked, looking back and forth between us, and suddenly laughed. The raspy, dead voice sent chills up my spine as Sarin shook his head. "Oh," he said, as if just figuring something out. "This is interesting. A little bird making a nest with a rat. Are you a prince then, little rat?" he asked Zeke, who frowned in wary confusion. But Sarin ignored him, turning back to me. "Well, this is quite the dilemma. Who shall I kill first? Shall I kill the prince's little bird in front of him?" His grin stretched wider as he stared at me, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Or shall I take apart the human, slowly, peel the skin from his body, snap every bone, savor every scream, before I tear out his heart?" He chuckled and ran a tongue along his pale lips. "Would you like that, little bird? Or perhaps you would like to watch?" My fear vanished.
The thought of Zeke at the mercy of this madman awoke a savage, almost desperate fury, and I acted without thinking. Baring my fangs, I lunged at Sarin with a roar, slashing at his neck. Sarin blocked the strike, reached in, and grabbed my throat, spinning me around. Twisting my sword arm behind my back, he turned us toward Zeke, who had raised the crossbow and had it trained on us. "Go on, little human," Sarin said over my shoulder. His bared fangs were inches from my neck, and the hand on my wrist was threatening to break my arm. I struggled, but he wrenched my arm up, and pain lanced through my shoulder. "You can probably hit me if you shoot through us both. Let her go." Zeke's hand didn't waver, but his voice shook just a little. I felt something cold and wet touch my cheek, Sarin's tongue, and cringed in revulsion. "How do you taste?" Sarin whispered in my ear. "Shall we peel you open and see? Is your blood as dark and thick as Conan's, little bird?" "Get off me, you really psychopath!" I spat, nearly hysterical. He chuckled, and his fangs lightly scraped my skin. "Hey." A new voice, familiar and tight with pain, echoed behind us. Sarin glanced over to find Jackal on his knees, one hand pressed to his bleeding chest, the other pointing a crossbow at us. "You missed," he rasped, and fired the weapon. Sarin jerked back, throwing me to the floor. I hit the ground and rolled as a painful screech rang out behind me. Coming to my feet, I saw Sarin stagger backward, a wooden dart through his shoulder, his fangs bared in agony. I grabbed my katana, but Sarin hissed like a furious snake, turned and flung himself toward the far wall. There was a deafening crash and glass exploded in all directions as the vampire hurled himself through the window and dropped from sight. I shivered, gripping my katana so it didn't drop from my nerveless fingers. It didn't seem possible that we'd won, or at least that we'd survived.
The room reeked of blood. The carpet beneath my boots felt like a swamp, and the once pristine office looked like a war zone. Allie, I turned as Zeke dropped the crossbow with a muffled thump, stepped forward, and pulled me close, holding me tightly against him. He was shaking, his heart pounding against his ribs, loud and frantic. My eyes slipped shut, and my free arm reached around his waist to hug him back. The hunger stirred, and my rational side prickled a warning that this was dangerous. I was getting too close, was already too close. I ignored it. Zeke felt warm and safe, and I had missed him more than I thought I would ever miss anyone. I could allow myself this one moment. "Gosh, I thought I'd lost you," he whispered in a husky voice. "When Sarin grabbed you, my heart nearly stopped." Pulling back, he ran his thumb over my cheek, brushing the hair from my face. My senses buzzed from his touch. "Are you all right?" "I'm sorry, I couldn't get the shot off fast enough. Did he hurt you?" "No." I reached up and wrapped my fingers around his wrist, feeling the pulse beneath my hand, assuring us both that we were okay. Hard to believe. I'd faced Sarin twice now when he was intent on killing me and come out alive. How long would that luck last, I wondered, especially since Psychovamp was still out there and hated us even more. "I'm fine, Zeke," I told him, squeezing his arm. "We're both still here." He drew in a slow breath. "Allie." "Oh, don't mind me," came an extremely sarcastic voice near the wall. "You two go ahead and make out. I'll just sit here and bleed quietly." Guiltily, we broke apart. Jackal sat against an overturned chair, surrounded by bodies, managing a smirk even through the horror around him. "That's okay," he said, gritting his teeth. "No need to thank the guy who just put a stake into Sarin and made him run away like a little girl. Though I do feel that I'm missing something. What was it? Oh yeah, I just saved your lives, didn't I?" Zeke started forward, but I grabbed his arm. "No," I told him urgently. "Don't go near him. He's lost a lot of blood. He might not be able to stop himself from biting you." "I'm run through, not deaf," Jackal remarked from the floor. Honestly, he was the loudest mortally wounded vampire I'd ever heard. I figured that if he could make this much noise, he was in no danger of dying. Although, he grimaced, and his voice became lower, more like a growl. "You might want to get the meat sack out of here if you want his blood to stay on the inside. His inside, not mine." "Go find Stick," I told Zeke. "Let him know what happened. Tell him Sarin is on the loose and that there's a wounded vampire who needs blood immediately." I glanced toward the wall where Salazar's body lay, motionless, behind the desk. And that they're probably going to have to find a new prince. I winced, thinking how Stick would take that. Gosh, how the entire vampire city would take that. "Actually," I continued, "it's probably best not to mention that quite yet." Zeke nodded, though he looked reluctant to leave. "I'll be right back." He glanced at the dismembered corpses, the blood-spattered walls, the severed heads scattered around the room, and grimaced. "Will you be okay?" "Yeah." I gave him a tired smile. "I'll be fine." He brushed his fingers across my cheek, leaving a lingering trail of warmth, and turned away. Stepping around bodies, he wove his way through the blood-soaked room until he reached the doors and slipped through. They opened with a creak and groaned shut behind him, and the room seemed colder when he was gone. Jackal grunted and shifted to a more comfortable position, leaning back against the chair. "You know you're playing a dangerous game," he said, watching me with glowing yellow eyes. I started to snap that it was none of his business, then let my shoulders slump. "I know. When are you going to tell that kid that he doesn't have a chance? You'll have to let him know soon. Looks like the poor sap has it bad." Jackal watched my reaction, then raised his eyebrows. "You're not going to say anything, are you? You're going to let him trump merrily down this road until the day the hunger gets to be too much, and then the little blood sack won't know what hit him." He chuckled, wincing, and shook his head. "And I thought I was a heartless jerk." "It's not like that," I argued. Jackal snorted. "What then? Don't tell me you feel something for the little—" "Oh." The vampire blinked, then curled his lip back, disgust and pity crossing his sharp features. "Oh, sister. Really, that's just sad. Shut up, Jackal." Jackal snickered again, but fell silent. A few minutes later, the doors burst open and an armed regiment of vampires swept into the room. Most immediately surrounded me and Jackal, heavy crossbows pointed at us, while the rest searched the room, nudging the dead vampires and poking into dark corners. "Little too late, chums," Jackal said from the floor. "If you're looking for the psychotic murdering vampire, he already went out the window." Master Salazar! Stick swept through the doors, followed by two more guards, of the human variety this time. One of them carried a white cooler, the lid coiling with frost. The other held a gun to the back of an unresisting Zeke. I bristled, but Zeke met my worried gaze and gave a short nod, indicating he was all right. Oh, God. Stick gazed around the room in shock, his face draining of color. Looking at me, his eyes widened. "Allie," he snarled, stabbing a thin finger at me. "Where is the prince? What have you done to him?" "We didn't do anything," I protested. "Saren did this. We were just trying to stay alive." "Saren?" Stick paled even more, one hand going to his mouth. No, you're lying. Saren wouldn't do this. That's..." He trailed off, his gaze falling on the desk and the crumpled form behind it. "Master Salazar!" Stick cried, rushing over and kneeling beside the motionless body. I watched, bemused and, absurdly enough, a little hurt. Stick had never shown me that kind of concern. "He's still alive," Stick whispered.
Master, can you hear me? A strained, choked whisper came from the body behind the desk, and I stared in shock. Salazar had taken a wooden quarrel right to the chest. A shot like that would have put me into hibernation. If I'd had any doubts before that the master vampire was strong, they had vanished completely. "You!" Stick stood and pointed at one of the human guards, who straightened. Walking around the desk, Stick pointed back to the floor. "The stake needs to be removed. Take it out, sir." Putting down the cooler, the guard rushed forward. Quickly, he hurried around the desk and dropped to his knees beside the prince. Bending down, he vanished momentarily and then stood a moment later, the bloody stick gripped triumphantly in one hand. "I have it, sir," the guard said, looking at Stick. But Stick didn't move, didn't say anything, just watched him with hooded, patient eyes. The guard frowned, confused, and opened his mouth to speak when Salazar rose up from behind and plunged his fangs into the side of the man's neck. I jumped. The guard let out a strangled gasp and went rigid, the stake dropping from nerveless fingers. Salazar tore at his throat, shredding flesh and muscle, blind in his hunger, and the guard started to spasm. Stick and the vampire guards looked on impassively, their faces blank. But I glanced at Zeke, standing forgotten behind Stick and the other human, and his expression was grim, his fists clenched at his sides. The prince dropped the still-twitching guard to the floor with a hollow thud and turned blazing dark eyes on me. Blood smeared his lips, was spattered in vivid flecks across his face, and soaked his once white collar. There was a crimson stain on the front of his shirt where the stake had been. I tensed, gripping the handle of my sword as the prince stepped forward, over the corpse, his fury a terrifying storm that filled the whole room. "Knin's daughter!" I winced as his booming voice shook the walls, making the air tremble. Even the guards looked nervous, and a few backed away from me. "You!" the prince snarled, baring his fangs in my direction. "A curse on you and all your line! If my city was not in such dire straits, I would hang you outside my window to meet the sun. As it is, Knin's daughter, you will find Saren, and you will bring him to me alive. I don't care what it takes or where you must go. If you have to scour the streets of the Fringe and fight your way through infected madmen until you reach him, that is what you are going to do. If Saren knows how to stop this plague, he will tell me. If he knows of a cure, I will peel the truth from him, bit by bit. One way or another, I will get answers. And if you wish to leave my city alive, you will deliver him to me.
It's never a good idea to argue with a very angry master vampire, but I still raised my chin, met his furious gaze, and said, "I'm not going anywhere without Kanin." His glare grew even colder. "I am in no mood to play games, Kanin's daughter," Salazar said in a low, controlled voice. "You tread on dangerous ground right now, so think very carefully on your demands." "Why do you need us to find Saren?" I asked in a calm, reasonable voice. "You have a whole tower of minions." He cut me off. "Sending humans after Saren is useless. I might as well tear their heads off myself. And with the chaos out in the fringe, I find myself rather short-staffed at the moment." He seemed to grow even more irritable, admitting that. "I do not have the resources needed for a full-scale manhunt, so I will have to be content with what is available. You claim to have dealt with Saren before. Bring him to me, and I will let you live. Fail me, and you will die, either at Saren's hands or my own. Make your decision." "Okay, fine." I swallowed and kept my voice calm. "You want us to find Saren and bring him back. He's the only one who might know of a cure. He's also completely insane, and he's already taken apart 4 vampires and nearly succeeded in killing us all. Besides that, we don't know where he's gone, and the more time we spent chasing him, the worse New Covington will get." I paused to gauge Salazar's reaction to this. His expression was cold, unimpressed, but he wasn't arguing with me or ordering his guards to kill us. That was something, at least. "The one who knows Saren," I went on, praying this would work, "the only one who might be able to tell us where he is, what his next move will be, is Kanin. And if we do run into Psychovamp again, Kanin is the only one who might be able to stop him. You want Saren?" I took my last gamble. "Let Kanin go. He's your best chance to save this city." Salazar's jaw tightened. The idea infuriated him, to have Kanin right where he wanted him, only to have him slip through his fingers. "Very well," he said with great dignity. "I will release the damned one to you, on the condition that he will help you bring Saren to me. However, if he tries to escape, or if you attempt to flee New Covington, I will hunt you both down myself. And if that happens, you will wish I had chosen to leave Kanin chained to a wall." I tried to contain my relief. Kanin was free. I would finally rescue my sire. If, and my stomach curled, if there was still anything left of him in that mind shattered from hunger and torture. Salazar seemed to read my mind. "Of course," he added, looking faintly pleased now, "let us hope that Kanin is sane enough to help you. We might go down to his cell and find nothing remains but a lost one. And that would just make your night, wouldn't it?" I swallowed the anger and bit my tongue, stopping the words that would get me into trouble. "You'd love to see Kanin reduced to that, but it's not going to help you in the end, because if Kanin is gone, I'm not going to bring Saren back. I'm going to kill him." About time. Forgotten beside me, Jackal suddenly stirred and pulled himself to his feet, gritting his teeth. His fangs were out, and his eyes gleamed a little too brightly as he straightened. "Don't anyone get up. I wouldn't want my near death to inconvenience you." He eyed the cooler, still sitting on the floor, then stared at the remaining human guard standing beside it. His lips curled, making him look as if he was barely holding himself back, and the human gulped. "You gonna eat that, Prince, or should I find someone else?" Salazar made a dismissive gesture. The guard quickly opened the cooler, pulled out a blood bag, and tossed it to Jackal, who caught it and, even though he was starving, took a moment to give the prince a mocking salute before biting through the plastic. Blood spurted, ran through his fingers, and dripped to the floor, and I saw Zeke look away. "Maybe you should stay here," I told Jackal, who ignored me in favor of savaging the blood bag. Uneasiness flickered. I knew that one bag wouldn't completely heal him, and I didn't want another half-starved vampire at my back when I went down to see Kanin. Plus, according to Jackal, he and Kanin hadn't parted on the best of terms. Our sire wasn't in the clearest state of mind right now. Seeing Jackal might send him over the edge into violence. I couldn't afford that. "Wait up here," I told Jackal again. "I'll be back with Kanin as soon as I can." He tossed the empty bag to the floor and grinned at me through a wet smear of red. "You do that," he said, licking blood off his bottom lip. Turning to the guard still beside the cooler, he snapped fingers at him, and the human pulled out another bag. Jackal caught it with a grimace. "You go ahead and play with Kanin," he told me. "I'll be here. Oh, and the little blood bag should probably wait this one out too. If Kanin is that starved, one whiff of human will make him absolutely nuts." Gosh, I hadn't thought of that. I did not want to leave Zeke with a bunch of hungry, sadistic vampires. I especially didn't want to leave him here with Jackal. But Jackal was right. It was hard enough to resist biting a human when I was a little hungry.
I couldn't imagine the depth of torment Kanin was feeling, but I knew that the mere sight or scent of a human would probably drive him completely insane. Zeke couldn't be there. Zeke crossed the room, coming to stand beside me. His voice was low and calm as he leaned in. "What do you need me to do, Allie?" I swallowed. Jackal is right. I looked up into his solemn blue eyes, hoping he would understand. "I need you to stay here." He nodded. "I don't like it, but I trust you know what you're doing." He squeezed my hand, and I looked away. "Just promise me you'll be careful. I know we need him and that he's important to you, but don't get yourself killed, okay?" He stepped closer, his voice dropping to a near whisper as he leaned in. "You're important to me too, so remember that when you're down there." "Zeke," I caught his gaze as he pulled back. His face was sincere, unguarded, no shadow of mistrust or suspicion lingering in his eyes. And something else in that open gaze made my stomach clench. I'd seen that look before, right before he had kissed me. I remembered his lips on mine, the warmth of his touch, the feelings he stirred. They were still there, rising up from the darkness, the part of me that refused to submit to the monster and the hunger raging inside, the part that was still human. I also caught Stick watching us from across the room, his mouth pulled into a thin line, his expression hooded and dark. "If you are quite ready," Salazar's voice was coldly exasperated, and he turned hollow black eyes on me. "Wait for me in the hall. I must take care of a few things here, and then I will show you to the dungeon." I stood next to Salazar and two of his vampire guards on the long elevator ride down, trying hard not to fidget and glance at the numbers every half-second. Every so often, the box would shudder or hit some kind of snag, making me clench my fists. I told myself that we were fine, that Salazar wouldn't use the elevator if it wasn't safe. Of course, Salazar had taken a crossbow dart right to the chest and survived, so a 100-foot fall in a tiny metal box probably didn't worry him too much. He had changed into a new suit jacket, and he looked as pristine and perfectly groomed as ever. He had also warned me, in no uncertain terms, never to speak of the events in the office, and left Stick in charge of cleaning up when we left. I had no doubt that when and if we returned, all traces of the carnage Saren had left behind would be gone, except maybe the broken window. Where was Saren now, I wondered? Was he still out there somewhere, lurking in the city? Or had he already left New Covington, which would make finding him and bringing him back next to impossible? I couldn't think about that. Kanin was my priority right now, one thing at a time. We'd worry about Saren once I dealt with my sire. Zeke and Jackal had been taken to separate rooms upstairs, so at least for now, they were safe. That was my only comfort as the lift shuddered and groaned, making me grit my teeth and wish, yet again, that there was another way down. Forget ancient technology or whatever old power made these things work. What was wrong with taking the stairs? Finally, the elevator squealed to a grinding, clanking halt, and the doors swished open with an obscenely cheerful ding. I forced myself to walk out calmly and not leap through the doors as soon as they moved. Salazar and the guards followed, stepping into a narrow, dim hallway.
The prince's shoes echoed briskly against the tiled floor as he led us down the corridor to the door at the end. A guard stood beside the frame and straightened quickly as the prince strode up. "Sir," he bowed, and the prince nodded absently, gazing through the small square window in the door. "Is Dr. Emerson inside?" "Yes, sir. He's been with the patients all night." "Any changes?" The guard shook his head. "We had to put a couple down this evening. The screaming was getting to be too much." "Sir." "I see." No change in Salazar's expression, but his voice dropped several degrees. "Open the door." "Yes, sir." We swept through the door into a stark white room that reeked of blood and chemicals. Curtained sections with individual beds lined one wall, and every one of them held a body, some covered with a thin sheet. Low cries and moans of anguish drifted through the air as the bodies thrashed weakly, held to their beds by thick leather straps. Several pale figures in white coats moved among the cots, checking on and tending to patients, which seemed odd to me. A hospital in the bowels of a vampire tower? Vampires taking care of human patients? Something was definitely wrong with this picture. Or were they experimenting on them, like the patients in the DC lab? My stomach churned at the thought. Another vampire broke away from one of the cots and walked toward us, staring at a clipboard and shaking his head. He had been a young man at the time of his turning, with short brown hair and a handsome, beardless face. But his dark eyes held a clinical impassiveness that belied his youthful appearance. Leafing through his clipboard, he didn't seem to notice us until he was just a few yards from the prince and one of the guards cleared his throat. "I know you're there," the vampire said without looking up. And though his voice was young, he sounded like an exasperated grandfather being prodded by a relentless family member. "No need to grunt and growl at me until I make eye contact." The guard stiffened as if offended by this, but the prince remained unruffled. "Dr. Emerson," Salazar greeted in his cool, low voice, "I hope we are not disturbing you." "Not at all. At this point, I'm so disturbed that anything else will seem tame compared to the week I've had." The vampire finally lowered his clipboard and faced Salazar, his eyes dull and exhausted. "What can I do for you, my prince? What is the status of those infected?" At this point, Emerson shook his head. "They're really in trouble. Sorry to put it so bluntly, but that's how it is. I'm probably going to need a whole new batch to study by the end of the week. I might start shooting this group in the head to get them to stop screeching and babbling at me nonstop." I was suddenly glad that Zeke wasn't here. Salazar didn't seem amused either. "I will not risk sending my people out into the fringe to retrieve more test subjects for you, Dr. Emerson. You will have to make do with these." He stared hard at the other vampire, who dropped his gaze. "Have you made any progress at all?" Emerson started to reply, but suddenly noticed me, waiting rather impatiently behind the prince and trying not to say anything. I didn't know why we had stopped, and I really didn't care. I was only here for Kanin. "Who's this?" Emerson asked in a tone that suggested I might get in his way or knock over something important. I narrowed my eyes and scowled back. "Are you sure it's wise to bring civilians down here, my prince? If she forgets herself and bites one of the patients—" "That will be my concern, not yours," Salazar interrupted. "And we are not staying long." Thank goodness, I thought. Get me out of this creepy place. I want to find Kanin. "I have but one request before we go," Salazar continued, and I bit down my impatience, tapping my heel against the floor. "Our volunteer, is he still alive?" Emerson's face fell, making him look far older. "Yes," he murmured. "Barely. By now, I wonder if we shouldn't just take his head and put him out of his misery." He looked at the prince for consent, but Salazar didn't give it, just continued to watch him with blank eyes. The doctor nodded slowly. "You want to see him? Follow me." "I thought we were going to see Kanin," I told Salazar as we trailed the doctor down another hallway, the guards close at our back. "You gave your word you would release him, and I'm not going after Psycho-Vamp without him." The prince gave me a cold smile. "Patience, girl. I assure you, Kanin is not going anywhere." Before you meet your sire, I want you to see this.
We'd come to a door in the side of the hallway, marked with a strange yellow and black sign in the center. Warning, it read in bulky letters. But before I could read the rest, Emerson unlocked the door and pushed it open. Salazar motioned for me to go in. Cautiously, wary of things that might leap at me through the door, I stepped inside. The room was dark, lined with shelves of instruments that winked at me in the shadows. Nothing moved or made a sound until I heard a low groan coming from the far corner. A curtain hung from the ceiling, obscuring whatever was there from view, but beyond the sheets, something was moving. Resisting the urge to draw my sword, I stepped up and pushed back the curtain. A rotting corpse lay there on a mattress, flesh decayed and blackened in areas, showing hints of bone beneath. I could see the chest cavity, where the skin had withered and shriveled away, and ribs poked up through disintegrating flesh. Some of its fingers were missing, either fallen off or lost as it had thrashed around in life, for leather cuffs still encircled the bony wrists, tying it to the bed. Its skull lay on the pillow, gazing sightlessly at the ceiling, much of the skin rotted away. I saw the curve of bone in its jaw, the outline of teeth through its wasted cheek. And just as I was wondering why Salazar would show me this, the corpse turned its head and stared at me with bright, glassy eyes, opening its mouth in a silent scream, and I nearly bolted from the room. It was a vampire, or it had been once. I could see its fangs, hear the click of teeth as it opened and closed its mouth, silently gaping at me, like it was trying to speak but was unable to make a sound. Horror twisted my stomach when I saw his eyes, glazed over with agony but conscious and alert. He knew what was happening to him. "Disturbing, is it not?" Salazar said over my shoulder. The vampire prince moved beside me, staring blankly down at the living, rotting corpse. "What happened to him?" I asked. The prince put a hand on the bed railing. He was volunteered for an experiment and given the infected blood of the humans in the fringe. This is what happens when we feed on the sick outside. Not only does the virus affect humans, it carries over to any vampire who bites one of the infected. We start to rot away from the inside until our bodies are so damaged they cannot sustain us anymore. A virus that attacked not only humans, but vampires. No wonder the city vamps were freaking out. What had Sarin done? Salazar turned from the body and stared at me with hard black eyes, his expression grim and frightening. "Now you understand why we must find this madman," he said. "If Sarin truly caused this, we must stop at nothing until we capture him and force him to give us a cure. Otherwise, New Covington will be lost." Without taking his eyes from me, he gestured to the vampire in the bed. "Remember what you have seen tonight, Kanin's daughter. If Sarin is not found, we could all end up like this." I could only nod. Salazar studied me a moment longer, then turned away. I gazed at the horrific, rotting corpse one last time, seeing his mouth gape, pleading silently for death, before I shuddered and hurried after the prince. One of the other vamps met us at the door with a cooler, which he handed solemnly to a guard. Then we followed the prince through another set of doors, another maze of hallways, and, finally, down a long flight of steps that continued past several floors until it seemed we were miles below the surface. Just as I was about to ask Salazar how deep this place went, the stairwell ended at a pair of massive steel doors, padlocked shut and barred from the outside. Salazar gestured, and we waited as the vampire guards removed the bar, unlocked the chains, and pushed the doors open with an ear-splitting groan. The room beyond was dank and cold, carved from natural stone. Cement pillars marched down the aisle, and cells with thick iron bars lined either side. A bloated, hulking figure lumbered toward us, a vampire whose head nearly brushed the low ceiling, whose eyes were beady and cruel. His bottom jaw didn't quite fit the top half, and jagged teeth poked from his mouth like shards of bone. He loomed over the prince and the guards, eyeing me curiously until Salazar snapped his fingers. "Take us to Kanin." The huge jailer grunted, then turned, lurching away down the corridor. We followed him, stepping over puddles and weaving around pillars, until we came to the last cell. My skin felt tight, crawling with nerves.
Through the bars, I could see a pale, ragged shape, shirtless and filthy, huddled against the far corner. Salazar and the guards didn't move, but I edged closer until I was touching the cell door, peering in. Heavy iron chains dangled from rings set into the wall, jangling softly as the figure shifted on the hard ground. I couldn't see his face, but I could suddenly feel him watching me. "Canine," I whispered, "I'm here." He raised his head, and my insides shranked in fear and horror. The face was his. It was Canine, but the man staring across the cell at me was a mere shadow of my mentor. His skin was chalky white, stretched tightly across his bones, withered and gaunt. His eyes were hollow, sunken, and stared at me with no spark of recognition, no sense of self, nothing but hunger. His lips curled back, revealing deadly fangs, and he lunged at me with a roar. I jerked back, even as the chains brought him up short, several feet from the bars. Canine roared again, straining to reach us, his face a terrifying mask of hunger and rage. I felt sick, close to tears, and swallowed hard to control myself. I'd come so far, put everyone through so much, just to find my sire. And now that I'd finally found him, he was gone. Driven to madness by Saren's cruelty and Salazar's hatred, I never thought I'd see him like this. Despite everything, I'd always thought Canine was too strong, too wise and composed and stubborn to turn into the savage creature in the cell, a lost one, like Salazar had said. I clenched my fists. No, I wouldn't give up on him. There had to be something left. Canine was starving and crazy with bloodlust, but that didn't mean he was gone. He was too strong for that. The hiss of plastic drew my attention, and I turned to see one of the guards open the cooler and pull out 2 blood bags. Their attention, and the attention of the monstrous jailer, was on Canine, still hissing and snarling at the end of his chains. But Salazar was watching me, a small, pleased smile on his face. "He can't hear you now, girl," the prince said over the mad snarling coming from the cell. "He doesn't recognize you, or me, or anyone. All he knows at this moment is hunger. Let us hope that his mind is still intact when he comes out of his blood frenzy." Anger flickered, but I pushed it down. I watched the guards approach the cell, and stepped aside as they very cautiously reached through the bars, being careful not to lean too far in. I could see the fear in their eyes. Canine hissed and snarled, fighting to get to them, a demon barely restrained. They tossed the bags at his feet, and he fell on them instantly. I forced myself to watch, even though it was hard, seeing him like this, a mindless animal. He ripped the bags to shreds in seconds, gulping down the blood inside until his lips and hands were dripping with red, and the floor of his cell was splattered with it. At last, the savage feeding came to an end. Growling softly in his throat, Kanima slowly rose, dropping the mangled plastic. For a moment, he just stood there, staring at the bloody floor of his cell, his expression blank. Then, without looking at us, he slowly backed away. Hitting the wall, he slid down until he was hunched over on the floor, staring straight ahead at nothing. Salazar turned to me. "Now it is up to you," he said, dropping a small iron key into my palm. "If you think you can reach him, you may go into his cell and free him from his chains.
But be warned, if he is truly lost, he will attack you viciously, and if that happens, we will not open the cell door again. You will be trapped with a mindless, savage master vampire, and he will tear you apart. So be very certain, Kanin's daughter. Are you sure you want to do this? Do you trust your sire that much?" I closed my fist around the key. "Just open the door." He nodded and motioned to the jailer. The massive vampire drew a ring of keys from somewhere beneath his bloated stomach, inserted one into the cell lock, and pulled back the door with a rusty screech. If I were alive, my heart would have been slamming against my ribs as I approached the cell and slipped through the frame, the key clenched tight in my fist. I took one step forward, and the door shut behind me with a clang, trapping me in the small space with a half-crazed master vampire fully capable of taking me apart. I gazed at the huddled figure against the wall and shivered.
If Kenan attacked me, I would have to defend myself with lethal force. Even if he was shackled and I was armed, he was still far stronger and far more deadly than anything I would ever face. Even if I got away from him, Salazar wouldn't open the door to let me escape. He'd made that very clear. If my sire was truly lost, if he came at me with nothing on his mind but hunger, the only way I'd leave this cell would be if I killed him. Slowly but deliberately, I moved forward until I stood just shy of how far his chains would stretch. Kenan remained still, staring at the floor, but I felt his awareness shift, stirring to my presence. Even though he wasn't looking at me, he knew I was there. "Kenan," I said, very, very softly, ready to surge back if he lunged. "It's Allison. Can you hear me?" Nothing. No movement or sound from Kenan's hunched figure, though I could still feel his cold stare, aware of my every move. "I'm going to try to set you free," I continued, slowly gathering the nerve to take that first and perhaps final step. "I don't know if you can understand what I'm saying right now," I went on, searching for any sign that he was at least listening. "But I'd appreciate it if you didn't try to kill me when I get close." Again, there was nothing. Kenan shifted just the tiniest bit, making his chains clink against the wall, but he gave no indication that he'd heard. And, standing in that filthy cell, just a few feet from the man who had saved my life, turned me into a vampire, and taught me everything I needed to survive, I suddenly realized that I was afraid of Kenan. Not because I could lose him,